This story is unlike any other recap we have done. Our main character is none other than a weak snake who happened to unlock his consciousness. He gained intelligence to the point where he's now aware how to defend and keep himself alive against these freaking snake catcher cultivators. This snake is no lame MC. Watch him devour demonic beasts that were 10 times. Aside from that, we also have a thick plot. I mean, an interesting plot. The title of this manhwa is Snake Immortal, the tale of a snake's cultivation to immortality. Please comment snack if you love the video. The story begins at this rural village. Since it was getting dark, the people on the streets were advised to go back home quickly. Their place hasn't been peaceful recently. A man informed the villagers to light the incense and close their doors properly to prevent the old black snake from getting into the house. A rumor about the old black snake is going around, that this snake devoured 2 more people at the mountain god temple a few days ago, and one of those people is a cultivator. The man he's conversing with replied that he's unaware of the snake eating some people, but he had heard that chicken and ducks disappeared in the village. Recently, a child suggested to his father to bring the chicken inside their house too. He knows it is going to be stinky, but he thinks that it's better than losing the chickens. The father agreed that it's better than losing the chicken to the old black snake. They decided to hurry back home. The father complained that the houses that they passed by felt chilly. Little did they know there's something inside that abandoned house. A snake started to hiss. It knew that the old black snake that they talked about is him, but he denies being old, nor does this snake think he's scary. A man yelled for help. He was called a human-shaped pill and was told that he must pay for his life, especially after he had fattened up from medicinal herbs. The man cried and begged for mercy since he doesn't want to be eaten. He kept praying to the mountain god to help him. Back then, the snake couldn't understand what they were saying, but the guy looked really miserable. So the snake decided to end his suffering and ate the man. The old man pointed to the person being devoured, since it's his human-shaped pill that he spent 10 years refining. He demanded for the man to be returned. Because the snake wanted to end the old man's suffering too, he decided to reunite those two. But the snake didn't expect what would happen next. He suddenly has a breakthrough. Not only did he develop a demon core, but he also awakened intelligence. From then on, he learned a lot of dangerous and scary things that he didn't know previously. One thing that this snake learned is that the black-clothed humans who chased him back then were called snake catchers. They all were cultivators from the snake catcher sect. The snake once witnessed them encircling an enormous, reticulated python. He realized that those human cultivators were really strong. The snake learned that cultivators can keep increasing their strength. As they have cultivated, they started from chi refinement stage to foundation establishment stage, then core formation stage, even a nascent soul stage. The snake knew that his previous escapes were due to luck. He realized that humans are scary, but cultivators are scarier. It wasn't easy for the snake to awaken his intelligence, and that motivated him to survive. Because of that, the snake realized that hunting raptors and humans have too many risks, and stealing poultry is the safer option. The snake's tummy growled because he's getting hungry again. Not only a couple of chickens and ducks doesn't fill him anymore. The snake heard that the Chun clan's village has many rich people who raise pigs. He decided to steal there instead. The snake decided for his name to be Snaky. Later that night, at Chun clan's village, Snaky crept into the pig pen. Snaky inspected the surroundings and assumed that the humans who raised the pigs have already gone to bed. Snaky didn't hold back and devour the pigs. The snake wants them to stop screaming, since they might get him killed if they attract people. He was happy and full. It was only at this time that he realized that he had eaten too much. He decided to sleep, since there's still time before humans start their day. That would help him digest before he leaves. 2 hours later, a man screamed that a brat stole his woman. Someone suggested that the man should stop hitting Chun Fan because it looked like the guy had stopped breathing. But the man didn't care, since the brat dared to steal Master Chu's woman. They made their way to the pig pen. The snake woke up and saw them coming. For snaky, humans are scary, so he decided to hide. The man decided to throw the brat into the pig pen. They left the pig pen while complaining that it's stinky. One man also noticed that the number of pigs had decreased. Snaky peeked. The pigs approached the body. Snaky had heard before that a dead human is bad luck, so he decided to leave quickly. Snaky was surprised to see the man came back to life. The immortal soul that transferred to the body commented that the previous owner of the body is trash. The engagement was called off and his core was destroyed. But this immortal soul who has inherited the body decided to get revenge for the poor man. Snaky wondered who that man was talking to. The immortal soul inspected the body. The man turned around as a high-level cultivator or worse. A snake catcher, he wondered what he should heal and release his spiritual energy to scare the snake away. While doing that, an item appeared. This man didn't expect that the supreme treasure of the demon clan, the divine demon cauldron, would also reincarnate with his divine sense. Snaky thought that this man, he assumed that it must be because he devoured 2 pigs, but he's almost finished digesting them. The man continued his spell while Snaky panicked further. Snaky felt cornered, and that's why he opened his mouth wide as it approached the man. Snaky kept thinking that he was just forced to do that. The man was surprised that half of his body was already inside the snake's mouth. Snaky gulped him down. Snaky was happy that he had done it, but he can't relax just yet. He crawled as fast as he could since the place wasn't safe anymore. A yellow mist started to form something. He couldn't believe that the demonic cauldron was helping that beast. It dawned on him that the snake isn't just an ordinary spiritual snake. The demonic cauldron made a ding sound, making the dragon roar loudly. The man was enveloped with the beam of light. The light came out of the snake's mouth and eyes. It made Snaky writhe from the pain. The man's skin was being burned. He couldn't accept it since he's an immortal. Eventually nothing was left of him. The sun then rose and the birds chirped. But then one pig started trembling in fear. It was none other than Snaky. He's alive and was shedding tears from the sadness of having his demon core breaking. He laid there in a puddle, and that water reflected the dragon from the demonic cauldron. The next day, we could see that the pigs were biting the tail of the snake. It was like they were having a feast. One pig chomped on the tail. To its surprise, the tail moved, and it threw the pig in the air. Snaky vowed to devour all those pigs. Snaky's tail quivers, it aches, which made Snaky annoyed with the pigs. But Snaky is also confused that he's still alive. He then remembered that his demon core was shattered by the person that it ate. The demon core is the foundation of cultivation for every demonic beast. Snaky wondered how he's going to cultivate without his demon core. Snaky cried as he assumed that he's completely done for. But then it started to realize that he's still alive, despite his demon core being shattered. He wondered how it happened, and a thought dawned on him. He remembered the divine demonic cauldron mentioned by that human. He's confused as to why it's sitting there in place of his demon core. He wondered if it replaced the demon core and saved his life. And now he can see the insides of his body. But he noticed that there's more. Snaky felt his head itchy, and it was a sign that his brain is growing. Although he doesn't know what use it has, he's certain that it must be able to heal injury. He decided to imitate the person's technique to channel his energy. He was so impressed by how it happened. He just took a few deep breaths, and the spiritual energy is filling the inside of his body. His body felt refreshed. It's like he ate spiritual herbs, and the ability to heal must be an additional effect. His demon core had shattered by right. He shouldn't be able to store spiritual energy. So it made him think that the cauldron has become his new demon core. He didn't think much about it, and he set off to find a place to sleep for a few days. He took a mental note that a random young man was that strong, so he shouldn't mess with humans in the future. But before he leaves, Snaky's eyes start to glow as he remembered to target the pigs. He should fill his stomach first. Later that day, at a river, after swallowing that human-shaped pill and gaining enlightenment, Snaky's brain often experiences new knowledge popping up. And after swallowing Chun Fan, the feeling got stronger. A morning a few days later, Snaky suddenly understood the cultivation system of humans. It turned out that the demonic beats cultivation was the same as the cultivation methods of humans. It was separated into numerous cultivation realms. His current cultivation is the only peak of the first level of the spiritual awakening system. It is equal to the peak of the first level of the chi, refinement of a human realm. Inside his dream, Snakey saw the demonic beast that can split heaven and earth, which made him yearn. Snakey also wished to become an existence like that. This was the path he must take, if he wished to not get hunted and survive. Therefore, Snakey started to cultivate. The past few days, Snakey has been cultivating that mysterious technique. Shedding his skin, he wondered why his size went down. It meant a lot of food later that night. He saw a boar on the field happily eating a watermelon. It's a big-sized beast and is dangerous as an act. He assumed that the boar was just playing dead. So Snakey threw more stones at it. After some time, he's finally convinced that the boar is completely dead. This dude even thought that he almost got countered by the boar, even though he had really killed it for real earlier. He approached it and thought of preventing the boar from acting dead. He decided to deal with it by pulling its leg. Snakey finally felt assured, and he proceeded to eat it. But something stopped him from chewing. Along the way, he vomited something because the boar had some hard stuff inside it. The demon core's power is filling the cauldron. He felt a sensation in his body. It was the feeling of breaking through. A few moments later, his body shined. Snakey had reached the second level of spiritual awareness realm. He was so happy he noticed that 2 scales on his tail became gold. He smashed a rock with his tail. He was so happy at how amazing it felt. The scale was as strong as steel. He crawled on the grass when he noticed something. A human was before him, what's more. It's a young man. Our MC started to panic. In the watermelon field, Snakey came across a boy holding a fork farm. He wondered what this boy was trying to do. But judging from this boy's stance, he looked like he's preparing to attack him. Snakey wondered if this person is also a cultivator, or maybe someone like Chun Fan. Snakey sensed danger, so he moved his body to push away the fork from him. Then he crawled as fast as he could to get away, especially when there's a chance that the boy's companion will show up. Snakey was really terrified. The boy was puzzled at first until he realized something. Meanwhile, Snakey made his way into the forest. He was relieved that the boy didn't follow him. He found it weird at first, until he realizes that it could just be a normal boy. He wondered if he's delusional or maybe fearful of young men, and that made him disappointed in himself, especially when he's a demon that is determined to become a primordial beast. He didn't want to continue being that way. Since he already arrived at the mountain god temple, he decided to go inside and pray like the humans did. And since he had obtained his intelligence there, it could be his land of fortune. It was already late at night. Snakey heard before that having inner demons is a major taboo in cultivation. To overcome one's inner demon, one must be sincere. Then Snakey smelled something nice. It was the offerings on the altar. There's a whole roasted chicken apples, peaches, and it made him drool. He immediately jumped into the table. While justifying that, the mountain god wouldn't want to let the food go to waste. He assumed that if he helped the mountain god eat the food before praying, mountain god to protect him and help him overcome his inner demon, so he could cultivate successfully. He sincerely prayed for a blessing to stay alive properly, when suddenly he was interrupted with a loud laugh. A man asked the little miss where she was trying to run. The girl screamed for help. Snakey felt annoyed that there are humans again. A woman ran inside the temple, while the man can be heard, telling his disciples to wait for him outside while he goes in to have some fun. Snakey hid and observed. He judged the woman to be an idiot for running into a dead end. The mountain temple has a single entrance. Because of that, it's impossible for Snakey to escape without being discovered. The woman threatened the man that even if she can't kill him, she can kill herself and the man wouldn't get anything. The name Master Q sounded familiar to Snakey. He remembered the incident in the pig pen. He's the man who threw Chun Fan into the pigsty. Snakey assumed that this man is an expert, since he had beaten Chun Fan half to death. That made Snakey careful not to be discovered, seeing him grab the woman and cover her mouth. Snakey wondered if he's in heat. It made him think that humans are weird, since they can go in heat anytime. Unlike him, who only goes into heat during spring. The woman is being forcefully undressed while Snakey watches it. It makes him think about, Which part of that weak body attracted Master Q? Snakey felt embarrassed to him if the woman was left in the mountain. She'd get devoured immediately. Master Kue grabbed the knife, while scolding the woman for daring to kill herself and acting arrogantly by threatening him. He told her that he'll take advantage of her before he kills her. Snakey commented that Master Kue is muscular, but he's an idiot. The woman was angry at Chu Gang for forcing her to break off her engagement and killing her lover Chun Fan, and now he's trying to harass her. She vowed that she won't let him be at peace, even if she becomes a ghost. Snakey watches them while munching on the snack, held by the hand of the statue of the mountain god. He commented that if killing isn't for food, then it's not necessary. He prayed for the mountain god to protect him and make them go away immediately after they are done. But Snakey didn't expect for the hand to detach from a body. It fell and shattered on the ground, which caught the attention of the two humans. Master Q realized that there's someone in there, while the woman thought it was the mountain god. She kneeled in front of it, prayed hard, and she prayed to be saved. Immediately, the woman screamed that there's a demon. Chu Gang asked where he was, frozen while holding the knife in front of him. When the woman turned around, she was accidentally stabbed with that knife. It pierced her chest. Chu Gang turned red. He cursed out loud while turning pale. Immediately, his men went inside and asked what happened. They asked if he had finished quickly. He called his men an idiot and told them that there's a demon in the temple. They looked around to see where it went. He was angry that it hid behind the statue and ruined his fun. Chu Yang announced that he's an outer disciple of the Snake Catcher, sect that made Snakey nervous. Since Snakey isn't showing himself, they search for the snake near the statue. Snakey panicked that he's about to be killed, but rather than waiting for his death, he decided to take a risk and came out bearing his fangs. The men got terrified of the snake demon, but Chu Gang dismissed it, saying that it's not even 7 feet, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Gang planned to kill it with one attack. After he gathers his energy, if he brings it as a gift, he should be able to officially join the Snake Catcher sect. He told his men to hold the snake, since the Snake Catcher sect space. Splitting Palm needs time to gather energy. Snakey judged that the strongest among the three is Master Q. With that, he planned to kill everyone before Master Q finishes gathering his energy. Only then he could live. He attacked them. And that's when Snakey realized that those guys are weak. Master Q couldn't imagine that they died in the blink of an eye. It made him curious about what kind of monster is in front of him. He ran towards the exit while threatening the snake. On the other hand, Snakey was confused as to why he's running away, instead of gathering his energy. Chu Gong threatened the snake that he would ask his master to make a pill out of that monster. Snakey expected that things won't be simple, so he couldn't just let him run away. Snakey whacked Chu Gang's head with his tail, with the intention of shattering Chu Gang. To him, he assumed that because of that, he had pacified the mountain god's anger. And then he interpreted the whole scenario as a message from a mountain god for him to hasten his cultivation. Otherwise, he will have to keep hiding for his entire life. He thanked the mountain god for the message and assured him that he will return to the mountain and cultivate right away. Dangling from the hip of a man is a tag that says snake. The boy recognized that it's a person from Snake Catcher sect. He wondered if the man was there to catch the old black snake. The man rudely urged the boy to speak. When the boy didn't, they thought the boy became mute. Eventually, the boy answered that he had never seen any old black snake before. The tall man is called Ding, and the man behind him told him that it's futile to ask the boy, since the boy knows nothing. Ding was pissed off. Suddenly, they became distracted by murder of deep inside. The boy wished for the old black snake not to be found out. All of a sudden, they heard news that the old black snake devoured someone at the river. Now, they had a lead, so those two men went straight to the river. The boy was confused, since he saw the old black snake eating fish from the nearby area. Just a moment ago, it would be impossible for the old black snake to devour people in the river. At the same time, meanwhile, that it was injured, and it must be from fighting the snake catchers. He has no idea why it's attacking him when he's just passing by. Sneaky realized that it might be on the run. Snakey took it as a challenge. and decided to treat it as his food for hibernation. But he thought of it, and since it escaped from the snake catchers, and his life is more important. Snaky was in a dire situation. The monster was persistent, and Snaky was almost out of breath. Snaky thought that if he used his full strength at its weaker part, such as the stomach, then he'll be able to escape. He made up his mind to fight it until the end. He chopped it down. But he was disgusted since the meat is slimy and there's a weird taste. Snaky was confused since even the surrounding water caught fire. He thought that it's an illusion from the mucus of the monster eel. Snaky tried to determine if he felt burnt. Then Snaky remembered Chun Fan's cultivation technique. When facing an illusion, one must focus their mind first. Snaky concentrated all his energy into a single point of. He was so pleased that he did it, but just right after shattering it. He's faced with the wide mouth of the eel monster. He just closed his eyes since he couldn't avoid it. Surprisingly, his tail hit its mouth, and Snaky's tail became so sharp that it smoothly sliced the eel's body. He was surprised by what just happened. He couldn't believe that his tail split the demonic eel into half. Snaky decided to hide the mountain and be careful. He was out of breath, and that was because he collected the demonic eel meat. It should be enough for him to cultivate inside the mountain for a few months in addition to the demon core. It should be enough for him to break through into the third level. It was a badge that has the word snake at the center. That's when Snaky realized that the demonic eel devoured a snake catcher. He talked to his fellow demon. Even if it was just meat, he stated that it helped him deal with danger, but he still tried to hunt him. So all he can do is follow the law of nature. But he assured him that he will enjoy him properly and won't let his death be in vain, including his demon core. Snaky devoured it, but he had a hard time swallowing it. Later on, the snake catchers inspected a corpse. They found out why the demonic eel was able to escape so quickly inside the river. They realized that the one who devoured people inside the river was a water demon and not the old black snake. And the one who fought the water demon in that area is the old black snake. They wondered if they should pursue it. The mountain in front of them is the Iron Bear Mountain. There's a massive bear demon with a cultivation base at the third level of the spiritual awareness realm. Over there, they knew not to underestimate its strength. The mountain is wide and full of forest. They might not be able to find the old black snake, even if it takes them months. And there's also a risk that they might encounter the bear demon. The man with Ding inquired how he knew all of those things. Ding explained that a few days ago, the old black snake devoured a pill master from the Astronomical Bureau, as well as the human-shaped pill he nurtured. For years, the man inquired further, and then he realized that human-shaped pills' medicine effect must still be in the snake's body. This man knew that his senior brother had been stuck in the third level of the true refinement realm for years, and to encounter such a fortuitous opportunity, he suggested that they take the chance secretly. By that time, both the snake, demon, and bear will go into hibernation. Then they can go into the mountains and gain what they want. Meanwhile, Snaky felt really warm inside the cave. He decided to hide there for a few months. He's oblivious of the danger that could lead him to be an offering for a cultivation. 2 months later, the forest turned white from the snow. Snaky sighed. He didn't expect that breaking through from the second level to the third level of spiritual awareness, from the first level to the second level of spiritual awareness, he had refined the demon core, blood and flesh that he obtained back then. He even continued to cultivate for a few more days, but he still hasn't broken through yet. But at least he made minor accomplishments. 3 more pieces of golden scale had appeared on his tail. The spiritual fog inside the cauldron is also full. He is at least at the peak of second level now. He just needs an opportunity. Then he'll be able to break through to the third level. It was unfortunate that winter had arrived. Snaky could feel his body getting stiff, and he's only left with a little eel flesh. All he can do now is go into hibernation. He decided to wait until next spring to go out of the mountain and hunt food for cultivation. A man walked through the snowy forest. This man is from the snake catcher sect, and he told the people that those who will help them in their search at the mountain will be rewarded with a string of coins. He told them to stay focused and find it properly. A man replied to Sir Taoist, assuring him that the people of Snake Village are highly skilled in catching snakes. Sir Daoist reiterated to find it quickly. The villager instructed the dogs named Big Huang, Little Huang to hurry and find the snake pit. An old villager complained that the people from the snake catcher sect are arrogant. A fellow villager scolded the old man, since those people have real skills unlike them. The old man named Li wanted to make sure that they are also benefiting from a trip. The man agreed. He was delighted to share about his child, Xiaonu, who loves reading books. Back then, the child cherished a book that someone else had discarded, as if it was a treasure. That is why once they received the string coins, the man planned to bring his child to teach her choose place and study. He knew his child would be so happy. And just imagining that makes him really happy as well. They reported to Daoist to inspect the hole, since it's most likely the nest of the old black snake. Daoist immediately told him to get away so he could take a look. When Snaky heard that, he cursed. The snake catchers brought someone to come with them into the mountain, and the dog's noses are good. Really good since they found him. Snaky's body was stiff and cold. He's at his most vulnerable state. He couldn't escape, let alone fight. The villager informed Daoist that the old black snake's feces is in the area too. They started bringing up the reward, but Daoist called them an idiot and told them that it was a bear's feces. They asked if the dog really doesn't know how to find the snake. The villager reasoned that it's impossible, since his dog has never made any mistakes when looking for snakes. Daoist was triggered that the man is acting like he knows better than him. Snaky had finally released the breath that he's holding. He was scared to death, but he was grateful for being smart and cautious. He blocked the entrance with stones and branches, and he placed bear feces on the branches. He even dug a 20-meter deep hole. He anticipated that those men wouldn't be able to differentiate it, although he might be scaring himself. He knew that he should concentrate his energy and restore his body, just in case. So it turns out that Ding intentionally made those men search for the bear's hole. Ding replied yes and told the man that he should know what to do next. Sneaky heard that and commented that not even animals do, that killing their own companions. But he reasoned that it is how a human heart is, and human hearts are really scary. He shifted his attention to what's more important to him, which is the fact that those men knew that he's there, and that put him in great danger. Snaky thought of taking the chance and going out to devour the demon bear. And then he might be able to break through the 3rd level in one go and be able to deal with those snake catchers. Snaky smacked his head for dreaming crazily when he's already in danger. He knew those men would deal with the bear first. Thus they weren't in a rush to kill him. Moreover, there's no way he can devour the demon bear in front of those snake catchers. That would actually seem like he's seeking his death. The senior snake catcher thought of how much of an idiot his junior is. Unfortunately for the junior, the 2 beasts are only enough for one of them to break through. Otherwise, he would have been able to spare his junior after defeating the demon bear. Snaky heard that and was surprised to know that they are having an internal conflict. It was a chance to change his situation. Observe calmly and act when the opportunity arises. The junior member informed Ding that he is done with the arrangement, and in less than 30 minutes, the bear will wake up. It was followed by a loud roar by the bear while charging forward. The humans scrambled as they ran away from the bear. They complained since Daoist told them it's a snake pit. Then they saw 2 Daoists on the top of the cliff. They thought that they were there to help them, but the Daoist called them a bunch of trash and scolded them for causing a lot of trouble and having the nerve to still ask for help. He told them to just die. The villagers were furious, and they finally realized that they were directed to the bear's cave to be killed so the Daoist could save money. The old man shot an arrow towards the Daoist, and that made the Daoist step back, and his pouch was ripped. Snaky saw it, and it was a good shot. His eyes are already peeking from the ground. A pill fell on the snowy ground, and Snaky smelled the human pill. Pill is also called the chi replenishing pill. It was such a magical pill that Snaky drooled, and his body felt revived just by smelling it. The junior complained to Ding that his storage pouch spilled. He asked for help to pick it up since the bear is coming. Ding scolded him for being careless, but deep inside, Ding had picked it up for himself. The junior praised Ding for a well-thought plan that ended up killing all that trash. They didn't expect those men to survive. Ding reasoned that it was an honor for those men to sacrifice their life for the snake catcher sect. The junior told Ding that he should accompany those people too. He started casting a spell. Ding was taken aback. He was blown away towards a cliff, and he fell down to where the bear was. The bear loomed over him. Ding cursed at the junior named Xiao Zhao for tricking him. Zhao even teased him not to get angry, since it will be bad for his body. Otherwise, he won't have a peaceful death. Then the junior revealed that he had been preparing for that event to happen for a long time. He knew that Ding wanted to pocket the demonic beast all for himself, and he told Ding that he could have it all, since he didn't want any demon, snake, or bear. He just wants Ding dead. Then he teased Ding to take the breakthrough material that was in front of him. Ding used a bombing talisman. It exploded on the bear. He was about to leave him. He doesn't want to get involved. Snakey listened to all of that. He took it as his legendary turning point. Snakey swallowed the pill, and he made his way out of the pit. He decided to hide one behind his teeth and wait for the right moment to swallow it. A pack of wolves appeared. They were drawn by the smell of blood. It was perfect timing for Snakey, since he got hungry after eating the chi-replenishing pill, and he doesn't want to feast on human corpses. So he decided to fill his stomach with them instead. The wolves growled loudly. He can now digest food almost instantly. He ate one wolf, but he wanted more. The wolves attacked him, and he fought back to eat them. Since a single wolf isn't nearly enough to fill his tummy, he noticed how starved he was. And even if he devoured several wolves already, he's still so hungry that it made him unsatisfied with just wolves. A wolf slowly approaches the bear. Instantly, the bear smashed it with its large paw. Snakey didn't expect the demon bear to still be so powerful, despite its injuries and from what he saw in its fight with the snake. Catcher's the bear is at least at the peak of 3rd level, while Snakey is only at the peak of 2nd level. His stomach is growling and he's salivating. But his logical mind says that he shouldn't lose himself to hunger and risk everything just for a meal. He's so hungry, but the bear was badly injured. He thought to himself that he won't get stronger if he keeps running away. He charged in taking the opportunity to get stronger. The bear growled loudly. Snakey didn't get away unscathed. Just a little more push. He could also feel the pill's effect starting to wear off. His body is getting stiff again. He had minor injuries too, but he knew it would heal after he killed the bear. He bit the bear on the throat. It crashes on the ground. Despite being blind, the bear is still strong, but he knew not to let go of its throat until he snapped its neck. The bear lays on its stomach growling because of the pain. Since Snakey tore its throat open, the bear doesn't have much time to live. Snakey decided to finish it off from a distance. He wrapped his tail on a branch and threw it on the bear's head, causing it to bleed profusely. He expected it to be dead by that time, but just in case it's pretending, he decided to channel his energy to heal himself while he watches. But Snakey heard a noise. The wolves are back, he screamed at the wolves, saying that the bear is his and they can't take it. That forced Snakey to eat the last chi-replenishing pill to kill them all 2 hours later. The wolves are all dead. Snakey emerged victorious against them, but his injuries had increased. He looked worn out. He knew that the chi-replenishing pill's effect won't last long, and he's still injured. He needed to find a safe place to hide and recover before cultivating. Snakey tore up a cloth just in case the snake catchers came again. He wrapped it in his tail and dragged the meat. While he went through the corpses that surrounded him, it made him wonder, how many times does it take to reincarnate as a human? And to think that those humans just end up dead like that. Snakey noticed something. It was the corpse of the man, and his dogs were beside him. It was the father of the young boy. Snakey asked the dogs why they weren't running away when the man was already dead. If that continues, those dogs would freeze to death. When Snakey checked that the divine demonic cauldron was so restless, he felt a familiar sensation. And he had done it. His tail looked nice with the golden spikes. Not only that, he reached the peak of the 3rd level, and his tail has grown 10 golden spikes. Despite having a great risk, he had received a great reward. The fight for him was worth it. 3 months later, winter ended and spring arrived. Snakey woke up from slumber. His length now is 8 feet, and his golden scales increased to 11. In those past few months, not only his length increased, his divine consciousness has expanded as well. He senses 2 boars nearby and decides to hunt, if for his meal and exercise. He attacked one boar. He saw that it's a female and she's pregnant. Since he can't go into the village anymore, he needed to figure out how to be self-sufficient by relying on the mountain. It's not enough to occupy the mountain and become king. If he wanted endless prey, he knew not to kill the young ones. But it wasn't enough for his cultivation. From what he had seen in the previous situations, cultivation needs to be accompanied by opportunities and adventures. Snakey decided that it's time for him to return to his hometown. In a certain forest, there were a lot of black snakes of different ages. It was the myriad snake valley. With the arrival of spring, all things are coming back to life, and the mating season has begun. But Snakey argues that he's a strong-willed snake. A snake wraps its body around Snakey, and it makes him blush. Every time he came back there before, that little white snake would always come, looking for him. Unfortunately, our boy has the Giga Chad Antihorny cell in his body now. If it was him 1 year ago, he would have also shamelessly and brazenly spread his seed around, like the other snakes in the area. But ever since he awakened his intelligence, he lost interest in such lowly desires. And the reason why he had come there is to cultivate. He saw what he came there for. The snake fruit, it ripens every 3 years. And that spring, it is expected to ripen again. Since it's especially effective for snakes, eating the right fruit will strengthen his cultivation. Once he reaches the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm, he will be able to use spells and won't have to rely solely on my body. Snakey sent some humans. One spoke towards a so-called sister song to tell her that they are in the myriad snake valley. That's senior brother Ding and him found. And the snake fruit is just inside. The voice of the one who just spoke was familiar to Snakey. The man dramatically expressed how he was sad about. Senior brother Ding's song told him to leave the past. In the past, she told him that he had done well, as he was able to redeem himself. Snakey realized that it was those snake catcher bastards again. The man uttered that he'll let the senior sister Song have all the snake fruits. Song replied that she won't take advantage of the man, and just 2 snake fruits is enough for her. Manhwa reminded Song to be careful since it's a valuable treasure. They can expect that a demonic beast would be guarding it. Song replied that there's nothing to worry about, since she already borrowed an amazing weapon from her master, and if it dares to show itself. Song made a threat that she will refine its gallbladder into a pill. Snakey got triggered after hearing that those snake catchers are after the snake fruit. Being at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual awareness realm made Snakey confident. And also those snake catchers might not be as strong as he thinks, especially when the demon eel and demon bear had killed them before. He takes into consideration that those humans would also have internal conflicts and end up fighting among themselves. Several snakes ended up dead or running away as those snake catchers made their way around the area. Wen Zhao asked what they would do if the old Snake King wouldn't appear. Song replied that if it doesn't come out, she'll just pluck the fruits, but she's confident that it will show up. The old Snake King has lived for more than a decade. Its life is nearing the end. It needs those fruits to extend its lifespan. In his head, Snakey replied that those snake catchers will be the one whose life is ending. Snakey is triggered by this woman who's spouting bullshit, but Snakey remembered that the villagers also called him old. Black Snake, he doesn't know why. It wasn't the best time to think about that, since those snake catchers are about to pluck the fruit. Song told Wen Zhao not to go in yet since the old snake is coming out. Wen Zhao asked where Snakey got nervous that the woman noticed him. The ground cracked, followed by an explosion. Song told Wen Zhao to watch behind. And just as Song expected, the old black snake came out. It was a large snake. It looked just like our MC. Snakey was dumbfounded. He realized that it was the real old Snake King, and Snakey himself could just be a fake. It could also be that the old Snake King used to stir up trouble and left behind a bad reputation. Then it got too old to go out, and Snakey just happened to start going out 3 years ago, and he took the blame. Song used a swamp spell. The old King Snake's mouth was wide open, but Song had covered it with mud. Snakey realized that the snake catcher is strong, even though the old Snake King is old. it is still managing to counter the attacks. Song used a soul-suppressing bell. It was another treasure. She casted for it to shake all directions. Snaky decided to secretly help the old Snake King. But then Snaky sensed a movement from the snake fruit tree. He asked who's there. It was a villager he was pleased to have gathered the fruit, while the others were fighting. Thanks to the snake catchers distracting the old Snake King, he can claim the fruit all to himself. That angered Snaky. He went straight charging at the man. He was mad that this guy suddenly appeared, digging out the tree and destroying its root. He vowed to rip the man into shreds because he was surprised. The man accidentally plucked the tree. Snaky gobbled up the villager while scolding it. Eventually, he realized that he swallowed the tree together with the man. He felt a pain in his stomach as the leaves were getting digested. It was uncomfortable. He felt his stomach getting bloated, like it's going to explode. Later on, he vomited it out. He ate so many of the leaves of the tree. He wondered if the berserk power he experienced just now was because of the leaves. The herb gatherer digested the moment he got devoured, but it took a moment for the divine demonic cauldron to cultivate the leaves' energy. Snaky moved fast. He couldn't let the snake fruit tree fall into the hands of others. He pushed the tree with him. We see that the old Snake King's body was shredded into pieces. Wen Zhao praised Song for defeating the old Snake King. In just 30 minutes, Song was confident that she could do it. Then she replied that Wen Zhao's performance was mediocre. It was time for them to harvest the fruit. But when they reached the tree, it was just an empty lot. They were so confused as to where the tree was. Song asked who had done that. She suspected Wen Zhao. Wen Slow told her that if she wanted the tree for herself, she could have just said so, and not do something underhanded behind his back. Wen Zhao replied that it's exactly what she heard. She told him that he's feeling guilty, and was trying to shift the blame on her. Wen Zhao continued, saying that she should call her accomplice who stole the tree. Wen Zhao promised that he wouldn't tell the master when they returned to the sect. Song argued that she doesn't have any accomplice. She suggested that someone else must have taken the tree. Wen Zhao doesn't believe her. In Sneaky's head, it was a perfect scenario since they both think the other one stole it. He cheered for them to fight. Manhwa took out the teleportation jade token, a green round crystal, and suggested that they call their master to settle the issue. Song challenged him to do it. Suddenly someone grabbed Wen Zhao's hand and told them to stop. Wen Zhao was surprised to see their eldest brother senior. The man told Wen Zhao that the master knew about their movements and sent him secretly to watch over him. He just arrived and saw the two fighting among themselves. Wen Zhao asked what they should do now. The man assured him that as long as that person is alive, he'll be able to track him. Wen Zhao had no doubt about it. Since the man is at the 6th level of the Qi replenishment realm, he'll definitely catch the thief. Refinement realm won't be able to find him. Snaky smelled something. It was such bad timing. The fruit his ripening eldest brother immediately sensed that. He informed them that it's coming from underground. He used earth traversal technique to dive into the earth. Snaky knew that the man was coming. All middle stage cultivators know how to use spells, and the spell is the earth escape technique of the 5 elements. Technique. Sneaky hurriedly swallowed the fruit before deciding to run. He prayed for the divine cauldron to digest it fast. He wished for the divine cauldron to refine it quickly. The man ate a pill and dug on the soil, while announcing that he would kill every single of them. He was furious that the thief dared to steal from the snake catchers. The man ran at the speed of lightning. Snaky felt him coming closer. He told the divine demonic cauldron to stop slacking and refine it ASAP. Otherwise, they're both finished. The mouth of the divine demonic cauldron got wider. Snaky was surprised that he understood what he's saying. The man has arrived while Snaky is breaking through. The 4th level of spiritual awareness. The man was taken aback that what he had chased for half a day was not a cultivator, but a snake. He knew that the demon couldn't be killed. Snaky finally broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual awareness realm. The golden scales on his tail had grown, and he felt that he became bigger. Stronger and faster. He knew that he would be able to escape. But to his surprise, the man had caught up to him. Not only does the human know the spell, but he also has treasure. The man used his treasure, the beaming taming ring. The treasure looked like a rope. Snakey knows that if he gets caught, he's done for. He tried deflecting it using his tail, but he was taken aback that his golden scales can't destroy it more, so he can't even swat it away. What the spiritual treasure that the man has is upper grade. He's confident that a mid-stage or even a late-stage spiritual awareness realm demonic beast will be forced to submit without a fight. Snakey is annoyed. He knew that spiritual treasures are all controlled by divine consciousness, so he decided to wipe off the man's divine consciousness. But to his surprise, it resisted his divine consciousness, so it looked like it's not going to work. In his head, the man thought of Snakey as naive. He infused his divine consciousness into the beast taming ring, making it indestructible. It can't be wiped off unless a foundation establishment, realm cultivator, interferes. He assumed that Snakey would have no chance against him, but he was shocked Snakey was gobbling up the treasure. In Snakey's logic, it hurt Snakey, but thankfully he has thick skin. All he needs to do is endure it. Snakey expected the man to give up once he knew he couldn't break free, since controlling the treasure drains a lot of true ki. The man was furious that Snakey devoured the treasure. It was funny how Snakey just ran away after that. The man yelled for the beast taming ring to break through from it. 1 hour later, the man used earth traversal technique. He had just realized how the wretched beast is incredibly cunning. It has made him run in circles for the past half an hour. In addition, the terrain is too cramped. It kept forcing him to use the earth traversal technique. He needed to end it quickly. He told the beast to stop running and give him back his treasure. Inside, his stomach was starting to calm down. He also noticed how the man is running out of true chi. But Snakey knew that he can't just keep running. He needed to come up with a way to kill the man and end it once and for all. The best way for a demonic beast to handle human cultivators is by getting up close and fighting them with his body, even though the man is chasing him. The attacks are from over 10 meters away. That could only mean that the man feels safe at that distance. Snakey decided to slow down just a bit, lure him in, and while he's distracted, paralyze him. The man saw that the beast was slowing down, since it swallowed the beast taming ring. His plan is to retrieve the beast taming ring and then bring him to the sect alive. The man used celestial wind blades. It was the moment that Snakey had been waiting for. He rolled into a ball. The man was surprised that his celestial wind blades, which kill all middle stage demonic beasts, aren't even scratching the beast. It made the man wonder what scales the beast has for it to be so tough. He summoned his snake-slaying sword. He told the beast his plan of capturing it alive, but then he noticed how he couldn't slash the snake. It was impossible. The sword is now broken, and the man had used up all of his true ki to block the attack, yet he's still heavily injured. He realized that the snake might not be an ordinary one-demon snake. He suspected that it's a dragon snake hatchling. The man didn't want to die there, so he decided to escape by reaching the surface quickly. He noticed an opening above him. It felt like heaves were on his side. He used wind riding skill rush. His goal is to be able to report what just happened in there to the sect fast, but he got trapped in a snake skin. He remembered it from earlier when the beast broke through. He wondered if the beast intentionally shed the skin that time. He just has understood that the beast might have planned it all in advance. The man screamed loudly. Song told Wen Zhao that she just heard the eldest brother scream. Wen Zhao replied that there's no way that a puny beast can take on his eldest brother. Suddenly the man used an exploding talisman. The man warned Wen Zhao to run fast, because there's a dragon hatchling down there. Song couldn't believe that. If that's the monkey's way of making sure the man meets his end. That day the man begged. But as soon as he turned his head, another spike blasted his brains off. Snakey complained that plucking out his scales hurt so much. He checked at the man, expecting it to be completely dead now. But he got cautious, thinking that the man could just be pretending to be dead. Snakey looked evil when he decided to decimate the corpse first, so that the man wouldn't be able to act dead. At some point, Snakey felt how it was a waste of his scale. He wondered if it would regrow. Snakey opened his mouth wide and swallowed the man, together with his scale. He decided to park the thought until he fully digested the corpse. He's still wishing for his scale to grow back. He secured it first, since it could have quite a lot of treasure inside. He removed the person's divine consciousness and added his. While he was busy, he heard someone say child. It was the old Snake King. He wished for Snakey to live well. Snakey's dusty memories from infancy started becoming clearer. It all happened 3 years ago, the last time a snake fruit ripened, bearing 2 large fruits. There were too many snakes swarming near the tree. Snakey hadn't awakened his intelligence at that time, but like others, he also instinctively rushed to swallow the fruit. The smell of the snake fruit attracted more than half of the snakes. In a myriad snake valley, only 2 lucky ones survived in the end. Predictably, it was a brutal battle, but just then a deafening screech was heard. The old Snake King appeared, and his aura overpowered everything. All the snakes stopped fighting and prostrated themselves. Snakey was trembling in fear, and he couldn't move. But the old Snake King handed him the fruit. Because of that snake fruit, Snakey is who he is today. Since ancient times, snakes have always been selfish, ruthless, and cold-blooded animals, even among the same species. They kill each other. It is a survival of the fittest. But there was no coldness in the old snake. He made sure to remember that anything with spiritual intelligence cares for its descendants. He assured old King Snake that when he's strong enough, he will carry on his teachings. Snakey acknowledged that he can't do it with his current capabilities. The snake catchers have discovered Myriad Snake Valley, so he can't stay there anymore. When he turned a corner, he saw Song unconscious, and several snakes were coming up to her. It looked like she only had a few breaths left and wouldn't survive much longer. He sneakily approached her while thinking that if he swallows her, his scale might grow back faster. But when he thought about it, Song managed to escape but ended up there. It could be a trap, or that there could be some kind of restraint on her. Snakey told himself not to be greedy. Then he remembered Wenjua. Last time he tricked Ding Hao on the Iron Bear Mountain. Snakey got suspicious that it was his doing. It's also possible that he's the one who placed the old snake King's head at the exit on purpose. Snakey wondered what his motive would be, while occupied with his thoughts. In the background, a large snake devoured Song. He was about to scold it, but before he could finish his sentence, the snake's head exploded, just as he suspected it was a trap. That bastard Wenju is definitely a cunning man. Snakey wondered what Wen Zhao was trying to accomplish by doing such things. Wen Zhao visited a grave and narrated that the bomb had been triggered, and Song was now dead. He talked to the grave of his dad, mom, and little sister, vowing that he will avenge them no matter what. He told his dead family that he'll come back another day. He grabbed a snake outside of Myriad Snake Valley. A man is standing while Wen Zhao was rushing the snake to bite faster, since Chen Dao Ling would arrive soon. He let the snake bite him on the shoulder. Now, he just has to wait and attract the snakes from the valley to devour him. He flopped down while begging his master to save him. Half an hour later, it was reported to Chen Daoling that they couldn't find any trace of a senior brother, and senior sister's breath has also completely vanished. The junior brother is still alive. Immediately, Wen Zhao was given an antidote. He was advised to channel his energy to heal his wound, and after a few months of rest, he will be perfectly fine. Wen Zhao acted weak and regretful before their master. Chen Dao Ling was furious. He asked, which demon dares to kill 2 of his disciples inside the cave? In the Iron Bear Mountain, Snakey is finally back on his own mountain. He assumed the snake catchers to still be at the Myriad Snake Valley, which makes his cave safe for now. Snakey replanted the snake fruit tree, and it was thriving. Because the environment is similar to where it grew before, Snakey wished for it to regain its vitality. He wondered if he could tame a demon beast to be his underling. He saw a book among the belongings. It's an encyclopedia of all kinds of snakes. He scanned through it and found out that he's a black-een snake. He read that a snake was slain by an ancestor and refined into a pill. He understood that even after reaching the Foundation, Establishment Realm, a great demon snake that spits fire can still be killed by humans. Snakey became certain that the most important thing for him right then was to become stronger, even better if he can learn some techniques. He looked at the jade slip and noticed how crystal clear it was. It looked unordinary, and it made Snakey wonder if it could help him. When he looked at it, he was surprised to see the spells listed by human cultivators, and there are also detailed steps on how to master them. Because Snakey is different from normal demon beasts, he has the intelligence that's on par with humans. He definitely will be able to learn them. 1 month later, Snakey used Earth Traversal Technique. His speed doubles when he uses Earth Traversal Technique, while his tail digs pits. Ordinary snake catchers won't be able to catch him. Snakey appeared from under the ground because he's feeling hungry. It's because he has too little true kuei with his current cultivation. Earth Traversal Technique only lasts for half an hour, but it's enough to use as his trump card. While Snakey was munching on the bird, a wolf appeared. It's no surprise, since there have been so many footprints outside his house. He thought it was a lone wolf, but it isn't just an ordinary wolf. It's the Wolf King. It also knows how to use spells. But of course, Snakey isn't just an ordinary demon. The wolf roared. The beast taming ring was used to hold the wolf down. He commanded it to lie down, which it did when Snakey said, "Come here," even if the wolf didn't want to. The beast taming ring forced the wolf to do it. Then Snakey played with it by asking for its paw or wagging its tail. Snakey praised it as he gave more commands. Our boy even made it to play dead. With an evil grin, Snakey commented how interesting the beast taming ring is. He jumped at the back of the wolf and commanded it to go patrol around the mountain. Snakey had noticed how the boar population has grown, and the roe deer and water deer have increased in numbers. The number of goats stayed the same. He speculated that wolves must have gotten them. Then he saw that the rabbit population went up by a few hundred. Not bad. Snakey's self-sufficiency plan is effective. Snakey smelled something familiar, and he found the white snake from the Myriad Snake Valley. He wondered if it followed his scent. Now that he had taken a closer look, it looked like she also seemed to be a blacking snake. It's just that her color mutated. She hasn't fully become a demon beast yet. She lacks intelligence and can't speak. And judging by her size, she's likely Snakey's junior. The white snake rubbed herself against Snakey, which made Snakey blush. Since she's his junior, and they seem to share some kind of fate, Snakey decided to look after her as her senior. He scolded her not to make a fuss since they're in public. The wolf bared its fangs and growled against the white snake. Snakey consoled the white snake by patting her and scolding the wolf for scaring her. Snakey advised the wolf to smile instead, but on second thought, maybe it shouldn't. Snakey told the wolf that he will take off the beast taming ring and set it free, but there are conditions. The wolf licked Sneaky as a way of gratitude, but Sneaky scolded it to stop licking. Later, inside the cave in the Iron Bear Mountain, Snakey named the white snake Snowy and told her that it will be her new home. Snakey told her that he will teach her some basic cultivation techniques from then on. She was advised to stay inside the cave and cultivate next to the snake fruit tree. With Snakey around, she won't worry about going hungry. Snowy nods. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Snake Valley southern peak, someone was using a compass. They talked about how unfortunate it is that when Zhao could only give a vague outline of the demonic beast. Otherwise, with the great treasure compass's power, they wouldn't have to search for so long. He added that calling it a dragon, hatchling must have emerged from the embarrassment. After losing to it, their compass dinged and it pointed at the mountain. They planned to search the mountain from both sides. They have to notify Dowling immediately. Everyone obeyed their master. One disciple has felt an aura of the snake nearby. The wolf had appeared. They started closing in on the man. It's a pack of wolves led by the demon wolf, and the man had noticed that those wolves carry the snake's scent. The demon wolf roared loudly. The man called those wolves idiots for not knowing their place. After seeing the man's power, the demon wolf was determined to warn the black snake. But too bad for him, there's a cliff up ahead. The man used the thunder seal again, and it hit the wolf's tail. Snakey sensed that the Wolf King must have howled. He knew it was bad, and probably the snake catchers had arrived. He instructed Snowy to stay in the cave and guard the snake fruit tree. He warned her not to come out before the snake catchers locate his cave. The man's divine consciousness had detected Snakey's divine consciousness and found him. It was exactly as his master said. The demon snake is at the 4th level of spiritual awareness. His master also advised him not to act hastily. He only needs to hold off the snake for half an hour. Until Dowling arrives, he proceeded in secretly sending transmission. Then he noticed that the snake ran. But it wasn't that fast. He remembered when Zhao saying that the demon is clever. Aside from being strong, it pretends to be weak, luring the opponent into chasing it, then counterattacks. Because of this information, the man had become cautious. The man wasn't pleased that Snakey had sped up. He panicked. He blasted the ground with thunder, seal, and explosion. Snakey had observed that this man's power is quite formidable, about half of the strength of his fireball. The man used earth traversal technique. He was determined not to let this demon beast get away. He kept yapping to taunt the beast. Just as Snakey expected, the man pursued him at full speed. Suddenly, Snakey changed direction. He anticipated that soon enough, the man's strength would be depleted, and he would have no way to escape. The man was surprised that the demon snake had turned back and was on its way to him. He couldn't dodge, so a collision is expected to happen. The beast is coming right at him. He used the thunder seal to smash Snakey into pieces. Snakey has a golden shield talisman on the pouch. He managed to use the recoil of his own thunder seal and escape. But to his surprise, the mouth of the snake is wide open, as it is about to release black flame. Using fireball technique in his head, the man wished for Life Jade to save him. But the Life Jade's alignment is slightly off. Snakey released a massive black flame, although the black flame can only be produced after reaching the foundation. Establishment realm. Fortunately, Snakey found the fire elemental herb, the earth fire vine, which helped Snakey transform his fireball. Snakey took the man's storage bag. He was surprised to see that the Life Jade shielded, that the Life Jade protected the man's body except for his left arm. Not soon after, Snakey decided that it's time to deliver the final blow. The man screamed, asking for his master to save him. Then he saw that it was caused by granite. Earth traversal technique would be rendered useless. Even if his tail can break the rock or rake through the stone, his speed will slow down. He sensed Dowling closing in. Snakey had no choice but to escape upward. He went above the ground and saw a cliff. He thought he could use it to his advantage. Dowling continued to chase after him at full speed, but Dowling was caught off guard. He used golden body protection to save himself. Snakey was surprised to see that protective artifact. He changed his tactic. If he can't crush him to death, he will bury him instead. He used exploding talismans. The explosions continued for half an hour. Dowling cursed at the beast, despite being buried beneath the rocks. Snakey thought it was enough to keep Dowling confined. He never thought the ancestor's treasure gift would have to be used. At that moment, as he swallowed a pill, he uttered the great Tao, "Be my guide breakthrough," the divine berserk pill, left by his ancestor at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. It will temporarily elevate his power to the foundation. Establishment realm. Breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm was successful. Dowling is now at the first level of the establishment realm. Dowling is furious that a mere beast forced him to use that secret technique and sacrifice 20 years of life. He had collected the beast's demonic energy, so now it won't be able to escape him. He used wind riding skill. He pledged on his name that he will rip off the demon beast's skin, pull out his tendons, and crush his bones. He went berserk. Snakey panicked that Dowling had escaped. He could also feel the killing intent and speed. He speculated that Dowling had broken through into the foundation. Establishment realm. Snakey is near the river when Dowling had found him. He used gravity technique. He pulled the snake upwards. Snakey didn't expect that the gravity technique would have great power when used by a foundation. Establishment cultivator. Dowling challenged him to break free. He lectured it to have considered a painful death before he killed his disciples. Deep inside, Snakey is getting annoyed at the hypocritical old man. When it was those bastards who stole their snake fruit first, Snakey knew he was in a hopeless scenario, and he didn't want to just wait there to die. He threw a golden scale at the old man. Dowling was surprised that the demon beast knew how to use hidden weapons. Dowling insultingly asked the demon beast on why it bothers to struggle when it's the end for him, and that those useless demon beast is cunning. It was a wonder that it would choose a dead-end place, so he assumed that it's a trap. He screamed for the beast to come out. Meanwhile, Snakey climbed up the mountain god statue while praying to be saved. Even if the mountain god doesn't come out, delaying Dowling was enough. Even just until Snakey restored his ki. If that doesn't work, Snakey plans to rip off all his golden scales and fight him to death. Snakey was buried in rubble. Suddenly there's a black mist forming. a gigantic, ominous creature in front of Dalling. It called Dalling an audacious fool for daring to defile his statue and provoke his wrath. Dalling turned pale and froze. The black misty creature thought that Dowling didn't hear him. Dowling recognized that it was the legendary old Right on Time. He used gravity technique on him. Mulai asked his master on what's going on. Dalling threw Mulai towards the creature. Mulai screamed why Dalling told him to help by blocking it. The black creature utters that fools perish for their lack of sense. Dalling used his divine moving talisman and hurriedly ran away because he knew he's no match for that creature. He wondered how there are such powerful, expert black creature. That creature would ensure his soul's annihilation, and there would be no reincarnation for him. Snakey finally got up as he noticed that the young man was dead, and the old man had fled. That was a close call. But he made the right gamble. And the mountain god truly possessed a spirit. The zombie-like muley turned to Snakey's direction, and Snakey, who was under the impression that he's faking his death, burned him to ashes. Afterwards, Snakey removed the rubble on top of the broken mountain god statue and lit up an incense while thanking the mountain god for saving him. He promised to worship him every year. But the black misty creature appeared before Snakey's face and complained about Snakey uttering some nonsense. Snakey was surprised to see that the mountain god had appeared. He asked if the mountain god doesn't want him to worship him. The black misty creature pokes Snakey's head and asks, in a condescending tone, if Snakey is trying to make his primordial spirit disappear with Snakey's offerings. This black misty creature is annoyed at Snakey for ruining his plans. He ordered Snakey to go and find him a body within 30 minutes. Otherwise he'll curse him, so he'll never reincarnate. Snakey turned pale upon hearing that. It's better to be killed than never being reincarnated again. The mountain god told him to hurry up. He particularly stated that not anybody would. He wanted someone young and strong and preferably with cultivation. Snakey promised that he'll find someone that the mountain god will be pleased with, and scurried away, and he needs to possess a body soon. Otherwise his soul will disperse. A mouse approaches to burn Mulai. The mountain god possessed the rat. He looked cute, acting high and mighty and grumpy. While in that body he's pissed off. He is the wandering heavenly demon. He lived for centuries, yet he never encountered such troublesome creatures before. He regretted enlightening such a being. A few hundred years ago, he was hunted by the great sex and was reduced to a mere primordial spirit. Fortunately, he escaped into the mountain god statue. He sealed his primordial spirit and survived by feeding on the power of faith. Not long ago, he finally accumulated divine power and was able to possess others. Coincidentally, a human-shaped pill and a cultivator appeared. It was the perfect opportunity to possess someone, but the wretched snake devoured both of them, ruining his possession attempt. And because the snake had consumed some of his primordial spirit's power, it had gained intelligence. Later members of the Kuei family came. He tried to possess someone again, but once more the damned snake interfered. The corpse with a bit of his primordial spirit in it even got devoured by a stray dog, which then gained intelligence. When he saw the snake return, he knew he had to be cautious. But that damned old cultivator blew up his statue. Then he finally found a suitable body, but a fool burned it into ashes. He's pissed off at that wretched creature. He vowed to make him wait until he gets his hands on a new body. He will make sure that the snake will pay for it dearly. He looked forward to the body that the wretched creature would find. He's hoping that the snake will bring back a few strong ones from the village, so he can choose. Meanwhile, Snakey uncovered a tomb. He complained that it all contained skeletons. He knew that those bodies were useless. He knew that if he doesn't hurry, he'll be cursed to never reincarnate again. He sensed some movement nearby. He wondered if someone was burying a corpse, but he saw a dog digging a grave. He thought he was just seeing things, but then he realized it was eating the corpses. He thought how ferocious that was. The aura that the dog is eating is sinister. He sensed the demon snake and thought that it's there to steal the meat. The dog thought that the snake was going mad out of hunger. Then he felt weird. He realized that the snake was not staring at the meat. It's staring at him. The dog felt terrified knowing that the snake had his eyes on him. It ran away and Snakey followed it. The dog yelled for help because the demon snake was after him. Snakey was surprised that the dog has intelligence. Not only is it strong, the rope wrapped around the dog's head. The dog barked loudly. It ordered the snake to release him. Otherwise, it's going to eat the snake. Snakey expected that the dog had such a strong, malicious intent because it ate too many corpses. He got pissed off and yelled at the dog to stop barking and follow him. The dog tried begging, but Snakey had no mercy. Instead, Snakey gaslight. Snakey proudly brought out the dog, who looked strong and handsome, which met all the criteria. Snakey asked Wandering Heavenly Demon what he thought of it, since it's perfect. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that Snakey should just die. Snakey was confused as to what he did wrong. We just followed orders accurately. Wandering Heavenly Demon had no time left. He felt cornered, and instead of possessing a dog, he decided to take over the snake's body. Snakey resisted. Wandering Heavenly Demon was surprised to see that he got thrown out of the body. He decided to try one more time. They wrestled while the dog watched. It made the dog wonder if that's really the mountain god. Wandering Heavenly Demon complained that the wretched creature is full of strength. Every time he tries to possess it, he gets thrown out. Then he sensed something. He was surprised to see it radiating. Then he realized that the dog has the body of a fiendish demon. The Wandering Heavenly Demon looked through its memories and saw that it ate the sacrificial offerings. It was the reason it gained sentience. And even after becoming intelligent, it kept robbing graves and desecrating corpses, building up such a monstrous physique. With a body like that, it's quite a decent vessel. The Wandering Heavenly Demon possessed the dog and complained about the beast taming ring. It easily removed it, since that kind of trinket can't restrict him. Snakey decided to run away. But the Wandering Heavenly Demon told him to stop, seeing that he provided a suitable body. He decided to take the snake in as his disciple. That caught Snakey's attention. The Wandering Heavenly Demon added that becoming his disciple is such an honor. He urged Snakey to acknowledge him as his master. Snakey got confused when he said something about heavenly. Snakey felt betrayed. That the mountain god that he's been praying for so long. Snakey asked Wandering Heavenly Demon if he isn't afraid of facing retribution or going to hell for impersonating a god. That made Wandering Heavenly Demon laugh. Snakey was funny. He asked what wandering meant and assumed that it could be like beasts are lost from their packs. Because if that's the case, he swallows them whole. Wandering Heavenly Demon had no response to that. At the Iron Bear Mountain, before entering the cave, Snakey looked at the dog suspiciously. The dog urged him to hurry up. Snakey was annoyed and yelled that it's his territory. Apparently the dog just followed him there. Wandering Heavenly Demon asked, how could his master not be allowed in his territory? Wandering Heavenly Demon knew that the puddle in front was connected to an underground cave. He asked if it's the snake's nest. Earlier, Snakey suddenly tested the dog's speed, but he couldn't shake him off. As if to tease him, the dog smiled and asked if he's tired already. Snakey understood that the dog's strength is clearly immense. What's more, now that he's in the dog form, Snakey found himself less hostile towards him. Snakey thought of just offering him something. Then sending him away, the Wolf King appeared. The dog yaps about being the master, and Snakey had no respect for him. Snakey replied, wolves feast on meat while dogs eat shit. Then he told Wolf King to give the dog shit to eat. The dog got pissed off that it started biting the butt of the Wolf King. He threatened to bite it to death. After that fiasco, the Wolf King was scared and hid behind Snakey. Wandering Heavenly Demon complained that it's been ages since anyone dared to insult him that way. He asked the snake if he knew the consequences of being disrespectful to him. Snakey argued that he isn't respectful at all, and what he's saying is true. That dog likes eating shit. Wandering Heavenly Demon caught him, and that Snakey bowed to him before, but actually back. Then Snakey was praying to the mountain god. The dog insisted that he is his master, whether he likes it or not. Snakey admitted that he does have a point. At Snakey's nest, Snowy was standing beside the fruit tree. She looked fiercer. Snakey didn't expect her to withstand it. She's starting to become a demon. She even learned a breathing technique. Snakey yelled at the dog not to get too close to him. He was holding the storage bag. The dog commented that it's all junk. so he shouldn't act like it's some priceless treasure. The dog scoffed and uttered that he won't even take it, even if Snakey offers it to him. The dog liked it and attempted to take it. It's a spiritual stone. Snakey reminded the dog of what he said earlier, that he wouldn't want it even if Snakey gave it to him. And now he's trying to steal it. The dog scoffed and walked away. He defended that he just wanted to take a closer look, and that he's not interested at all. He can't fool Snakey because Snakey saw the wagging tail. He clearly wants it. In broad daylight, someone is causing a fuss in the forest by using gravity technique. It was Snakey. In the last fight, the old man was able to hit him from several hundred meters away with a gravity technique. So Snakey decided to train and master his skills. The Wolf King had arrived with a boar on its mouth. Snakey felt satisfied with having a minion to bring him some food. Every day, he devoured the wild boar and commented that it tastes so much better. The goat last time had a strange odor. The dog appeared and informed his disciple that if he keeps eating ordinary animals like that, it will take him forever to make a breakthrough. Snakey wasn't happy that the dog returned. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that even a dog would turn its nose up at food like that. Snakey asked what he should eat. The dog called him an idiot. It was obvious that Snakey should hear the flesh of demonic beasts and extract spiritual herbs. Snakey argues that it's easier said than done when there's no demon nearby. Snakey pointed out that the only demonic beast is the Wolf King, and that there won't be much improvement even if he eats him. So it was better to keep him around for something else. The dog replied that it was Snakey's problem, but if he's going to be a recluse, he shouldn't expect gourmet meals. The dog showed Snakey the ring he found yesterday and his lunch. Snakey got mad and panicked. He used Earth Traversal technique to immediately reach the dog, while asking if he's not being followed. The dog told him to relax, since he's confident of how clean and thorough he is in his actions. There's no one in the world who can track him. The dog started plucking the feathers out. He commented on how tender and juicy the chicken is. Snakey started drooling. The dog produced fire in his paw, then roasted the chicken. He showcased the sound of juice draining from the flesh, and how crispy it is. He teased and tempted Snakey, and he bargained. Wandering Heavenly Demon pointed out how even the little Snakey kept drooling as he held himself back, not giving in to the temptation. He will never eat Wandering Heavenly Demon's chicken. The dog took a bite. While narrating the experience on how tasty the chicken is, he threw the bone at them and told them that they could have it. Snakey replied that he doesn't want it. Both him and the wolf are drooling heavily. The dog even rubbed the drumstick to Snakey's face. I swear this story really is outrageously good. Just look at our boy Snakey. Snakey feeling annoyed let out a fireball. The dog told him not to get angry and assured Snakey that his master won't trick him. He informed Snakey that if he decides to sell the spiritual-tailed chicken, he can sell for at least 3 spiritual stones. He pointed out how it was a really great deal. Snakey challenged him to sell it. Then he was confident he wouldn't fall for it, because he isn't an idiot. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that it's because he's a dog right now, so it's inconvenient, and as to whether he's lying or not. He told Snakey to take a look behind him. The Wolf King broke through into the 3rd level of spiritual awareness. Even Snowy broke through into the 2nd level of spiritual awareness. He rubbed it into Snakey's face that he wasn't lying. Those two broke through even after eating the bones. That's how powerful the spiritual-tailed chicken. Snakey agreed to trade it simultaneously. He could feel his breakthrough on the 5th level of spiritual awareness. After that, Snakey burped loudly. He looked satisfied as expected of a late-stage spirit awareness. Demon Beast, he broke through after refining one part of it. The remaining should be enough for him to refine for a few days. In Snakey's nest, Snakey rested underneath the fruit tree. He finally finished refining them. Not only did he reach the peak of the 5th level of spiritual awareness, his golden scale also increased. He admitted to himself that the dog didn't lie to him this time. The spiritual stone was worth it. He noticed how those 3 are still refining and cultivating. He assumed that the dog's cultivation would be advanced. The dog asked his disciple if he's done, and he asked what the effect of the spiritual-tailed chicken. Snakey replied that it's not bad. The dog suggested they work together and catch a few more, and they'll divide them half-half. He guaranteed Snaky that he will be able to reach the late stage of spirit awareness in a month and reach the perfection of spirit awareness in a year. Snaky couldn't believe that. He asked how it was possible. The dog played with the stone, while winking and telling Snaky that he doesn't lie. Snaky refused to go with him. It was a late-stage spirit awareness demon beast, so it's too dangerous. He told the dog to go by himself if he wanted to. Snaky asked if the spiritual tailed chicken is even worth being called as demon beast when it was raised by humans. Snaky argues that those beasts have long lost their battle power, and they are even weaker than mid-stage. Snaky was firm of not going, especially when he almost died last time when he went to steal pigs. The dog was curious as to what kind of pig he encountered. The dog pats Snaky's back and assures him that he will be saved by following him and that there's no way he will lie to him. Snaky decided to agree on the condition that the dog won't ever call him disciple again to a blockhead like Snaky. He mentioned that since it's not a good idea to publicize the name before his power is restored, he thought of changing his name for now, and since he's black-colored, he chose the name Black Emperor. Snaky teased him by calling him Black Little Bro. In Chinese, it's the same word, but has two different meanings. The dog corrected him, saying how it's the Emperor. Snaky doesn't agree with him. He asked what he'll be when someone like the dog is called Emperor. He suggested calling the dog Big Black, since the dog's head is big. The dog didn't like it, because it sounds like the name of a dog. Snaky asked, "Aren't you a dog?" The dog didn't want to argue further, and decided to call himself Black Imperial, instead of Black Emperor Snaky, the bully that he has decided to call him Black. Yellow in Chinese, it has the same pronunciation. At the Carefree sect, the dog asked Snaky if he knew how many cultivation sects are there in the country. Snaky only knew about the snake catcher sect. Snaky asked if there are other sects who catch snakes. The dog replied that it's normal for a snake to only know about the snake catcher sect. He explained that there are 5 great sects located at the east, west, south, and north in the middle of the Chu country. Snaky asked about the Carefree sect that they are going to right now. He asked what level it belonged to. Black Imperial explained that the Carefree sect is just a mediocre small sect. It's under the jurisdiction of Snake Catcher. It only has 5 little foundation establishments in the sect. When Snaky heard about 5 foundation establishments, Snaky attempted to run away, but the dog got a hold of his tail. Snaky refuses to go even if he dies. Going to that place with 5 foundation establishments, he accused Black Imperial of killing him. Black Imperial told him to stop being a baby. He pointed at the birds on the cliff. He explained that those are spiritual-tailed chickens, raised by an old foundation establishment. Snaky asked to be let go of so he could take a closer look. It's funny how Black Imperial mentioned how Snaky changed his attitude quickly. Snaky was surprised to see that there's so many of them. There were almost 100. He asked if they really raised their demon beast that way, and if they weren't scared that those beasts would run away. To answer his question, Black Imperial suggested that Snaky try catching one. When Snaky didn't move, he taunted Snaky. Snaky gave in and tried divine consciousness activates. Sneaky yelled that the place was dangerous, so they had to retreat. The dog held Sneaky's tail and told him that there's no need to retreat. He assured him that it's not a big deal, and it was just a light barrier array. He gave a green pill to Sneaky to use. Snaky asked what it was. Snaky sprinkled it, and a part of the barrier perished. It is an array dissolving powder, especially for breaking protective barriers. Then Black Imperial dropped fatworms. It's the spiritual insect that the spiritual-tailed chicken likes to eat the most. A spiritual-tailed chicken approached the insect. Then several of them gathered there. Black Imperial's plan is to lurk in the underground first and wait for the spiritual-tailed chicken to come near. Then Snaky has to wait for his signal. Then they will make a move. He told Snaky to catch as many as he can and then run. After catching them, they started getting ready. Black Imperial gave the signal. Snaky used the beast taming ring on one of the spiritual-tailed chicken that attempted to run away. Black Imperial caught one too. A floating man saw them. He stated how he wondered why some chickens disappeared 2 days ago. Snaky panicked since the man was coming. He told Black Imperial to run quickly. Black Imperial told him to calm down, since it's just a small matter. They decided to split up Black Imperial used Earth traversal technique. Shu saw it and wondered where they learned it from. He started saying a spell which made the ground turn into stone, and that hindered Black Imperial from digging. He had another technique in mind. He just ran on the ground. Shu chased after Black Imperial. He noticed the posture of the dog. Snaky saw them, and he felt relieved that he ran away quickly and was not being chased down. He found a real foundation establishment cultivator. Too scary. He wished the old dog good luck, while he went to find a place to refine first. At a certain cave, with his Snaky should be able to easily break through to 6th level and reach its peak. Just as he thought, the bigger the risk, the better the reward. Snaky roasted the chicken, but he burned it. Snaky uttered that. It's too bad that the dog might not be able to make it back. Suddenly the dog appeared behind him. He yelled, "Who says I'm dead?" Snaky was surprised to see that he didn't die. The dog sat down with his legs open, showing his balls. He scratches his groin while complaining how he was forced to give up 3 spiritual-tailed chickens because of the old man. He cursed that all his efforts were in vain. So he asked what Snaky was doing. Snaky explained that if it wasn't for the dog distracting the enemy, Snaky wouldn't have been able to obtain 3 chickens, and according to their promise, they will split them in half. So he gave him 1/2. Black Imperial told him to stop being stubborn, and took the one that Snaky burnt. Snaky explained that only half of that could be eaten. Black Imperial replied that it can be saved, and that he'll teach Snaky. He borrowed Snaky's tail. Then he placed it on a boiling soup together with the chicken, while mixing the soup. Black Imperial explained that the chicken isn't only for roasting, but it can also be turned into soup. He scolded Snaky since the fire is big, and instructed him to add water. Snaky complied, while being amazed on what Black Imperial is doing. Black Imperial told him to throw the other chickens too. They added more ingredients, which made the dish more nourishing. Snaky blushed while gawking at it. He commented how it smelled nice. Black Imperial scolded him for drooling inside the pot. Snaky insisted on calling Black Imperial by the name Black Yellow. He asked him if he could eat it now. Black Yellow agreed. Snaky gobbled up 2 chickens at once. He enjoyed it. Black Yellow told him to eat slowly. Snaky burped. He looked satisfied. He gave thanks for the food and decided to refine. First, Black Yellow let him be deep inside. Black Yellow thought how stupid his disciple is. The 3 chickens he had been long eaten by him. So not only Snaky gave him an extra chicken, he also thanked him. He finds Snaky innocent and cute. He's going to break through the 6th level of spiritual awareness. But the breakthrough failed, because previously he broke through into the 5th level immediately after eating it. He tried to break through again, but he failed again. He wondered if it's because he just broke through not long ago, and his foundation is still not solid enough. Black Yellow called him an idiot and told him that as his master, he will help him. He dragged the pot and yelled rise. Then he condensed the debris and burned it. Snaky saw that it's the leftover herbal residue. Black Yellow condenses into pills. Then he shoved it in Snaky's mouth. Snaky asked what it was. He explained that it's an aperture opening pill. He instructed Snaky to try breaking through again. After eating, Snaky commented that it tasted burnt, but he tried again and it worked. He was pleased to inform the old dog that he successfully broke through. 10 days later, Black Yellow praised him for reaching the peak of the 6th level in less than half a month. Snaky blushed and acknowledged that it was thanks to Black Yellow. Black Yellow replied that he's not stupid, so Snaky can be rest assured. He knew that they can't just keep stealing the same place. They'll have to change places. Snaky replied that they don't have to rush it in 1 month. He wanted to make his realm solid first, before breaking through to the late stage. He's okay, even if it takes 1 year. Although Snaky broke through a level this time, his body strength increase is limited. He didn't shed like before, and his golden scale also increased 1 by 1. Humans' main cultivation is their true key, while demons' main cultivation is their body. Snaky knew not to put the cart before the horse, and blindly pursue speed only to achieve nothing. In the end, Snaky's eyes bulged and asked what it was. Black Yellow replied, what else could it be? Snaky panicked and ran as fast as he could. Black Yellow followed behind him, while asking him if he's seeking death to run towards fire. He told Snaky that it's just an ordinary wildfire, so there's no need to panic. Snaky argues that it's not an ordinary wildfire. He asked who did it. Snaky yelled that he can't calm down because it's his home. Two men were talking. That the wildfire should be able to burn for 7 days, and it should be able to burn that demon snake's nest. An old man stated that he only has 3 years left in his lifespan. The only grudge he has left is to rip off that demon snake's skin and make it into a snake pill. A man encouraged his master that he'll be able to get what he wants, and a myriad snake valley. The snake-catching sect is going to build a branch hall at that place. By that time, the disciple will be able to go to the branch hall and cultivate. Not only can a branch hall increase the average levels of the local cultivation, it can also increase the surrounding village's development. He asked his master who is the elder that is coming to investigate. The master replied that it's an expert in the core formation realm. A young man detailed that the terrain is flat. It's suitable for building a town. He gave it 8 points. He also noticed that the place has a lot of mountain springs. It's suitable for raising livestock, so he gave it 5 points also. He said that the place is near a river, so it's suitable for creating an herb garden, so he gave it 7 points. He concluded that the place is suitable for growing the spiritual field, but it's a little ugly. So he gave 3 points. This person is Wan Yangzi. The fire burned several trees. The pathway is lit up with flames. Snaky was worried for Snowy and Wolf King. He uprooted the fruit tree and told them to follow him. They ran as fast as they could. Snaky promised to bring them out. He used water bullet technique to clear out the flame on their path. Black Yellow told Snaky that his mouth will dry up. That little amount of water is not going to save the forest from the wildfire. Snaky felt that his mouth was drying. He replied that he knew what a drop in the ocean means. Black Yellow said that the weather is hot, and wildfires happen once in a while. He told Snaky not to worry too much about that kind of accident. Snaky argues that the scale of the fire is definitely not an accident. He pointed out what Black Yellow said earlier, that the snake catcher sect have a lot of branch halls. They open them at a place that is rich in spiritual energy and has a lot of snakes. Black Yellow asked if Snaky meant that there's a place nearby that is suitable for building a sect. Snaky replied yes, and that place is the Myriad Snake Valley. Snaky shares that he goes there every spring. There's more than 1 million types of snakes there. Black Yellow now understands why it would make sense, but he also knew that when the snake catcher sect builds a branch hall, there's always someone from the foundation establishment, real to the core formation realm, standing guard. Now it's not a surprise why they burned up the mountain. Snaky, fueled by his anger, decided to charge in to kill those scums. Black Yellow tried to stop him. He told him not to act rash, since they got the time out there to cultivate. Our MC replied that he's not stupid, but he sent something in front. A man in white clothing was there. Black Yellow saw a man 30 miles in front. A human cultivator is coming. Snaky asked if he could see what cultivation the man was in. Black Yellow managed to make fun of Snaky for not immediately running away. Like last time, Black Yellow answered his question by saying that the man is in the core formation realm. It was funny how Snaky immediately burrowed himself on the ground and ready to use Earth traversal technique. Black Yellow commented on Sneaky's cowardly face, but he hasn't said anything that the man is just a clone. Young Z sensed something, so he immediately ran. Black Yellow shushed him since Yang Z was already there. Yang Z uttered that he can only give 2 points to their hiding skill. He told them to stop hiding. He blasted the area while telling them to come out. Snaky panicked since a slap from Yangzi is that powerful. Black Yellow again told him not to panic. He explained that the person felt a presence, but he has no idea where it is. So all he could do is bluff. Snaky mentioned that earlier. Black Yellow said that even the great Luo, greatest immortal, won't be able to notice. Black Yellow explained that great Luo, greatest immortal, is the name of a pet. He used to raise young, Z saw nothing, so he thought it was just his imagination. He also considered that the quality of the clone is bad, and it's unable to detect. He decided to leave since he has a more important task. The Myriad Snake Valley is just in front, so he decided to take a look first and see how many points he can give it. Snaky was relieved that he was gone. Black Yellow asked Snaky if he saw the storage ring on the clone's waist. He He suggested getting that. But before he could finish, Snaky cut him off and told him to just go by himself, since Snaky values his life. He emphasized that the man is in the core formation realm. Black Yellow sighed and told him to listen to him first. He explained that, since the clone can't even notice the concealment talisman, it could only be a foundation establishment paper tiger at most, even if the real body is in the core foundation realm. Black Yellow expected that the guy's resistance wasn't good. He told Snaky to believe in him. He stated that he has more than 50% confidence in getting rid of the guy. Black Yellow stated that they will split the rewards in half. He liked the core formation realm cultivator's clone storage bag, since there could be many spiritual stones in there. Snaky was worried since there's still the real body. Even if they kill the clone, Snaky doesn't want a core formation realm to retaliate to him. Black Yellow was suggestive by asking Snaky if he wants to take revenge for his house being burned into ashes. That made Snaky stop on his tracks. Black Yellow tempted him even more by suggesting that Snaky could hate the person who burned his house. He asked if Snaky just wants to be a homeless dog for the rest of his entire life. Snaky was slightly annoyed and told him that he's the dog. Black Yellow pointed out how Snaky knew what he meant and asked again if he wanted to get revenge or not. Snaky wanted to, but 50% confidence is too low. Forest fire is spreading. In his head, Black Yellow considered it fate that they met, so he gave him a little gift. But as to when they will be able to digest it and gain intelligence, will depend on themselves. Yangzi was rating the Myriad Snake Valley and gave it 10 points. It even exceeded 10 points. He claimed that it's the perfect snake farm. He knew that all the snakes within 200 miles would gather there every sprint, so there's nothing else perfect than that. He decided that it was time to send the Jade Slip back. He's excited since his real body will love it. He sensed something from behind. A beam of light appeared in the forest. He thought earlier that it was just his imagination, but now he confirmed that someone is really following him. They even know how to draw an array. He blasted a part of the area and told them to stop playing hide and seek. He saw that he didn't get them because they moved quite fast. He used gravity technique and saw a mangy dog. He asked the dog where the master was. Black Yellow's face got deformed. Yangzi was surprised that the dog self-destructed. Yangzi denied that it was an illusion. He decided to send the slip first. But all of a sudden, Black Yellow's body formed again and attacked Yangzi, while commenting how Yangzi believed it was really just an illusion. Yangzi didn't expect that the minced meat gathered again. He realized that the exploding dog is real and not an illusion. Black Yellow grazed the scale on Yangzi's neck. Black Yellow watched him and assumed their plan was successful. He didn't expect it to be easy. The head is still conscious, since he's just a wooden clone. It didn't really matter if he's headless. He gave them 6 points for their little trick. It means that they barely passed. Black Yellow complained that the dog paws are difficult to use. He wondered what's going on with the clone. Its hand is twisted like a pretzel, yet it still has such strength. Then he realized it. He recalled his conversation with Snaky earlier, that the clone is only meant for scouting, so it should be made of paper. Their plan is that after Black Yellow chops that person's head off, Snaky should follow the plan and play his part. Then they will split whatever's in the storage bag. Snaky was concerned that if it's not a clone, it would put Black Yellow in danger. But Black Yellow arrogantly replied that he could tell in one glance that it's a worthless clone. He even insulted Snaky by saying that Snaky has a lot to learn. Snaky was annoyed and told him to get his paws off him. He cursed Snaky for being a jinx. Snaky threw his golden spikes, which hurt the clone, causing it to drop. Black Yellow, Yangzi's head, was shocked when he realized that the dog was just a decoy. Snaky bit the head of the clone and used fireball technique. Point blank. Yangzi's head couldn't sense the technique at all. He noted how teamwork is worth 10 points, and with that, the clone disintegrated. He miscalculated. No one expected it to be a wooden clone. It was expensive, so using it for scouting is such a waste. Meanwhile, our boy Snaky kept shooting fireballs. Black Yellow panicked to stop him, since the guy is already dead. He told Snaky if he keeps it up. Snaky was pleased to see Black Yellow still alive. Black Yellow was touched. That moment immediately turned into banter, as Snaky called him out for his 80% confidence when it was so flimsy. He called the dog a liar. Black Yellow complained that Snaky doesn't know anything, when just weakening Yangtze's power cost Black Yellow dearly. Then, he pointed out that if not for the divine consciousness sealing array, Snaky wouldn't be able to sneak up on the guy. Snaky argues that even if Black Yellow didn't lift a finger, he could have handled it himself. He told Black Yellow that what he's saying is bluff. Black Yellow pondered on where Snaky got that bastard attitude. Black Yellow couldn't accept that. Snaky thought he was bluffing, when he was the one who stopped the guy from using his jade slip. Transmission, if it had gotten out, they would certainly be dead. Snaky suggested burning that thing. Already the item was on fire. Black Yellow commented how Snaky's black flame is so strong that it can even burn jade, and told him not to run around blindly, like a headless fly. Snaky argues that they are waiting for death if they don't run. Black Yellow told him that the snake catcher sex power in Chu country is widespread, so if Snaky wants to avoid being hunted, he'll need to flee to a neighboring country and lay low for a while. Meanwhile, at the snake catcher sect headquarters, Immortal Cave abode, Yangtze realized that his wooden clone was dead. Even the recording jade slip couldn't be retrieved. It made him curious as to who did that. He's amused, although the wooden clone strength is mediocre. That truly caught his attention. He called his servant Su Bei. Bei responded immediately. Yangtze ordered him to bring 5 inner disciples with him and go to the vicinity of Myriad Serpent Valley to investigate the person who attacked his clone. Bei followed his command at the same time. Snaky and Black Yellow are running away. Snaky told Black Yellow that they have already run a few hundred miles. He inquired why they are still not in the Chin country. But he mentioned Black Yellow explained that it's still a long way. They will need a few more days just to reach the border. Snaky didn't expect that it would be that long. Snaky complains that he's exhausted. Black Yellow reminded him that he's the one who brought this on himself. He pointed out how Snaky could have just slithered normally, but he insisted on using the Earth traversal technique. Snaky reasoned out that he was just trying to strengthen his physical body. They arrived at a remote area where there's an abandoned excavation. Ahead, Black Yellow suggested camping there for the night. Snaky agreed and planned to take a look at what's inside the storage bag. It was funny because Snaky had fallen asleep on the vast lands. Because of exhaustion, Black Yellow woke him and scolded him, but he ended up as Snaky had 2 bumps on his head already. He noticed that Snaky is still trying to open it. Snaky finally realized the power of the golden core cultivator. Snaky was determined to force it open using his golden scales. Black Yellow stopped him because he might damage the treasures inside. They reached the Chin country's border. They will camp there tonight and cross the border in the morning. Snaky agreed and told Black Yellow to cook while he digs a little more. Snaky noticed that the earth is hard and rocky, perfect for training. Black Yellow reminded him not to overdo it because if he gets stuck, he won't save him again earlier. Snaky could only reach 100 meters at most, but after training for a few days, he hit 200 meters to 300 meters and he can still go on. It was uncomfortable and let go. Eventually, Black Yellow revealed that there's a total of 10 spiritual stones, and they would split it in half. Black Yellow even tried to gaslight Snaky. That was for his own good, since he's still young. Black Yellow replied that it's the method to refine wooden clones. He commented that it's solely for bluffing people, so he suggested not to bother learning it. He stated that it's better to use another clone technique if anyone masters it. The clone can even be stronger than the caster's real body. Black Yellow revealed that it's one of the 6 immortal arts. Called Puppet Technique, Jin country's top sect, Heavenly Puppet Sect, is expert in puppet technique. Snaky started imagining learning it, and when he fights with someone, before anything else, he would deploy 100 puppets and give the enemy a few punches first. Black Yellow noticed him daydreaming, so he pinched Snaky's cheeks and told him to go to sleep, since they need to cross the river early tomorrow at dawn. Black Yellow introduced the Geese Descending River. Just as its name stated, not even geese can fly over it. Of course, any normal cultivator can't do it either. Snaky asked if they can just swim across it. Black Yellow warned him not to even think about using water traversal technique, since there's a lot of whirlpools inside the river. Black Yellow even advised Snaky not to be conceited and properly pay money to ride the boat. There's only one boat going to Chin country per day. Someone told the man that he wants to get on board. The man turned around and asked, "Who's talking?" The same person expressed that he doesn't have money on him. The man didn't see this creature at first because of the low height. This creature hides itself behind a cloak and a hat. He offered a spiritual stone as a payment. The man was pleased and welcomed him on the boat. The man even guided him so he could be careful. All because this man received a spiritual stone. The creature looked at them, but stayed silent. Suddenly those men were blown off by a gust of wind. The onlookers were shocked and called this small creature an immortal. Behind the disguise, Yahello scoffed and complained how those people dared to laugh at him. Snaky reminded him that he was the one who stated that they need to keep a low profile, but now he's causing troubles. They heard someone say that Elder Joe, Chin Country's little prince, is already on board. The person replied with gratitude for showing him the way. Yahello uttered that the voice sounded familiar. Snaky suggested running. Yahello told him not to move, because they're going to get noticed if they run. Now Yahello is riding Snaky and hides behind the cloak and hat. Yahello explained that since they're in disguise, as long as they don't move around, they won't get noticed. Snaky blamed Yahello when he said the dog's nose should be amazing. You should have given a heads up before the elder came close. Yahello hushed him and argued that no one would ever remember a smelly smell of an old man. Elder Joe noticed them and felt a familiar aura. He assumed that it was his old friends. Snaky wanted to run, but the elder told them to stop. He asked if they saw each other before. Snaky panicked since he thought the elder recognized them. He doesn't know if he should run towards the land or the water. Yahello tried to calm him down. Even if he was nervous, they faced Elder Joe, but still hid their faces. Then Yahello spoke, saying that the elder has good memories, since they only saw each other briefly during the auction last time. Snaky thought that the excuse was nonsense. Surprisingly, the elder remembered. He reacted positively and uttered that they saw each other 6 years ago at an auction. Yahello humored him even more for his great memory. An attendant fetches Elder Joe, because the little prince has been waiting on the second floor. Elder Joe bids goodbye since he has matters to attend to. Snaky was relieved that they dodged a bullet again. He suggested hiding in a corner. Yahello called him out for being cowardly, to the point that his sweat dripped on Snaky. Snaky noticed that the elder and the Chin's country are unrelated, but they are together. Yahello explained how the world's bustle and activity are all driven by profits. The world is in turmoil because all are chasing after profit. Snaky asked what kind of profits. Yahello theorized that Chin country might be seeking glory. Then he sighed and uttered that Snaky is just a snake, so there's no point in him explaining all that. At Chin country's border riverside city, it's already nighttime. Yahello knew that the place gets chaotic during the night, so he suggested finding a place to rest. They chose an inn and requested for a quality private room and best food and drinks to be served. The place was filled with rowdy men and drunkards. The receptionist ushered them. Not long after their dishes were served, they even requested some booze. The food looked scrumptious, that both Snaky and Yahello drooled at the sight of it. They dismissed the servant. It was mealtime. They devoured the food. Snaky liked the demonic fish. Yahello was excited about the booze since it had been a while. He spat it out and complained that it's rubbish. Snaky thought that there might be drugs in it. Yahello commented on him for knowing about it. But Yahello told Snaky that Snaky's eyesight is bad, because not only the booze has it, but also the food. In an instant, Snaky spat out the food on his mouth. He yelled at Yahello for not saying it earlier. Yahello explained that they are in a lawless place. Riverside City, he told Snaky not to be alarmed since it's just a drug. He gave him an antidote. Then he stated that since those people started it, they shouldn't blame them. Someone yelled that it wasn't enough. He ordered the servant to bring another roasted demonic beast. The servant explained to the master that the person had eaten 1,000 taels of silver worth of food. He also ate 2 whole demonic beasts. He asked the master if they should continue bringing food. The master ordered them to continue and change it into the strongest immortal weakening pill. The person hasn't dropped down yet, so they assume that his cultivation is incredible. Those idiots really served a demonic beast. Yahello brought the bag and replied yes. He asked Sneaky if he wanted to pay a scam shop. There's even a human skull hanging in the kitchen. But what Sneaky meant is to kill those men and snatch their money. He even got ready to burn down the shop. Snaky argues that he's not a human anyways. He's a snake. But to his surprise, they couldn't find a guest. Yahello suggested that it's safe to settle on the abandoned house that they found. He told Snaky to take his time to refine while he goes out to do something. Snaky agreed, but deep inside it was a bluff. He's suspicious of what the dog will do behind his back. More than that, it's concerning that Yahello might attract more enemies. Snaky decided to follow him. Meanwhile, Yahello is excited. Yahello entered a weapon shop. Yahello told the blacksmith his offer. 3 excellent weapons and a total of 8 spirit stones. He should take it or leave it. The blacksmith wanted to have a look at what this shorty offers. Snaky was annoyed that Yahello sold stolen goods. From behind his back, Snaky knew that. It's from a storage pouch of the Golden Core Realm clone. Yahello said they would split it 50-50, but he was a liar. So Sneaky planned to let him sell everything first, then make him cough it all up. Yahello made a deal again. A total of 15 spirit stones for all those pills. First they were at a weapon shop and now a pill shop. Then Yahello offered high-grade beast materials. 13 spirit stones. Snaky got annoyed that beast materials were sent too. 2 men appeared. They were talking about how it's almost curfew, and they need those losers to find someone. Snaky noticed them. They noticed a man in a robe with a short build. They remembered him as the guy who dined and dashed. They knew it was him. You complained how it's such a hassle, that even that kind of trivial matter requires them to intervene. You told brother Xiao to wait, and he'll take care of the guy. Xiao told his junior brother you to think for a moment. You asked what's wrong. They saw the short man enter the myriad treasure pavilion, so it could be assumed that he has something valuable. They decided to follow and see. First you praised his senior brother for being sharp. Meanwhile, Yahello was pleased that the owner himself had shown up. He urged him to take a closer look and tell him what it is worth. The owner agreed. Yahello shared that his bag is full of good stuff, so the owner should look carefully. The owner was surprised to see it. From his reaction, it made Yahello ask if something was wrong. The owner replied that it's a significant matter, so they should discuss it inside. Yahello was pleased that the owner is perceptive. Once they entered, the owner immediately instructed Old Lee to close the door. But Old Lee informed him that there's still someone there. The owner was furious and told him to shut up. He knew about those people, and he couldn't let them disturb his business. The men from the Heavenly Pupper sector saw the door was being closed. They didn't expect that shorty to be a big spender. They assumed that he must have robbed and killed someone to get all the stuff to sell. They knew that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion pays a substantial tribute each year, so it's best to avoid turning them into adversaries. They decided to wait for the shorty to come out. But over 2 hours have passed, and they are already drenched from the storm. You asked how long they will wait. He's getting impatient when the short man is coming out. They saw the door opening, and they moved quickly. The owner was delighted to strike gold today. He bought himself a rare treasure for just 100 spirit stones. He claimed that great fortune and prosperity are surely coming his way. You grew impatient since they didn't care for the details. He grabbed the owner by the collar and asked again where the shorty was. The owner admitted that he went through the back door. He threw the man on the ground and warned him that they'll talk to him about it later. Joe and you hurried and chased after the shorty. They knew that he's definitely heading out of the city. They spread their divine sense towards the south gate. Snaky watched from a distance. While covering himself from the rain using a leaf, he thought of how this old dog even bought things, such as body training pills, and still hasn't lost his mind. And given the old dog's cultivation level, Snaky knew that there's no way he hadn't noticed. Disciples of the Heavenly Puppet sect. Following him, Snaky wondered if Yahello is deliberately moving slowly to use them as bait. You saw that the shorty entered the deserted house. Joe wondered why the old dog would go to a place like that. He wondered if it's a trap, because the shorty's aura should be there. But there's no sign of him. Zhao knew that something was off. The place is too isolated. He warned you to be cautious. Zhao talked to the shorty, addressing him as fellow Taoist. He introduced themselves as disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, responsible for maintaining order in Linjiang City. They communicated that they meant no harm, and encouraged him to show himself. You told his senior brother, Zhao, that his words are too formal and the person might not understand. He offered to try you. Simply threatened the shorty that he only has 3 seconds to come out and accept questioning. Otherwise, he'll end up like the dog. While he was talking, the dog was peeing in front of him. He grabbed the dog and slashed it while he counted from 1. Then he continued, counting to 3. But nothing happened just as they expected. Unexpectedly, the dog that you grabbed and slashed moved to bite him, but you knew that it was Shorty. He called his lizard puppets to nab at the dog to Black Yellow. That mechanical puppet covered in skin is such low-level junk. The old dog laughed and uttered how those men were foolish for not thinking that the dog knew, that they knew it was him. Snaky used his divine sense to get caught up. Snaky was creeped out that the old dog was suddenly laughing. Like an old schemer, you yelled at the dog to stop the game, since he's still going to die anyway. The house was already burning. Joe saw the flesh chunks he told you to dodge. You were surprised to see the lizard puppet immobilized. They were surprised to know if that is what happens when they touch its flesh chunks. It was such a bizarre technique. The dog challenged the old man to keep going. Snaky finally learned what loose cultivator really means. He doesn't feel the need to help the old dog. The man with the sword can't hurt the old dog at all. From a distance, he knew that if he went down and helped him at the critical moment, the old dog would be indebted to him. An old man hadn't had enough fun yet. He had no choice but to bring out the big guy. The giant frog puppet appeared. You told Zhao to join hands with him to attack in Black Yellow's head. He called the guy an idiot for thinking that it's a giant frog, when it's a toad. He commented that the puppet looked dumb. He wondered if they were planning to attack him together. Zhao brought out his universal fan. Black Yellow finds them interesting. Snaky was strangled with the leaf tied on his head. Joe cued you and the giant frog to do their thing, while the wind LED to them. The frog opened its mouth wide enough to swallow the dog. The frog gulped down. They assumed that the dog was dead. This time Zhao agreed, but he decided not to get careless. Snaky was worried since Black Yellow got eaten. Zhao noticed that the frog seemed off. The dog emerged from the frog's belly and tore apart the frog. You couldn't believe it since no one beneath the foundation establishment is able to beat his giant frog and lose in an instant. Zhao knew it was bad, and so he advised his junior brother to fall back. Black Yellow teased them if they wanted to run, but the old dog wasn't done with them yet. They reminded the dog that they're disciples of Heavenly Puppet Sect and challenged him if he still wants to kill them. Zhao told you to stop wasting his words on him. He said that the dog can counter puppets, but not artifacts. They charged at the dog with the intent to kill. Black Yellow taunted them even more by saying that they must be dreaming if they want to kill them with their puny cultivation. He told them that they overestimated themselves. Black Yellow used a technique called Bloody Blade Gale. Several shadow-like blades hit those men. Snaky knew that those two's true key were completely messed up. It's only a matter of time before they lose. Snaky knew that there's nothing more to watch. He just felt bad that the house was destroyed. He wondered where he should go next. Snaky didn't expect that old dog to be that strong. He realized how he needs to speed up his cultivation. Snaky suddenly felt a sense of a familiar divine consciousness nearby. He checked out where it was emanating from, but then Snaky noticed a scar, and it reminded him of one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Black Yellow used a soul-searching technique to one of those men, but he got confused when there was no reaction. Snaky realized that what Black Yellow killed earlier was a puppet, and that must be the real body. Snaky was aware that the Heavenly Puppers sect allowed their disciple to refine puppets, identical to themselves, creating confusion. But he also entertained the idea that it's just another puppet. The man clicked his tongue when his puppet was gone, and you also died. It made him curious as to who that black dog is. He covered his eyes because it was glaring. Snaky saw that the man woke up. He also couldn't hold the fire much longer, because it burns his mouth and his head feels heavy. He yelled at the man that there's no need to care about who he is, and told the man to just die. The man used a body protective jade, water ball protection, and protective armor. The man asked which demon dares to sneak up on him. The man knew that 5 elements would counterattack one another. He is protected with a water ball, so he was confident that he wouldn't be hurt. But he got electrocuted. He saw that the fireball had a thunder talisman. His protective armor broke. But Joe realized that there was a talisman on the wall too. It made him think of it something that a human can do. Snaky yelled that the man noticed too late. Snaky used a fire exploding talisman, wind blade talisman, thunder attack talisman, and exploded together. The man used the mythical yellow belt to protect himself. He cursed at Snaky and vowed that he won't get away with it. The man was confident that the treasure would protect him, but to his surprise it broke. It was followed by a loud explosion. He got roasted and lost his long hair. He asked how it was possible. Then he saw the scales. Sneaky was surprised that the man wasn't dead yet. Sneaky released a fireball from up close. He did it several times. His fireball barrage continued for 30 minutes. Black Yellow noticed the commotion and thought that it was the snake brat. He wondered what made it freak out. He decided to speed things up, since the brat can't do a single thing properly without him. He was delighted to stash the treasures away at the abandoned house. Black Yellow finally figured it out. He uttered how he placed in so much effort. Yet all he found was the first layer of the puppet technique. He complained that the Heavenly Puppet sect is so stingy. They didn't teach the complete technique. He sighed. Black Yellow considered killing someone, searching their soul, obtaining the full puppet technique, and making a humanoid puppet. He admitted that he messed up this time. He knew that the first layer only allows for creating mechanical beasts, making a humanoid puppet out of reach for now. Unless he finds Zhao's real body and searches for his soul. He decided to forget about it and focus on finding Snaky first. He knew that Zhao's real body must still be in the city. He planned at the right time to stir things up and enlist Snaky's help to deal with Zhao. Eventually, he kept searching for Snaky and arrived at the scene where Joe was reduced to ashes. He asked Snaky if he killed Joe. Snaky, while sweating profusely, lied that he was just cultivating and that he didn't go out or fight with the Heavenly Puppet sect. Disciples Black Yellow was pissed off. He asked if he even mentioned Heavenly Puppet sect. He told Snaky how he doesn't know how to lie. Snaky asked him what he's talking about, when he was the one who killed 2 disciples from the Heavenly Puppet sect. He suggested that they run while they still can. Snaky decided to escape first, but Black Yellow held the string of Snaky's pouch on the neck, which restricted Snaky's movements. Black Yellow pointed out that Snaky's acting is so poor. He advised him to take the treasures out and split half of it to him. Snaky replied how he hasn't confronted Black Yellow yet for secretly selling the stolen goods behind his back, and now Black Yellow are accusing him. They were making so much fuss that they captured the attention of the people. Black Yellow warned Snaky to lower his voice, but they succeeded in reaching Riverside City. Black Yellow told Snaky that the Geese Ascending River is ahead, so they better stop running. He gave in to split the proceeds from the things he sold. Snaky scoffed and replied that Black Yellow should have said that earlier. He took out what he had and told Snaky that he bought those body refining pills and demon beast meat for him. It cost 100 spiritual stones. It's enough for Snaky to eat for half a year. Black Yellow decided to split the spiritual stones into half. Each of them will get 46 pieces. He pointed out how he gave Snaky the benefits. Snaky gave in and replied that he forgives him. But Black Yellow asked Snaky for Jaw's items. Snaky replied that he doesn't know what he's talking about. But Black Yellow told him to stop playing innocent and hand them over. Black Yellow decided to repair it later so it can still be used. Then he shifted his attention to the armor and uttered that it's just an average to lower grade spiritual treasure. Snaky knows he's lying. Black Yellow took the armor. Once he reaches the great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm, Black Yellow replied to allow him to use it. In the meantime, he put it on, and Snaky commented how handsome Black Yellow looked. Black Yellow explained that the silver armor can automatically adjust to the wearer's body type, and it can even hide itself. No wonder he didn't notice Joe wearing it. Snaky insisted that Black Yellow takes it off because he doesn't believe what he said. Black Yellow offered him the puppets he collected, and that should be enough. But Snaky was forced to remove it. Black Yellow placed the lizard and the bird on Snaky's head. Their battle power didn't last 3 seconds against Black Yellow, so he's aware that Black Yellow is trying to fool him. Snaky accepted that deep inside. He bet it's the most valuable item Zhao had. Black Yellow offered to take Snaky to a perfect place for cultivation. Snaky noticed that his tone was strange, so he asked what place it was. Black Yellow told him to look ahead. Snaky only saw an ordinary mountain. Black Yellow told him that it's no ordinary, because it's the Sorcerer's Mountain, a spiritual or mountain from 5 centuries ago. At the Sorcerer's Mountain, Snaky asked Black Yellow if he's certain that it is a spiritual mine. It's perfect for them to cultivate. For a while, Snaky replied that it's just filled with scattered humans, and Snaky's eyes widened upon seeing it. He asked what Black Yellow stole. This time Black Yellow called him out for being impolite. He instructed Snaky to add water on it, which Snaky complied to by using water bullet technique. He sprayed water from his mouth. Black Yellow told him not to fill it completely yet and gave him a minor tempering powder to toss in. The minor tempering powder is top-grade medicine for tempering the physical body and refining the bones. It's an exceptionally rare body tempering spiritual medicine, worth 20 spirit stones for just a small amount. Then Snaky asked, and then Black Yellow yelled at him to hop in and take a bath. Before long, a layer of old snake skin shed from Snaky's body, turning to ash in the medicinal water. Simultaneously, impurities were expelled from Snaky's body. Snaky happily shared that he shed his skin. He rushed his last advancement and didn't get to shed, but now it's finally done. He also shared how a lot of impurities were expelled to his bones. Meridians, he felt boundless power in every fiber of his being. Black Yellow replied, "See, I told you this stuff works wonders." He stated that body refining will take 7 days. This time, since Snaky got the demonic beast meat, there's no need for him to leave the place. Black Yellow decided to check out the rest of the mine to see if there's anything hidden. Snaky waves his tail at him while replying okay. 7 days later, Snaky had grown a meter long. In total, he's now at 4 meters. But it felt entirely different from before and now, if he wishes to. He can shrink anytime down to a meter. The number of golden scales he has also increased. They are gradually spreading to his torso, no longer confined to his tail. He bet, once he reaches great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm, his entire body will be covered in those scales. He thought about how he'll become the color yellow by then, like a banana when he was done. He wondered where the old dog went. Black Yellow hasn't come back in 7 days, and there's no trace of him within 200 miles. He decided to forget about him, since it's fine even if he didn't return. Snaky took this opportunity to study that small jade stone. He snuck away last time he took it out, and used divine consciousness investigation to see what that thing is. To his surprise, he was transported to a dark place. It's like he's swallowing the light from his divine consciousness. Snaky panicked that something had gone wrong with him. He checked and confirmed that his divine consciousness is fine. He thought that it's just naturally dark there. He told himself that there's no need to be scared. Then he hit a wall. He thought of the jade stone as a massive storage bed, but he knew it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Snaky hit his forehead. He checked what it was and saw a large chunk of stones glowing in blue. His jaw dropped upon seeing that there are more than 1,000 spiritual stones in there. He commented how Zhao is so greedy that Snaky struck gold. Snaky noticed that there are spiritual stones moving. It went directly to his mouth, and he almost choked. A few high-grade spiritual stones flee into Snaky's mouth. Snaky's stomach hurt as if it was getting ripped off. Then he noticed that the divine cauldron was reacting. The divine demonic cauldron is swallowing up the spiritual stones. He was confused as to what's happening. The divine demonic cauldron is not swallowing up the others, and only those that are symmetrical. Snaky thought of how the cauldron is picky. Then he felt his stomach calming down. He wondered what's happening. He decided to ask Black Yellow. Later, Snaky used divine consciousness investigate. Then he saw a swarm of insects attacking the old dog. Black Yellow yelled for Snaky to come and spit fire. Snaky got annoyed at him. He asked if the old dog exploded the anthill. He warned him not to involve him if the old dog is seeking death. He told Black Yellow to spit fire himself. Black Yellow panicked and yelled that those things could counter him. His exploding talismans are almost finished, and his true energy is nearly depleted too. Snaky brought up how Black Yellow has a protective treasure. Black Yellow shared that the ants can get into the armor's crack. Snaky was so annoyed with this damn dog. He used Earth traversal technique. Snaky commented that if he dies one day, it's because the dog dragged him down. He told Black Yellow to activate the protective armor as Snaky prepares the fireball. Black Yellow was relieved that Snaky is finally there. He expressed how he believes in Snaky, and he'll use his last true energy. Snaky breathes out a large fireball. Afterwards, Black Yellow asked if it had been settled. He commented how Snaky's fireball power has increased again. Then Black Yellow said that it didn't work. A bunch of ants are crawling up from underneath again. Snaky panicked and told Black Yellow to come quickly. Black Yellow noticed how Snaky is so fast. He exclaimed that Snaky's Earth traversal technique has gotten better. Snaky argued on what use it has. Because the ants are following up closely, they couldn't get rid of them. Black Yellow told him that they will be safe once they escape to the Geese Descending River. At the Geese Descending River, Snaky asked what they should do now. He asked if they should swim across it, but then that would be suicide. Black Yellow shook his body to get rid of the dirt. He told Snaky not to be afraid and just look at him. A large fan appeared and Black Yellow boarded it. He casted Swift Winds Sweep across 10,000 miles feet, tread upon heaven and earth. He instructed Snaky to come up quickly. Snaky was surprised to see Joe's fan. Snaky got mad. That Black Yellow secretly hid treasures behind his back. As he expected, he can't believe in the old dog. Black Yellow told him to stop talking. They flew onto the river first. That's when Snaky remembered the ants. He checked them and was confused to see that they were not coming out. Black Yellow was pleased to know that those ants are afraid of the sun. They are safe for now. Snaky inquired what those white ants are, and how did Black Yellow provoke them. Black Yellow explained that those things are called soul-gnawing ant. It survives by eating spiritual stones. They normally gather under the mind to hibernate. But if a spiritual stone appears, it will start to consume it like crazy. Physique that is rich in spiritual energy. Like Black Yellow is the one that those ants love the most. Snaky got nervous upon hearing that, since Black Yellow told him that those ants suddenly went berserk because of spiritual stones. Snaky inquired on how far those ants can sense spiritual stones. Black Yellow shared that for normal spiritual stones, their perception is just around 100 meters. For those very rare, high-grade spiritual stones, they will be able to smell it from 1,000 meters, let alone the finest grade of spiritual stones. It will make the entire ants berserk. Black Yellow probed as to why Snaky is asking that. Snaky simply replied that he was just curious. Of those few spiritual stones of his are in the finest grade. He realized that he must be the one that caused the trouble. The sky suddenly changed, and they experienced a thunderstorm. Snaky asked Black Yellow if the fan could handle it. Black Yellow assumed that it should be fine since it's Snaky trembled in fear. Black Yellow asked why Snaky is far from him. Snaky probed on what he was saying earlier, and Black Yellow admitted that it's a lower grade spiritual treasure. And in a blink of an eye, they fell into the water since the fan was busted. Snaky yelled that he's getting dizzy. He couldn't understand why the water flow was so strong. Black Yellow pointed out that it is the spiral that he was talking about. The suction is so strong that Snaky doesn't have strength at all. If it continues, he'll die for sure. Snaky decided to shrink his body to decrease the force. Then he used water bullet technique to propel himself upwards. Although he's unable to retrograde for now, at least he can stabilize himself. He yelled at the old dog to use water bullet technique and doggy paddle against the current. But to his surprise, the old dog wasn't there anymore. He used his divine consciousness to investigate. He cursed when he saw the old dog get sucked into the deepest part of the spiral. He cursed again, then complained that the old dog is useless. Snaky knew he'd die if he went down. He yelled that he wouldn't save him. Snaky saw the stones under the water. He learned that the spiral formed because of it. Finally, they reached the land safely. But the old dog isn't waking up yet. Its stomach is bloated, Snakey felt disgusted that he had to give him oxygen like humans do. He complained that it was too disgusting and he'd rather die. At this moment, a word appeared in Snakey's head. It is to beat up the drowned dog. He smacked him with his tail. Snakey looked like he's enjoying it. What a way to do CPR, huh? But he's awake now. Snakey was surprised that it really worked. He told the old dog that from then on, Snakey is his savior. But seeing that there's no reaction from the old dog, Snakey asked if he lost his mind and if he's awake. Snakey, seeing that the old dog is still in daze, took this chance to ask him about the finest grade spiritual stones. He told Black Yellow that he has something to ask. Black Yellow simply replied, huh? Then Snakey explained that he had a demonic beast friend who saw a symmetrical spiritual stone before. That woke up Black Yellow. In fact, he was aggravated. He confirmed with Snakey if he has the finest grade spiritual stone that is directly cut off from the spiritual vein. Black Yellow asked where it came from. Snakey replied that he doesn't have it, and he's just asking for a friend. Black Yellow stated that since Snakey saved him that day, he owed him a favor. He discussed that for a stone like that, he'd probably need to kill a golden cultivator, or he can return to that half-abandoned mine to try his luck. He asked Snakey if his friend was interested. Snakey replied to forget about it. 2 months later, rainy season, at the Iron Bear Mountain back mountain, a huge number of the snake catcher sex cultivators went up to the mountain, reorganizing the land, cultivating a medicinal garden, searching for treasures. A man was informed that they lost track. This man, Zhuge Hu, got scolded. Zhu Zhuai of Moving Mountain Sect, an 8 level of Qi refinement, stated that the demon had already devoured 5 disciples from their Moving Mountain Sect, and that day he vowed to skin it alive himself. Otherwise, the Moving Mountain Sect will really end up as a joke for the headquarters Snake Catcher Sect. Not to mention that there's a bounty on it from the sect. Yahello, a 6th level of Qi refinement realm, is with him. One person reported that he's certain that the white snake disappeared. He shared that it took his bone-crushing hammer attack, so it can't have gone far. We then see Snowy, who just had a major glow-up, holding her breath underwater. Damn, she really looks fine for our boy now. In the past, she didn't know what hatred was. But now she does. She wanted to avenge the destruction of her hope. But first she needs to escape, since his cultivation is greater than his. The senior brother replied that he's already investigating that. For him, he asked him what he's afraid of. The man reported to his senior brother that the bastard is hiding inside the swamp, but it's deep, so it will take time. Suddenly someone used the fireball technique. The 2 men were surprised, but that confirmed that the snake has a helper. And the wolf was familiar. It was our boy Wolf King. The men knew that it runs away after spitting fire every time. If not for its interference, they would have caught the white snake already. Jizzy finds it interesting. Z won't let it escape. He instructed Hu to go after the white snake and leave the wolf to him. Meanwhile, at Chu River Sorcerer Mountain, Snakey used gravity technique. He can crush all low-level cultivators using just the technique within a 50-meter radius. He also added wind blade and thunder techniques into his arsenal. Other than that, the puppets that Black Yellow helped him upgrade are not fully functional after some practice. He nearly perfected his control over them. All the puppets are linked to him, sharing their view. He had never experienced that level of awareness before. He felt that he's the king of the mountain. Black Yellow told him to stop gloating, and that his 2 friends are in trouble. Snakey asked Black Yellow if he's talking about Snowy and the Wolf King. Black Yellow replied yes before they parted. He casted the golden light mantra on them. It automatically activates in life and death situations. It can save their life once, but it can only be maintained for 1 hour. He informed Snakey that it is currently active. The location is at the mountain behind the Myriad Snake Valley. Black Yellow was about to ask him what he was about to do, but Snakey moved quickly and used earth traversal technique inside the cave. He complained that he already slammed the golden light a few times, but it's not breaking, and he had no idea why. He wondered if it's the rumored old demon snake. Hugh stated that an hour is plenty. He planned to secure the first merit for capturing the demon. Z expressed that the golden light keeps giving him a bad feeling. He asked if any of their Moving Mountain sex master uncles are nearby, who told him that's summoning. Master Yi will reduce their credit in half. Z replied that it won't. He explained that summoning him ensured that the demons had powerful backers. If there isn't any backing, Uncle Master Yi will arrive within an hour. They will still kill the demons in time and keep all the credit. 1 hour later, Black Yellow was exhausted. He complained that Snaky was ridiculously fast, and he couldn't keep up. He wondered if Snaky had already got there. He wondered if that brat is a finest great earth. Spiritual root constitution. Snaky had finally arrived. His head popped from the ground. He sensed Wolf King and Snowy's aura nearby. He assumed that they are behind that earth prison. But he couldn't see the snake catchers. He sensed that their cultivation is clearly below the foundation. Establishment realm. Otherwise, the golden light barrier wouldn't have lasted that long. But he also noticed that those bastards are cautious. He assumed that they were hiding. After a while, Z expressed that it looked like he worried too much. And those two demons didn't seem to have any backing. He decided to kill them before Master Yi arrived. Z noticed the lizard, who replied that it's just a small lizard, who teased Z for being scared of it, who uttered that it's trembling just from staring at them. Suddenly it opened its mouth and created a beam. Surprise, motherfuckers. It fired at those men. They immediately used hardening technique and earth shield. Several lizards did the same thing. They knew it was too late. A loud explosion happened. The man called for Jihu, but that man was already roasted. The man realized that it was the heavenly puppet sex technique. The man didn't expect that. A cultivator from the Qin Kingdom was there. The white snake reported to the wolf that a certain someone had returned. The wolf asked if she's certain. The man introduced himself as Juzai, a disciple of the moving mountain sect. He asked if there's some sort of misunderstanding between him and the heavenly puppet sect. The man instantly moved and used Earth Shield rotating defense. He claimed that he is at 8 levels of the Qi refinement realm, and at that moment he was fully fortified. He yelled that the puppet beast won't be able to harm him. He used divine consciousness. He sensed that the divine consciousness of each puppet is all emanating from a single source, and that is from underground. He thought that hiding beneath earth, while facing cultivators from the moving mountain sect, who specialize in earth technique, is as foolish as playing with fire. Since this fellow Taoist refuses to settle with words, he used earth traversal technique to go to his enemy and confront him. Snaky realized that the man found him, and that the lizards are only capable of handling middle-level, quasi-refinement cultivators, and that they are too weak against high-level cultivator, skilled in defense. Snaky noticed that the man's clothes are different from the snake catcher sect. As he noticed that his enemy wasn't running away, he realized that it was trying to fight him underground. He used wind blade technique. The guy called him an idiot for using the wind blade technique, which has a weaker effect underground. He claimed that it's as good as bashing his head against a brick wall, but the wind blades pierced through the rocks. As he was caught off guard, he couldn't believe that. Wind blade technique destroyed his stone spear. In the underground, he sensed another attack and immediately used earth armor. Before he knew it, his hand got cut off. He pleaded with his senior. But instead of a human, a huge-ass black snake appeared instead. Snaky complained that the thunder attach explosion was way too loud. He knew he hadn't learned his lesson yet, and this could attract more enemies. Snaky vowed never to use the thunder attack technique. In the underground again, he remembered the guy calling out for Uncle Master Yi before he died. Snaky wondered if this guy had reinforcements. With that, he decided to move fast and save Snowy and Wolf King before the backup arrives. But a blade hit the ground, and it caught Snaky's attention. A man with a long mustache appeared, and he saw the black snake, which then made him think that the rumor was actually real. Snaky just jinxed himself. This bald old man is moving mountain sect elder Yihai Chuan. He is an initial level foundation establishment cultivator. He has long heard that the mountain is home to a black snake. And a black dog, not only do they have intelligence, but they can also speak human language. He enumerated crimes like assassination of the snake catcher, sex disciples' robbery of carefree sect spiritual-tailed chicken. He thought it was all hearsay. He never imagined that it was true, since his puppet had already surrounded the place. He assumed that the old man was getting anxious. He decided to bomb him. Snaky was surprised that the old man blocked it midair. The old man planned to chop off the tail first. Snaky got almost severed. The old man noticed the shrinking techniques and puppet arts and realized that the snake knew a lot. He claimed that those are nothing more than petty tricks. Snaky was confused as to what's happening on the ground. Elder used carnage, sandstorm, a violent wind howled, uprooting trees from their roots. Snaky's little lizards were caught in the storm, torn apart by the swirling sand. Snaky estimated that the range is around a few hundred meters. With that power, Snaky realized that the man is a true foundation, establishment cultivator. Snaky wondered how he's supposed to deal with him. Our boy knew that he's in real trouble now. You use mountain collapsing slash. He had done the first move, and Snaky kept evading his blade. The relentless barrage isn't giving Snaky a chance to breathe. Snaky was blasted away. He knew he couldn't take him head on. He had to outmaneuver him. Then Snaky remembered that he had what that old dog made for him. Ye used mountain collapsing slash. Second move, it was a big slash that shattered the ground. He realized he missed. He looked as to where that bastard went. Snaky used earth traversal to dig on the ground. You saw him trying to run, so he was about to throw his sword to stop him. He threw the sword while saying, "Ask my sword if it allows running." Snaky saw the sword coming and knew that he wouldn't make it in time to use his traversal technique. He had no choice but to take the hit head on. Snaky was determined to fight the old man until the end. He swats the sword using his tail, and the sword went flying. He couldn't believe that. Snaky used earth traversal technique. He saw him running and used soil petrification arts. He blocked the whole underground and wondered why the snake wasn't coming out. He couldn't believe that petrification isn't working. He realized that this demonic beast is too extraordinary. Now it made sense to him that 2 of his disciples died at its hands. But he stated that the snake is unlucky to run into him. He used earth-piercing strike. Snaky was surprised to see a pointy rock is on its way to him. Snaky shouted out loud because he almost got impaled. The pointy rock emerges from the ground. But to Yes' dismay, there's no corpse. He was surprised that it actually avoided it because of its agile movements. He used earth-piercing spike encirclement, and several pointy rocks appeared underground. Snaky evades them all. He cursed at annoyance because that old bastard is forcing him out of the ground. He's in a dire situation because even if he shrinks his body, he can barely avoid it. Snaky used the swift wind talisman. He had to charge out. He was pleased that Snaky finally surfaced. He used carnage sandstorm. He assumed that it was some kind of stealth talisman or treasure. He used manifestation sand so the snake can't hide. But there was still nothing. He thought it ran away while in stealth. At that point, Snaky is already 800 meters underground. It was too close. But Snaky was fortunate that he had that stealth talisman. Otherwise, without it, he would have never made it back down there. He realized that the old dog was right. Fighting a higher level opponent is no less than defying heavens. And if he wants to rescue Wolf, King, and Snowy, he will have to wait for the old dog's arrival and coordinate with him. But then, Snaky didn't expect that the old man would find him so quickly. Then he noticed that he hadn't activated his divine consciousness. Since it isn't activated, the old man shouldn't be able to pinpoint his exact location. At that depth, it dawned on him that if he really found him, he would have attacked instantly. He realized that it was just psychological warfare to rattle him. As for Yi, he got no response from the snake. He searched as deep as 500 meters and still found nothing. Or it's just hiding even deeper underground. He realized that since Snaky was there to save those 2 bastards, he left since the snake won't come out. Snaky had an inkling on what he's about to do. You threatened him that if he doesn't show himself on his count down to 10, he will rip off the skin of his companions in such a tight space. His earth-piercing spike will kill them within 10 seconds. He started counting from 1. The Wolf King and Snowy prayed for Snaky to come out. Then he counted by 2s. Snaky panicked and complained that it's not the proper way of counting. Snaky yelled where he was and told the old man to leave them alone. He was pleased that he finally showed himself. As he expected, Snaky was still underground. He used earth traversal technique and counted on how deep the snake is. He reached 800 meters and found out that Snaky was there. You had to be careful past 500 meters. He used anti-squashing, golden protection. Then he eventually found Snaky. He used earth crushing and Snaky was hit all over his body. Snaky charged at him with his mouth wide open. He vowed to kill him. You challenged him as to how he will kill him. Your sword pierced through Snaky's head. Snaky hissed loudly, then Snaky stopped moving. He was disappointed that he died just like that. He was planning to capture alive. He didn't mind it since it's still very precious. Even if it died, he planned to bring it back to the sect. But then he noticed a black golden stone drop from Snaky's mouth. That's when he learned that it was actually a goddamn puppet. But it confused him that it had blood and flesh. Then he saw golden spikes coming. He realized he got tricked and the real body is still underground. He estimated that it's less than 3 meters away. He used earth shield then earth armor. Earth flowing wall then inner armor. He doesn't have enough time to cast all his defenses. But even that minimal steel-like protection isn't something a lowlife like that snake can break. He was confident that he wouldn't get hurt, but he screamed loudly when he did. Snaky appeared and asked, "Hurt you?" Snaky swats away the sword, and the old man panics. Snaky corrected him, saying that he just wants to kill him. Snaky told him to leave. His leg behind you used mountain-piercing spike, just as Snaky thought you still his treasures. You used flee at this point. Snaky is already panting. His body has reached its limit. He felt bad because just a little more and he would have killed him. Meanwhile, Yi was relieved that he escaped in time. He still has his life-saving blood spiritual pill. While running away, he commented that the snake is extraordinary. He needed to report back to the sect immediately. He knew that if the demon wasn't eliminated, it would become a major threat. But then he saw the rumored black dog blocking his path. Seeing Black Yellow with this cunning face of his, I already know that this old man was fucked. He turned to the other direction to evade it. He contemplated such coincidences. He assumed that the bastard snake set up the ambush beforehand. He knew he needed to run quickly. Suddenly he screamed out loud as his head crashed on the trunk. Black Yellow was now on top of Ye. He noticed that the man stopped breathing. He stated that a foundation establishment, cultivator reduced to that state, is kind of amusing, and he hasn't even done anything yet. He was impressed by Snaky. Suddenly Sneaky yelled for him to step back. Black Yellow was about to greet Sneaky, but to his surprise Sneaky was about to unleash Fire Snake technique. He yelled at Sneaky to cut it out since the man is already a corpse. Black Yellow told Snaky that it was enough, since the man had already turned to charcoal. Snaky was relieved that it was finally over. Black Yellow saw Snaky's condition and asked him if it was those mountain-moving sect bastards who did that to him. Snaky replied that some of it was done by them, and the rest was done by him. Snaky had torn off his own skin, his insides to disguise the puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have one. Black Yellow saw with his own eyes that these bastards really gave Snaky a beating. Scum had harmed his disciple. He held Snaky in his paws and vowed that he, the heavenly wandering demon, shall play with them. They went back to the cave. Snowy immediately cuddled Snaky. Black Yellow informed her that he already applied spiritual medicine. He also set up hidden formations around there. Their place should be safe. For the meantime, he told those three to stay there and focus on healing, and he will be back shortly. Snowy was worried since Snaky hasn't woken up yet. Black Yellow assured her that he will be back before the incense burns out. Snowy replied yes. He told them to use it, and they will recover in no time. They did. And Black Yellow noticed that their wounds are already improving. At Mountain Moving Sect's Soul Lamp Hall, someone yelled outrageous. Mountain Moving Sect's Elder Shifenzi, a mid-stage foundation establishment, stated that it occurred near Myriad Snake Valley. He speculated that it could be the work of another group from the Snake Catcher sect. Even though they are affiliated with the Snake Catcher sect, there is constant infighting between sects. Snake Catcher sect's Elder Chun Dao Ling replied that the 5 sects, under the aegis of the Snake Catcher sect, signed a peace agreement before entering the mountain. Even if there is conflict, it is still between the disciples. He stated that there's no way they will kill a foundation establishment. Elder Yazzie agreed with Brother Dowling. It could have been a demonic beast. Fancy argued that it's impossible. He shared that Senior Schwang, Yangzi's clone was also slain in that area. Afterward, they conducted a thorough search within several hundred meters of Myriad Snake Valley, and there was no Foundation establishment level demonic beast in sight. And even if such a beast did exist, they assumed that with junior brother Ye's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, the corpse was burned rather than devoured. From what they know, it doesn't resemble the work of a demonic beast at all. Yaji was furious. Dowling claimed that he knew who did it. He assumed that it was the demonic black snake. He stated that, although it hasn't reached the Foundation establishment realm yet, it's incredibly powerful. Not only does it possess intelligence, but it's also exceptionally cunning. He shared that several of his disciples have fallen to its fangs. He was ashamed to share that he was also a victim, but he was certain that the snake was responsible. Fengzi noticed that Dowling was really worked up. He figured out that what made Dowling take a prohibition pill is related to the demonic snake. He instructed them to relay the orders to all the disciples and follow him to search the mountain. Whoever finds a lead will be rewarded with 50 spiritual stones. They planned that night to kill that snake and erase the disgrace. Black Yellow heard that, and just as he thought, the mountain-moving sect is full of hotheads, and they won't just let it go. He learned that they will make the move that night, and that they will make a diversion. But he commented that there's no need for that. Black Yellow used blood energy protection. Black Yellow stood in front of Mountain Moving's ancestor, Mu Yao's grave, since they dared to bully Snaky. In return, Black Yellow will dig up their ancestor's tomb. Black Yellow entered the tomb and saw what's inside. He then exclaimed, "Not bad." He opened the coffin. It's been so many years since Wu Yao, but they can still preserve him like he's still alive. His ice coffin is also a finest grade spiritual treasure. Black Yellow planned to take everything, but to his surprise, he can't store it. He realized that it could be a cold mechanism and started emitting a dark aura of his own. He knew that there's no tomb that he, the heavenly wandering demon, can't raid. The dragon turned him into ice. Black Yellow got annoyed suddenly. A black claw broke out of the ice. He scolded it and told it not to be too arrogant. Black Yellow turned into heavenly demon descending dragon. Back then, when he's dominating the scene, the mountain-moving sect was not worth a damn. The disciples eventually noticed the commotion, even from a distance. They're worried since the master and the others just set out. If anything happens to the tomb, they can't afford to take responsibility. They turned pale and panicked. They wondered what they should do. They checked and saw that the ancestor was gone. The tomb got raided. They hurriedly sent a message to the master. And the others, they questioned Dowling if his compass really works. They speculated that it must have used some kind of anti-tracking method or array. They noticed a burning smell and saw a weird light in the distance. They decided to take a look back at the cave. Snaky is glowing brightly. He's breaking through the 7th level of Chi refinement. Wolf King was amazed with Snaky. Snaky broke through the late stages of Ki refinement. He deemed him to be strong. Snaky humbly replied that he's not good, as they say, but now that they have mentioned it, Snaky noticed that the golden scales have covered half of his body. If he keeps breaking through, he wonders if his entire body will be covered with golden scales. In the background, Snowy blushed as she held Snaky's old skin and wondered what happened. Suddenly, they heard someone calling for the demon snake to come out and die. Since he dared to slay the disciples of the mountain-moving sect, Wolf King was about to report that there's someone. But Snaky immediately held his mouth and shushed him from the sound. Snaky anticipated that there's still a distance. The divine consciousness also can't find anyone. Snaky speculated that they are trying to trick them. The old dog had set up an array for them. So Snaky trusts that it should be dependable enough. He told them to wait and see. And if it doesn't work, they will have to fight for their life again. Snowy couldn't help but blush. Yaji expected that the light was from their current location, but he's confused since there's no movement at all. He ordered everyone to search the place. When he read it and learned that the ancestor's tomb was raided, he was furious. He immediately ordered everyone to return to the mountain with him. Black Yellow watched them from the tree, and he found it funny that they scurried back home. He even wanted to disgrace them further by throwing Wu Yao's corpse into the snake catcher, sex toilet. Black Yellow also thought of refining Wu Yao into a puppet. He thought it would be interesting. Unfortunately, he still hasn't gotten his hand on the Heavenly Puppet Sect's third-level technique. If he knew that would happen, he should have gone to the Heavenly Sect, Puppet Sect, to take one back in that year. He expected no one would say no to him, since he's famous. Even the Divine Puppet Sect headquarters must submit to him, not to mention the Heavenly Puppet Sect. When they arrived at the tomb, someone yelled loudly. Yaji expressed that it was unfilial. They believe that it won't be possible to break into the 3 layers of array and not get killed. Dao Ling asked why nothing happened to the other sects, and only the Moving Mountain sect got into trouble, and just when the disciples went out. Fengzi asked what he meant. Dao Ling told him not to be angry, as he was just analyzing who did it. He explained that there's too much coincidence left, since they just left and the ancestor's tomb got raided immediately. He believes that the opponent chose this method. Dao Ling asked them if they knew that the demon snake still had a black dog companion. He shared that it once dug around graves and stole corpses in a village at the bottom of the mountain. Black Yellow returned expecting that everyone was already healed. He yelled at them to pack their stuff and come with him. At once Black Yellow announced that he found another cave. Meanwhile, Snowy was love-struck, thinking that Snakey was on top of her. Black Yellow replied that he will tell them the details on the way if they don't leave at once. Those people might return. Black Yellow didn't forget to collect the spoils. When Black Yellow looked up, he was confused since they weren't there anymore. Upon hearing that the Moving Mountain sect is going back, those 3 immediately bolted. He asked them if they even knew the way. He told them not to run around. Black Yellow called them to wait for him. Few hours later, at Phoenix Perch Mountain, Black Yellow claimed that it's the place he already set up the array. He encouraged everyone to get some rest for that night. Wolf King told him that he's good at looking for caves. Snowy expressed that the place feels similar to the Myriad, Snake Valley, and she likes it. Snakey brought out the 3 storage bags. Black Yellow replied that he'll go for a walk. Sneaky told him that there's no need and he can have one. He told Snakey to take it all, but his actions are the opposite. He reached out his hand at the back and used gravity technique. Snakey encouraged him to come quickly, so the 4 of them split the spoils. Black Yellow called them to check their spiritual roots. He told them that the path of cultivation is a lifelong matter, so they can't mess around. He started with Snowy. He told her to put her tail on the orb. She was surprised Snakey urged her. Black Yellow told her that. Snakey said that she's interested in refining pills. If she can refine pills, then they will be in good fortune in the future. Snowy placed her tail on the orb, and it started reacting. Black Yellow was surprised. A strong green aura started coming out from the orb. It showed a single attribute: top tier with spiritual root. It is an innate sacred body for pill refinement. This level of talent is rare. Even among humans, it is 1 in a million. Major sects would fight over someone like that. Black Yellow told Snakey that he's lucky, because he will never run out of pills. Snowy and Wolf King had no idea what's happening, because Black Yellow started whispering to Snakey. Black Yellow told him that if a human girl possesses a pure wood, spiritual root, she's almost always a beauty. He added that if Snowy gains a human form, they could imagine how many cultivators she could enchant. Snakey blushed. Snakey immediately gave Snowy wood element techniques and a jade slip on pill refinement. Snowy thanked him. Snowy, while blushing, asked how she would call him Lord, Sir, or husband. Snakey was speechless. He blushed and yelled at Black Yellow, since it sounds more affectionate. Snakey yelled at him to shut up. Snowy called him husband while rubbing his head on his face. Snakey told her not to call him husband. He wanted her to call him Snakey instead, since she will call him Snakey. She asked if she can be called Snowy, and Snakey agreed. At this point, Snakey is red as a tomato. He placed a paw on the orb, and it showed blue. Husky was pleased to know that he has a 3-colored, top-tier spiritual root. Black Yellow stated that it's metal, fire, water, since it's a 3-attribute mix. It's not great. He explained that the more elements one has, the weaker their affinity. A jack of all trades, master of none. Husky felt sad about it, and Snowy comforted him. Meanwhile, Snakey was excited for his turn. He touched the orb, and it showed many colors. Then it shoots up power towards the ceiling. Husky covered Snowy from the debris while saying that it's too extreme, since the crystal ball can't handle it anymore. Snaky and Husky got blasted away. Snaky asked if that was a 7-colored mixed spiritual root. He can't believe that his aptitude is even worse than Husky. Black-Yellow explained that although Snaky's roots are mixed, their quality is extremely high, especially his Earth spiritual root. Even top tier isn't enough to describe it. Snaky decided that since his Earth spiritual root is the best, he'll focus on Earth attribute techniques in the future. Black-Yellow is the only one left. So Snaky asked him if he isn't going to test him. Black-Yellow showed a dark purple, with ominous lightning coming from it. From the elements metal, wood fire, water earth, wind thunder. He doesn't think that he's in any of the 5 elements and 7 essences. Snaky asked him if he doesn't have any spiritual roots, or maybe the one he has is a dark spiritual root. Upon hearing about the dark spiritual root, Black-Yellow grinned. He expressed that he liked the sound of that. He told Snaky that he regained some of his strength. Because of that, he will be entering seclusion for a while to break through. He asked Snaky if he could leave the food and security in his hands. Snaky replied that there's some food in the storage bag, and as for security, he stated that as long as they don't run into cultivators above Foundation establishment, they should be fine. 1 month later, someone used earth-piercing strike, and a huge spike came from the ground. It was Snaky. He then tried earth-flowing wall. Our boy is slowly mastering all the elements, now with an earthbender avatar. He didn't expect to succeed on his first try. It made him curious on which is stronger, his spike or his wall. The spike broke the wall, which made Snaky conclude that it is stronger. After that, the rocks glowed, and it enveloped Snaky as he used earth armor. Although earth-flowing wall can't withstand it alone, earth-flowing wall combined with earth armor should do the trick. There are 16 earth techniques in total. Snaky focused on mastering 1 offensive and 2 defensive ones first. If he faced the Foundation establishment cultivator again, he may not win, but he should be able to escape. While his techniques are improving, his cultivation isn't progressing much. He used up all his minor nourishment pills and high-grade beast meat. He had to think of a way to get more meat. It made him doubtful he planned to let Husky test the pill first, since he had a bad feeling about it. And at all because Snowy wanted him to try the pills that she made, just from the looks of it. You guys already know that it's dangerous. Husky could only howl he sought help. Seeing that effect, he thought that he should go hunt for spiritual beasts instead. Then our MC found these huge-ass mammoths. His eyes twinkled upon seeing how big they were. Those elephants are not bad, except for infants and pregnant female elephants. Even the weakest is in the 3rd level of spiritual awareness realm. Just one of them would last them several days, especially the leader. Snaky assumed that it's a demonic beast. In the 9th level of spiritual awareness, he expected it to be an amazing source of nourishment. He wondered who it was. These are men in their 20s to 30s. Snaky panicked at the sight of them. He thought they were snake catchers from the Carefree sect. He was surprised to know that they don't even spare elephants. Snaky decided to go down and have a look. He used puppet technique. Those men were happy to see so many mammoths. Their expectations of Master Yi, the esteemed master's direct disciple, were met. Yun Tian replied, of course, the elephant tusk is a precious item. If they sculpt it into precious jade, they will love them, and with that present, it will be a breeze to ask those ladies for dual cultivation. Suddenly the mammoths started running. It even howled loudly. The mammoths attacked the humans. The humans determined the leader. Yin Tian ordered to set up the array and not let any of those mammoths escape. A blue crystal was then planted on the ground. They used a technique called extermination. Great Array had zapped those mammoths, but it was a useless struggle, especially with Yin Tian's spear. He hit several of them, even a baby, but they still tried to protect their offspring. Snaky couldn't tolerate it anymore. He had to find a way to help them. He needs to at least protect the pregnant mother and the children, or else they won't be able to eat in the future. But the snake catchers have too many people. Otherwise, once he becomes the target, he's afraid that he won't be able to protect himself. He needs to wait for a full proof opportunity. Yun Tian was impressed that a mammoth can still stand, even with the injuries. He realized that those elephants are resistant to injury. Strong attacks might not be as easy to entrap and eliminate. Someone reported that the array can't hold off any longer. The elephants are not stopping. Even after getting injured, they kept clashing the barrier. Yun Tian talked to the leader of the elephant, and if it could understand him, he's requesting for a tusk. Then he could consider letting them live. He tries to persuade it by saying that it should think about the children. The leader smiled, it roared loudly, and the elephants came running out. Yun Tian stated that since it refused to take the easy way, they will do it the hard way. Since the elephant wants to leave behind its bloodline, Yun Tian decided to cut off its roots. First, the elephant swats away Yun Tian's sword. San Li Si and Wang Wu to go chase after the escaped one. Then he ordered others to follow him and kill those scums. Snaky saw the chance. There's 1/9 of the level Q E-refinement and 2/6 levels of the Q E-refinement. He used Earth Traversal technique and decided to kill these 3 that are slightly weaker. First, a mammoth cried out in pain. But they keep struggling. The cultivator reported to his senior brother, Jiang, that the child can't run anymore. Jiang saw that as an opportunity and told the guys to stay behind. Then they will divide the loot with the same old rule. Jiang attacked those elephants, which he called little scums. He claimed that a little husk is also not bad. Snaky knew its time. A bright yellow spell appeared on the side. He used the chance when the man was attacking the elephant. Snaky used earth-piercing strike. It severed the body of the man in half. The other 2 men were surprised. They didn't expect that there were other enemies. They asked what they should do. The other man suggested that they run, instead of risking their lives for something like that. He ordered to activate all the Gale talisman and run. They planned to quickly report to Yun Tian, or the man they call Uncle Manhwa. Snaky set it up an ambush, so no one will be able to escape. The lizard fired a beam at the man's thigh. The man screamed in pain, while the other one asked what happened. When they looked up at the trees, they saw several more laser beams ready to be fired. It was fired simultaneously, and they couldn't evade it. It's a puzzle to them why there are traps. Then another lizard puppet's head popped from the ground, and he fired straight into the man's face. Those men are stupid after some time. The mammoth laid there on the ground. Yun Tian was relieved that it finally settled down. One of the disciples is impressed by how big the tusk is. Yun Tian wondered as to why those 3 idiots aren't coming back yet. He expected that with their cultivation, it should be done in 30 minutes. It has been an hour already. He ordered one of the disciples to go and have a look. He activated Divine Consciousness Sweep and yelled at the enemy to come out. Snaky watched Yun Tian scan the area. He noticed that Yun Tian's divine consciousness is only around 300 meters. It's much weaker than Hai Chuan. He wondered if it was because this man is young. It seemed that even as a fellow Foundation establishment, there's a big difference. Snaky is now certain that the man is truly weak or he's just acting. Snaky knew he can't be careless. Yun Tian is actually 17 years old. Yun Tian is angry. He used shadow revealing sand, but there was nothing. One of them saw that 2 elephants were running away. Yun Tian orders the man to ignore it because someone is ambushing them. He decided to hit them with a feint. Yun Tian noticed something was emerging from the ground. He threw his spear at it. He used gravity technique to inspect it and saw that it was just a puppet. It made him curious who this enemy is, for being able to use puppet technique. Then earth-piercing strike. They heard a loud noise. It was followed by spikes emerging from the ground and hitting the disciples. Yun Tian realized that the movement earlier was a feint. He commented that it's despicable and shameless. He told them to stop hiding. If they have the guts, he challenged them to come out and fight him. Snaky was chilling underground in his head. What Yun Tian is saying is such a joke. He reasoned that if one can fight others in the dark, there's no sense in fighting face to face. Suddenly he felt an earthquake. The disciples screamed out loud as fire engulfed his body. A gigantic mammoth appeared, and it is mad that they attacked his heir. This mammoth has flames coming out from his body. This is the leader, named Manjin, and he is at the perfect Foundation establishment realm. The disciples ran and screamed that it's bad. since it's a demon in the Foundation establishment realm. In the Foundation establishment realm, it was even riding a cloud. He was amazed, and it helped him out big time. By the look of its aura, Snakey speculated that it should at least be a late stage of the Foundation establishment, maybe even the perfected Foundation establishment, but its speed is just so-so. On the other hand, the snake catcher sect runs fast. Snakey decided to help delay them. That way he can also practice a little more. He used Earth-Piercing Strike, and it made Yun Tian lose his balance. Yun Tian cursed that the person hiding in the dark strikes again. He vowed to rip apart that person. Jean has no idea who is helping him, but he will remember that favor. He wished the thief to die. Its aim is to shroud the sky and block the sun. Jean finds that water a cheap trick. Yun Tian was hit, and he crashed on the ground. He knew that if it continues, he'd die for sure. Yun Tian thought it was a huge loss this time. He deployed the reincarnation pendant. Snakey saw that the Foundation establishment snake catcher had run out of his earth-piercing spikes. Attack range, he decided that it would be better for him to not involve too much on the level of battle, and as for the elephants, but saw one that is still breathing. He told the elephant not to be afraid since he won't eat it. Snakey decided that since he already helped them out, he'll continue to do it until the end. He opened a jar and offered it a small essence restoration pill to eat. 30 minutes later, the huge mammoth is back. He immediately rushed to aid the injured one. He was relieved that it was still alive. He encouraged it to lie down first because the injuries are severe. Then he saw the bottle of the pill. Then he noticed the technique from before. He thanked the benefactor for his help in protecting his children. He is truly grateful. He expressed that the benefactor would come out and accept his thanks. Snakey decided to leave since if he accepts his thanks, he won't have a resolve to face and eat them in the future. He just hides and runs, but he couldn't help but be impressed with Jean. Jean killed that Foundation establishment snake catcher in just 30 minutes. A normal demon beast doesn't have enough intelligence. They don't know how to erase the storage bag's imprint, so they won't collect. It dawned on Snakey to loot the corpse and pick up the leftovers, but he was cautious, since the man could just be acting dead and has a trump card. With that, Snakey just left and decided not to be greedy. 3 days later, Yun Tian woke up. It took him 3 days for his body to reform. That made him angry at the old beast. He was relieved that he deployed the reincarnation pendant ahead of time and barely managed to stay alive. A mist appeared in front of him. Yun Tian was surprised that it made him cough. His master gave him 0 marks for his mental resilience, but his master didn't say more. Since Yun Tian is heavily injured, he decided to send him to the Purple Cloud sect to heal his wound. Yun Tian could only say yes to his master. A few hours later, we see a bright light, while someone casted a spell to break through the 8 levels of spiritual awareness. It was Snakey. He is frustrated that it isn't working, although the minor chi replenishing pill he obtained helped him cultivate up to the 7th level of spiritual awareness. Reaching the 8th level is still far for him. Snakey wanted to reach the Foundation establishment realm soon. He's curious if he would be able to soar the skies, if he'll be able to do that. He decided to ask Black Yellow about it later. He wondered what changes would come. After he reached the Foundation establishment, he saw something explode again. He assumed that there's 3 of them. Someone coughed as he was burnt. He complained that it was so suffocating and regretted that. Snowy learned to refine a pill. Wolf King blames Black Yellow, since it was Black Yellow who told Snowy that she has an innate sacred body perfectly suited for pill refinement. Black Yellow defended that he didn't say anything wrong, since Snowy had a single attribute, top-tier spiritual root, but he questioned where they went wrong. He had never seen that kind of talent before. The cauldron has 100% chance of exploding when refining pills. It doesn't matter how carefully he guides her. When she does, it just blows up. He's frustrated since it's the 5th explosion for that day, and if it continues, the cave will collapse. Wolf King remembered that Snowy succeeded once he narrated that she gave him one of the pills to try, though it was nothing but poison. Black Yellow replied that the pills that she made before were undercooked and Wolf King was just lucky to survive. After eating one, Snowy was crying. as she expressed that she just succeeded in refining a pill. Yahello told her to take it out and he will check. He was confused with the smell and shape. Snakey uttered that no matter how he looks at it, the black lumpy thing doesn't resemble key replenishing pill at all. Yahello suggested that, since it was Snakey who told her to make it, he should be the first one to try it, to guilt trip him further. He told Snakey not to let Snowy's hard work go to waste. Snakey refused it, saying that he's just a humble disciple and his master should take it. Instead, Snowy was under the impression that her pill is popular, and that made her happy. She assured them that she will make more so everyone can have some. They simultaneously responded, "No need." Yahello remembered that they still have an ally. Snakey thought about Husky. Husky ran away while saying that even if he's not talented, he's not stupid. Yahello ordered him to go catch 2 demonic beasts, since that was the only option they have for now. 1 hour later, Husky brought back an annoyed monkey and fish. Yahello determined that those beasts are in the 2nd and 3rd level of spiritual awareness, and that's enough. He tested a small dose on the 2nd level first. The fish immediately glowed. They saw it already broke through the 3rd level, but they realized it's actually at 4th level already, and it's still breaking through. Yahello stated that the pill is effective, and it's really a minor chi replenishing pill. Snakey was impressed that just a little chunk had that much power. He couldn't imagine if someone had swallowed the entire pill. Yahello uttered that it was as expected of a single attribute, top tier with spiritual root. It's a genius in pill refining. He boasted that his judgment was right. Snowy looked proud and touched that she's called a genius, but they noticed something wasn't right. Snakey asked what happened to the fish. To their surprise, the fish grew legs, and it ran away. Snakey stated that the fish had evolved. Yahello corrected him that it was a mutation. The fish became a monster. Snakey was relieved that the monkey was too shocked to run. Yahello saw that it fainted. He instructed them to feed the rest of the pill to the monkey. He told the monkey that it will increase its cultivation, so he should swallow it. The demon monkey's transformation went beyond Snakey's understanding. It's like it underwent the evolution of the apes. It stood upright, almost like a human. Charles Darwin would have pissed his pants seeing this. Snakey and Yahello felt overwhelmed that it just broke through 5 levels in a row and reached the 8th level of spiritual awareness in an instant. But then it fell flat on its face. Snakey asked why it isn't moving anymore. Yahello explained that the energy is so overwhelming that it went into key deviation and died. Snakey was shocked to hear that. Snowy apologized and explained that she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't know that it would kill someone. Snakey told her not to be silly, since they caught the monkey to eat it in the first place. Yahello uttered that Snowy followed every step correctly, but the results are insane. From the ingredients to the refining process, everything was right, but the effects are completely unpredictable. And the way the monkey died was familiar to Yahello. Snakey smelled something. He sniffed Snowy, and it made her blush. She asked if she smelled weird to him. Snakey told her that she smells nice. But there's something off. He asked her what cultivation technique she learned. She replied that it was called Heavenly Devil Art. Upon hearing that, Yahello got nervous. He forgot to deal with that when he helped her gain intelligence. The Heavenly Devil Art is only suitable for a demonic fiend's body, like his he had never seen a single attribute, top-tier spiritual root cultivated before. Yahello told Snowy to try to circulate her technique. Then he instructed Snakey to get away from her. Snowy did as she was told, and she released spiky vines around her. It was the Heavenly Devil Art merged with the wood's spiritual root. Yahello had never seen true ki like that before. It made him conclude that the case is solved. It must be the reason why Snowy's pills are so bizarre. Snakey, on the other hand, told her not to listen to the old dog. He encouraged her to practice if she likes it, and they just needed to find some human cultivators to test on them. He's positive that it will work out eventually. He gave her a new cauldron and ingredients. Snowy was touched that it brought tears into her eyes. Upon seeing that, Snakey got flustered. Yahello told Snakey that, since he's the one who let her refine pills, he should be the one to eat everything she makes. Snakey questioned why it had to be him when he just comforted a girl. Snakey asked if he'll be able to soar in the sky. Once he reaches the Foundation establishment, Black Yellow laughed at what he's imagining. He clarified that Foundation establishment beats don't fly. Snakey was confused because he saw Jean had done that. He lost interest on that topic, and instead asked what Black Yellow was planning. Black Yellow suggested robbing a sex pill refining hall. He opened a map of the Purple Mist sect. He told Snakey not to ask where he got it. He pointed at the pill refining room. Then he asked Snakey if he dared to do it. Snakey inquired on when they will make a move. Black Yellow replied, "Tonight." Once night fell, he planned to empty the pill refining hall of the sect. This place is the Purple Mist sect, the very same one where Yin Xian was asked to do his recovery. Purple Cloud sect, one of the 4 big sects under the Snake Catcher sect. They only accept female disciples. Their power is the same as the 3 other sects. But this sect has a huge characteristic, which is overly proud. From disciples to elders, they exude an air or arrogance. Because for the Purple Cloud sect technique, both parties must be willing. It cannot be forced, only them will have the best effect. If the female cultivator harbors resentment with a little bit of hints. At the Purple Cloud sect night backyard, someone informed Chunhua of the treasure. He risked his life to search for her. The man begs him to do dual cultivation with her. This woman, named Chunhua, called the gift a trash. She added that a toad dares to lust after a swan's flesh. Black Yellow uttered that. Snakey now knew why they rarely see people from the Purple Cloud. Outside, Snakey asked why Black Yellow explained that as long as they ask for treasures, people automatically come to them. Snakey commented that it's an amazing technique. The Purple Cloud technique's creator is astonishing and brilliant. Black Yellow forgot to tell Snakey earlier that the creator is a guy. Snakey was surprised. Black Yellow shared that the creator used to be a male, but Black Yellow doesn't know what method. He used to become a female cultivator. After that, he created a dual cultivation. And as for what happens next, Black Yellow decided not to tell Snakey, since it might ruin his state of mind. Snakey replied that he's not interested anyway. What he wants to know is how they're going to enter the barrier, because Black Yellow previously said that Purple Cloud sex barrier is not ordinary. It can only be breached from the inside. Black Yellow became a cute white fluffy dog. He showed his leg to Snakey and invited him to bite the snow white leg. Snakey yelled that it was too disgusting and his eyes had been defiled. He chomped on the leg. Black Yellow scolded him because he told him to do it gently. Black Yellow was in pain, but he managed to order Snakey to take out a big lizard to act together with him. Then Snakey will wait outside and wait for the news from Black Yellow. Snakey replied okay. At the Purple Cloud sect main gate, 2 beautiful women heard a dog howling. They were intrigued, so they decided to check. Black Yellow acted pitiful and overpowered by a lizard. The woman called her sister, New One, and pointed out that the demon beast lizard is bullying the white dog. Deep inside, Black Yellow is cursing Snakey for beating him up for real. The women rushed to the dog and made the lizard stop. The lizard ran away. A woman grabbed the white dog and commented that it's a pitiful one. Not only did it get bullied, it's also injured. They decided to bring it back and properly treat it. Snakey was puzzled that they brought Black Yellow, and just like that, he couldn't believe it actually works. When those 2 cultivators don't seem that weak either. The woman cuddled the dog, pitying it for being afraid because it kept moving around, but with Black Yellow's grin. It looked like he had other intentions for moving around, while cuddled on the woman's boobie. Snakey identified that the women are, at least in the middle stage of the chi refinement realm. He was confused as to how they are tricked so easily. Snakey thought if it's just that simple, then he could do it too. A woman heard a noise, then it saw the lizard attacking the snake. Snakey assumed that if those women saw a huge lizard bullying him, they would pity the small snake and would help him. But he was surprised when a sword hit the ground near the snake puppet. The woman was hostile. One woman expressed that the demon snake is disgusting, so they should kill it immediately. They saw the lizard and found it disgusting, so they wanted to kill it too. Snakey panicked. The lizard and snake puppet ran. He was confused as to why they saved the dog, but not the snake. Black Yellow was nervous and annoyed at this idiot for doing that, when he doesn't even have fur on his body. It was funny because, even so, Snakey tried to act cute. Black Yellow knew they shouldn't cause a big commotion. He barked and ran. The woman interpreted it as the dog getting scared. Black Yellow used an invisible talisman and ran in his head. The woman didn't know how to hug, so it was uncomfortable. The woman called her senior sister and said that the dog is gone. She asked her to look for it together. She's worried because the dog is injured, so it shouldn't move around. And since it was wounded, she assumed that it shouldn't have run too far. After a while, they still couldn't find it. They assumed that maybe it got eaten by those few spiritual cats. The senior sister told the junior sister that it has been fated, and they can't do anything further. Black Yellow used Jade Plate Release. Then he informed Snaky that he had broken all the Purple Cloud sects. Restraining Array and the Gap can only withstand for 1 hour. He ordered Snaky to quickly come by. Following the sound, transmission's direction from underground, Snaky went as fast as he could. He couldn't help but comment that the old dog is dependable. This time he replied that he's coming. Snaky arrived in black. Yellow showed him a map and pointed where the Purple Cloud sect stores their pills. There are 3 places, one in the outer sect pill room, one in the inner sect pill room, and one in the place where the disciples exchange their treasures, and that is the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Pill room are all middle to low-grade pills. Intersect pill room has upper-grade pills. It's the main place where they refine minor chi replenishing pills. Later, they will go to the inner pill room first. Then they will go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Snaky knew that the old dog's target was not the pills, but the Purple Cloud Pavilion's treasures. Snaky didn't pay attention to it that much, since they are already in there. He reasoned that it's good to steal more. There was a silhouette of a female cultivator on top of a male cultivator, and the female moaned and screamed. "I'm coming help. I can't take it anymore." Snaky was confused, so he asked if a female cultivator was getting killed. Black Yellow explained that the woman is just feeling happy. He commented that her screams are making his fist hard. Snaky was clueless. He probed as to why the woman is calling for help when she's happy, and he also asked why Snaky's fist is getting hard. Black Yellow replied that Snaky is 1 step away from full enlightenment. Again, Snaky doesn't understand. Black Yellow told him that it's nothing, and he was just praising him, since the male cultivators are going to get sucked up dry, sooner or later, and get thrown away. Black Yellow gave Snaky a piece of advice, and that was a simp won't meet a good end. Then in the bedroom that they just passed by, the man told the woman named Ling that he's thankful. Ling's cheeks were flushed, and she looked like she enjoyed herself. The man uttered that if it wasn't because she has dual cultivation with him, and gave him the foundation establishment pill, he wouldn't recover so fast. The man was the young master. Hua Ling told him that he's too polite. She told him that they're going to become Dao companions soon, so there's no need for him to be so formal. Moreover, the foundation establishment pill was given to her by a simp to release his hatred. Snaky felt the killing intent. He was confused as to why he felt a familiar but dangerous aura. Black Yellow noticed that Snaky had gotten better. Snaky was confused as to what he meant. Black Yellow told him that it was unexpected that Snaky noticed. Right beside the guest room, above them is the pill-making inner room. The scent of the minor chi replenishing pill has seeped to the ground, and he addressed that as for danger. That's because there's 2 elders guarding there. One in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and another in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Snaky will be making a commotion above there and attract one of them. Then after they are done taking the pills, they will move to the teleportation array and meet up. Snaky asked what kind of commotion. Black Yellow told him that it can be anything. He can kill someone or destroy a room, as long as it can attract the attention of a foundation establishment. Though Black Yellow advised not to overdo it. It will be enough as long as Snaky can make a distraction, but not cause a big commotion. Snaky scoffed, but he agreed. He was thinking of going up and taking a look anyway. He was sure that familiar aura earlier is definitely not a minor. Key replenishing pill Snaky knew that it was a weakened cultivator who just reached the foundation establishment realm, who's unstable. Then he felt something. He saw Yin Tian and realized that he's not dead yet, and speculated that it's because he was hurt previously and just recovered. Snaky knows that Yin Tian has a grudge on him. It made Snaky plan to take Yin Tian's life at that moment, while he's in a weakened state. Snaky inspected. and found out that the layer above is the toughest stone layer. Even if the earth-piercing spike can pierce through it, it won't be fast enough. The commotion will be big too, and he will easily get noticed. At that moment, he can clearly hear them talking, and because of that, he can sense their location. He estimated that he's less than 10 meters away from them. At that distance, using the golden scale to assassinate him is the most appropriate act. Someone knocked on the door and looked for Lady Ling. Sneaky sensed it was another male cultivator. Sneaky speculated that they would have three-way cultivation. Sneaky finds it weird, so he decided to observe for now. Besides, he's not that confident that he could take all three of them out at once. He sensed that the third person's aura isn't weak. It's even stronger than Yun Tian's. But he still hasn't reached the foundation establishment realm yet. This person is the mountain-moving sex intersex disciple, Xiao Cho, and he perfected Qi refinement realm. He told Lady Ling that he heard that she wasn't feeling well before, so he brought her supplements that he brewed himself and took a few hours. Then he can leave. Chu asked if there's someone else in the room. Ling replied that it's the young Master Hua, and he's teaching her some techniques. The man replied that the young master sure is working hard. He inquired if the young master's injuries are getting better. A woman outside laughed and commented that she had never seen such a simp before. It was unprecedented. That he's asking if his love rival's body is getting better. She knew him to be a genius, but he's still simping on Lady Ling, even when he knew that she's just using her. Chu informed Ling that he'll place it by the door. The women who gossiped uttered that Chu is just shameless. She heard that he even gave away his own foundation, establishment pill, for Ling. They called him stupid since Ling wasn't even unwell, and the supplement is just going to end up in Yun Tian's hands. Snaky heard that and realized that it's what the simp that the old dog talked about. Snaky understood that nothing good ever comes from being a simp. He wished for this man to leave and not get in the way of his work. Snaky knew the guy was gone, and he found his chance. He released his golden scale to kill. Yun Tian was surprised. Ling asked what happened. Yun Tian sensed the killing intent. He moved while yelling, "Watch out." The spike appeared from Yun Tian's legs. He screamed loudly his P. P was always hit. Ling cried out loud because her arm was hit. Snaky used gravity technique and thrust Yun Tian covered his body with his aura. Snaky expected that the power of the scales weakened. After turning around, Yun Tian checks if Ling is alright. The people outside got curious about the commotion. Ling has a hole in her head. Snaky realized that he can't kill him in one shot. Yun Tian had too many treasures on him. The simp from earlier came back too. So he can't attack. Now, he already caused a commotion. So he decided to get out of there and meet up with Yahello. Snaky ran as fast as he could. Chu entered the room and immediately searched for Ling. He told him not to get the wrong idea, and Ling was assassinated. Yun Tian questioned the poor timing. Chu accused Yun Tian that it was him who killed her. He was mad that he didn't protect her. So it was him who killed her. Chu yelled at him to die. He called him a murderer. The roof collapsed. A woman saw it from outside, and she asked what happened. He yelled at them and called them out for fighting because of jealousy. She told them to stop, and if they really wished to fight. Snaky realized that the simp was actually strong. He can fight evenly with Yun Tian. That expert from the pill room arrived too. So Snaky knew his mission was done. At the same time, an old woman was wondering why her senior sister hadn't dealt with it. Yet, she wondered what happened. Yahello was lurking. This woman is the Purple Cloud Pavilion Pill Room's foundation, establishment realm. She blamed the male cultivators for fighting over their sex disciples. Yahello was pleased that Snaky did it. Now it's his turn. He said that it would be a waste not to use such a big refining cauldron. Face smelled something. She got worried that the pill burned, but she knew it shouldn't have, since she checked all the ingredients. And she's keeping an eye on the fire. Then she speculated that senior sister added something again when she wasn't looking. She questioned if the senior sister is secretly researching new pills. Behind her back, she turned off the fire. Half of her body entered the cauldron, and she wanted to see what her sister added. She stated that the old woman hides everything from her. Otherwise, she won't get any credit if it works, and she will take the blame if it fails. Yahello pushed the woman inside the cauldron. Faye was surprised she yelled at who it was. Black Yellow was grateful that he observed in advance and knew about the two old women. With that, he set to take the pills. He used fireball technique and lit the cauldron. Faye kept screaming on who it was. She yelled to be let out. Black Yellow told her to keep screaming. He shared that there's a fight outside and no one will come to her aid, even if she screams. Snaky appeared. He was surprised to find out that Black Yellow locked the foundation establishment in the cauldron. Black Yellow told him that they will talk later. For now, they grabbed the stuff first. Snaky was surprised to find that there's so many pills. He exclaimed that they are rich. He kept the pills and brought back the ingredients for Snowy. Black Yellow commented that it's rare to see Snaky being so loud. It made him feel that the trip was worth it. Faye realized that the ones who locked her inside the cauldron are pill-stealing thieves. She vowed to kill them. Snaky replied that he might not have the courage, but he has fireball technique. He increased the flame on the cauldron, which made Faye scream out loud. Black Yellow felt proud of his disciple. Faye used Purple Cloud Golder Spell Burst. Snaky panicked since it's going to explode. Black Yellow asked him what he's panicking for. He told him to go look. The mystic yellow bell covered it up. Snaky was surprised that Black Yellow fixed the mystic yellow bellow that he obtained from the Heavenly Puppet sect. Black Yellow stated that not only he fixed it, he even strengthened it. They head to the minor teleportation array outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. But then a loud bell rang. Snaky panicked. He thought that the old woman escaped from the cauldron. Black Yellow told him that it was the sound of the mystic yellow bell. It's the Purple Cloud sect's emergency bell. He uttered that it shouldn't be happening, since there's no way that they would notice so quickly. He asked Snaky if Snaky had caused too much commotion. Snaky replied he didn't, that he just killed someone that was unexpected. But Black Yellow didn't pay attention to it further. Snaky expressed that he had a bad feeling. He told them that they shouldn't go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and they should just escape. Black Yellow argues that they already arrived at the teleportation array. He spent a lot of spiritual stones and ingredients to set it up. It can pass through the Purple Cloud Pavilion's restraints and teleport over short distances. Their plan was to go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion while everyone's distracted by the pill room. Snaky argues that the bell sound is clearly not what Black Yellow expected, since it came earlier than planned. Snaky emphasized that when one thing goes wrong, everything falls apart. He didn't want to take the risk. Black Yellow asked Snaky if Snaky would just toss him after he had used him. Black Yellow asked him why he thinks that something had gone wrong. He asked him if he had evidence or if it was just purely intuition. Snaky replied that it was his intuition. Deep down, Black Yellow knows everything has its risks. If there's no risk, there's no point to rob and cultivate. Black Yellow likes that kind of dangerous cultivation path. Never mind a 90% chance, he'd take the risk even with just a 30% chance. This is also the reason why Black Yellow was able to rise from a mortal to the world's top existence. But because of that, Black Yellow had his body destroyed. He went from being the heavenly wandering demon to what he is now. Black Yellow thought that he should learn something from Snaky. He decided to believe Snaky for once. But since the array has been placed, he suggested that they shouldn't waste it. If Snaky is using a puppet, he decided to use one too. They activated the minor teleportation array. Their puppets arrived at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Black Yellow told Snaky to search for what they need and make it quick. Snaky whined that teleportation made him dizzy. Snaky looked around and saw that each middle grade minor Q replenishing pill costs 50 contribution points, while an upper grade minor Q replenishing pill requires 70 contribution points. Then a foundation establishment pill costs 10,000 contribution points. For one, Snaky was amused to find out that everything can be exchanged with contribution points. He uttered that human cultivators have exceptional advantages, unlike the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Black Yellow struggles getting an item. Snaky asked if he found something. It was an item that Black Yellow left in the past. Snaky thought that the pills that they collected in the pill room are enough for him to cultivate until the perfected spirit awareness realm. He knew he'd waste too much time if he got greedy. He decided to take this time to learn some new techniques. Black Yellow saw something. It was a treasure gourd that costs 20 million contribution points. He struggled meanwhile. Snaky felt that his head was getting heavier. He didn't know that Black Yellow was unintentionally stepping on him. He thought his brain was growing. Black Yellow's puppet got the item. He told Snaky that there was an ambush, and to quickly cut the connection. Black Yellow grabbed Snaky and used Earth Traversal Technique. Snaky asked what happened when he hadn't finished reading it. Black Yellow replied that someone strong is coming, and that person is in the Golden Core realm. So they had to run the woman, is Purple Cloud's sex ancestor, Hiluowa, and she's in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She uttered that they are making a fool of themselves by showing her a mere teleportation array. She held with her powers the puppets and asked them what they had come to the Purple Cloud sect for. But she noticed that they aren't resisting at all. She activated the Mountain Protection Array and sealed off all the Purple Cloud sect's exit. She strictly ordered that not even a mosquito will be let out. Then she called all the disciples to assemble at the plaza. While running away, Snaky expressed that it's too bad that he only managed to read half of the mountain, connecting deep ravine. Black Yellow admitted that he miscalculated, but he was grateful that Snaky is smart and they only sent a puppet, which they can just remake. Snaky remembered that. Black Yellow told him that the Golden Core realm won't interfere. Black Yellow replied that no one expected that. The Purple Cloud sect is crazy. He didn't expect to attract the ancestor just by stealing pills. The Golden Core ancestor's lifespan is at their end. Every time they come out, it's consuming their life. By rights, they will only appear when the sect is in great danger. Black Yellow was thinking how close it was. He was thankful that his idea hit him and was able to take the most expensive gourd. If he directly takes the demonic mirror, they will most likely suspect his identity. Snaky asked what it was Black Yellow cursed. After realizing that not only did they triple the array, they also changed the layout. Snaky inquired if they can still go outside. Black Yellow replied yes, but they have to decipher it again. It will take at least 1 hour. Snaky was surprised to hear that. He asked if they could forcefully break it using his golden scales. Black Yellow replied Snaky's golden scale is amazing, but it can only handle a foundation establishment realm. It can't handle the 3-layered array. Moreover, if they want to forcefully break it, he can also do it, but it will immediately get them noticed. Black Yellow told Snaky to dodge. It was the old hag's divine consciousness. Snaky was worried that they got noticed. Black Yellow assured Snaky that he strengthened the invisible talisman, so the old hag won't notice them. Snaky commented that the ancestor is hiding in the Purple Cloud sect. To ambush them, it was wicked. Snaky thought that she also guessed that they were hiding somewhere, deciphering the array. Luo Hua told the members that some thieves got into their sect, and now they're sealing the entire sect to catch them. And because they caught the demonic beasts, no one is allowed to enter and leave. One member raises the concern that the sect master hasn't returned yet, but Luo Hua didn't make an exception. They all replied that they understood. She gave them a life force detecting talisman. So if any being with cultivation enters a 10-meter radius, it lights up. The range might be small, but the effect is top-notch. Even if the target is using a Golden Core level concealment treasure, they won't be able to hide. There are only 100 talismans. After the Foundation establishment elders receive theirs, the rest will be distributed at random. She instructed those with a life force detecting talismans to go and locate the demonic beasts. A woman expressed that even though 300,000 points is tempting, she didn't want to take the risk. The other woman told her to stop complaining, because if she's heard by the elders, she will get punished. A Purple Cloud sect intersect disciple, Huang Yu, approached the senior sister and told her that if she doesn't want it, she can give it to her because she doesn't mind enduring the hardship. The senior sister decided to give it to her. Then the senior sister expressed that she's lucky. She uttered that people like you never understands. It's because she believes that if one can endure hardship, they will keep giving her more. The other woman replied that even if you came from a farmer's family, she's still one of the talented in their generation. The senior sister agreed that you is a single, upper grade, earth spiritual root. They expect you to reach foundation, establishment realm within 3 years. But she refused to cultivate the Purple Cloud sects. Dual cultivation technique when she's been in the sect for 5 years. and only reached the 7th level of Chi refinement. They gossip that Yu risks her life hunting demonic beasts every day, but it doesn't compare to what they get from just one session of dual cultivation. Yu is thinking that as long as she earns 300,000 contribution points, she will reach the Foundation Establishment realm within a year. She believes that after exchanging Mountain, connecting Deep Ravine, she will be able to leave the Purple Cloud sect, and the event is her fortuitous encounter. She sees it as her one and only chance, so she's determined to find that demonic beast. An ancestor's divine consciousness didn't manage to detect it, so she thought that there's a big chance that the demonic beasts are hiding underground and are trying to decipher the array. She used the Earth Traversal technique and searched along the perimeter. She was positive that she would find it at the same time. Somewhere around the perimeter, Yin Tian was in a dire condition. He was fortunate that the array activated at the right time and helped him block the attack. Otherwise, he might die together with the madman. Someone yelled at him to come out. It was Chu Yintian told this madman that the Purple Cloud sect said that a demonic beast infiltrated. He stated that Ling died at the hand of the said demonic beast. Chu replied that he doesn't care about the demonic beast. He was set to kill Yin Tian first. Yin Tian told him that he's insane. He explained that the array has been activated, which means that Chu can't come in and he can't come out. With that, Chu can't kill him. Yin Tian walked away. He went back to heal his injuries. He threatened Chao that if he sees him again, he's dead for sure. They found a talisman. They immediately broke it and planned to inform their ancestor. The woman clenched her fist. Then Lu Hua appeared and grabbed those girls. She's pissed off to deal with puppets again. She ordered everyone to keep searching and not let a single corner unchecked, including the places that have already been searched. Snaky asked Black Yellow on how much longer he needs, since the puppets can't hold off the purple sect anymore. They have already killed more than 100 lizards, which brings down to only 10 units left, and one investigating a small snake without any battle power. Black Yellow replied that he's almost done in 15 minutes. He encouraged Snaky to keep it up. Snaky sensed that someone was coming from underground, so he wanted to check. You complained that the puppets are quite strong. She felt that there's definitely something off, that anyone who gets close ends up distracted by puppets. It made her think that the demonic beast is most likely hiding nearby. Snaky identified the earth type, 7th level of the Chia refinement realm. He could kill her with one strike, using the earth-piercing spike and golden scale. But he knew that if he attacks, he'll be exposed unless he had no choice. Snaky knew not to act recklessly. He decided to kill her if she reached 10 meters. Snaky felt that she was 50 meters away. Then, at 30 meters, she stopped. It's because you had a bad feeling about it. She felt that something with a strong killing intent has locked onto her, and it could kill her at any moment. If she took another step forward, she'll die for sure. She thought about the 300,000 contribution points. She knew that if she died, there's no point in having 300,000. She willed herself to calm down, since she knew that staying cautious is the key to survival. She believes that there's hope as long as one survives. She must stay alive if she wants to get strong. Lu Hua saw her and asked if she had searched the area. Yu was surprised to see the elder. The elder noticed that she stammered and asked why. She replied that she came up from the underground and was a little tired, and all the while a deadly spike pokes her, but what a move. Sneaky. She couldn't tell the truth, since at that range, she'll be surely killed, then the others would surely take the credit. She told the elder that she searched in front and there's nothing. Lu Hua finds it strange that they couldn't find the demonic beast. Snaky was relieved, since if the woman acted strangely, he would have to kill her. He made the earth-piercing strike disappear, thanks to the woman being cautious. Not only did she save herself, but she also saved the beasts. Snaky knew that the girl isn't ordinary, because judging by that earth-type technique, her spiritual roots must be pretty strong. It made him wonder as to why she's only in the 7th level of the Chi refinement realm. Black Yellow told him to stop muttering. Since they pulled it off, they got ready to move. Luawa learned that the array at the southwest was broken. As she expected, those beasts escaped. She tried to see if they could run away from the palm of her hand. She's certain that those guys didn't expect that. She added a thin layer of consciousness on the array. Any living being that passes through that layer will get marked by a divine consciousness. Stigma that can't be detected. The lady saw their ancestors left in a hurry. She yelled at the beasts on where they were going. Yahello commented that she got there fast. Snaky asked how she found them. Then it made him think that there's a consciousness stigma. On the array, Hua learned that there's two beasts. Snaky and Yahello used Earth traversal technique. Hua made sure that none of them would be able to escape. She used the celestial golden arms bowl. The ground on where Snaky and Yahello was being detached. Something gathered at the bowl. The bowl was absorbing the area around them. Snaky reminded Yahello that he has a trump card. He urged him to hurry up and use it, otherwise they are done for. Yahello replied that he doesn't. He panicked as he's getting absorbed. Snaky yelled that if he goes out with Yahello next time, it would make him worse than a dog. Yahello was planning to wait until that old hag got closer, but she's catching on to them using the treasure, which led him to think that he had no choice now. He had to do it, so he called something to come out. The bowl that Hua was holding slipped her hands. When the mountain-moving sex ancestor, Wu Yao, appeared, she was right. Yao was half a step away from the nascent soul realm. Yao told this old lady to leave some room when dealing with others. Otherwise, they'll fight to death, and it won't end well for her. Hua realized that the mountain-moving's ancestors' corpse was stolen by them. Not only that, she learned that they also made him into a puppet that can cultivate himself. Yahello told her that although Yao is not as strong as he was when he's still alive, it's still enough to kill an early stage of the golden core. Like Hua, he told her to scram if she didn't want to die. Yahello told Snaky to head back first, while he held her back. Snaky doubted that what Yahello had just said was true, so he had to verify. Yahello tapped Snaky's head and told him to stop dilly-dallying and go. Snaky asked why he didn't say that earlier. After that, he's off. Hua thinks that the dog is trying to scare her, but she knew that the moment the corpse appeared, her celestial golden alms bowl broke apart. Yahello sighed. Yahello glanced at her. He can also circulate the remaining golden core in his body to cast a technique that might scare people off, but he can't do anything else. Yahello knew that the golden core inside Yao was barely the size of nail. Snaky finds it weird that Yahello hasn't shown up yet. He knew that if what Yahello said was true, that the corpse is so strong, then it could easily kill that old hag. It made him wonder as to why Yahello made him run away. He also pondered that if Yahello's words were a lie, just going back meant asking for death, and that maybe Yahello is strong and he would just hold him back if he returns. Snaky slapped his face and told himself that he can't keep making excuses for his weaknesses. He decided that no matter what happens, he won't leave Yahello behind and run away by himself. Secondly, he won't recklessly seek death either. With those two things in mind, he needs to figure out what he can do. They were in a standoff. Hua knew that the stalemate wasn't getting them anywhere. She decided to launch a small attack to test out Yao. She released a purple cloud. Silver Needle, Yao yelled that the old hag is seeking death for herself, and she shouldn't blame him for it. Yahello decided to start with a flashy spell to throw her off. Then he planned to make a quick escape while she's distracted. Hua was surprised that the silver needles got corroded. Then Yao created a monster like mist. Hua knew that there's no way that the mountain moving sex ancestors knew that kind of technique. She had determined that he must be a demonic cultivator. Yao replied that no one cares about the righteous path or demonic path. He claimed that if it can kill people, then it's a good path. With that answer, Hua determined that he's a demonic cultivator. She planned to eliminate him. To protect the righteous path, she used primordial golden light burst. Yao replied that she's too weak. When a mist disappeared, she was surprised to see him gone. She was pissed that she was tricked. Hua noticed that the enemy used stealth. She then used the 1,000-layered divine consciousness array. She was determined to kill the enemy. Yahello didn't expect her to have a wide divine consciousness technique. He knew that it's impossible to guard against that, which rendered stealth useless. And with the old hag's speed, He knew that she'll catch up to him soon. Black Yellow knew that the purple miasma plague is still too weak, except for the small amount of power at the beginning. Everything that follows is just for show. He's aware that he needed to use a stronger attack. To hold her down longer, he thought that the technique is Rashomon, but realized that it's too strong. He's afraid that the golden core will be exhausted before he even manages to cast it. Black Yellow sensed the parade of 100 ghosts. He knew that it isn't good either. Since an Earth spiritual root corpse can't cast it, he determined that he had to do it himself. But Black Yellow's powers still haven't recovered yet. But to his surprise, a sword appeared in front of him. Knew that if his Earth traversal technique was as fast as Snaky's, he would have escaped long ago. He decided to gamble again. Black Yellow made Yao inhale deeply. Then he used the Soul Suppression Requiem. His body starts to disintegrate because of the attack. Black Yellow learned that the old hag is dead set on attacking him, even if he gets hurt at this point. Black Yellow is also gravely injured, and if he takes 2 more hits, he's finished even if his essence soul can escape. He will have to go in a slumber for 1,000 years. The drain from casting across. Spiritual root technique drove him crazy. That technique had depleted 1/3 of his golden core, and if he used it 2 more times, it would be completely wiped out. Luo used a technique called 3 pure evil killing. Black Yellow knew that was bad, but something from the ground deflected the sword. Black Yellow was shocked by Snaky. Even Luo was. Luo knew that because she placed a stigma on him, he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Black Yellow saw her fly away. Snaky appeared in front of Black Yellow. Black Yellow scolded him because he already told him to escape. He asked him why he returned. Snaky asked Black Yellow if he could control the puppet. Black Yellow asked if he's talking about the mountain-moving sect. Ancestor Snaky replied yes. Black Yellow told him that since Snaky learned the puppet technique, of course he can control it. And with the level of divine consciousness, his body might collapse just from controlling it for a little while. Snaky expressed that since he and the mountain-moving sect, Ancestor, are both Earth's spiritual roots, he wanted to give it a shot. Black Yellow told him that he definitely won't be able to handle it by himself. He offered to assist him and try, but Black Yellow warned him that he has to cooperate with him, that if they're out of sync, they will be both finished. He plans to slowly transfer his divine consciousness to him. Snaky was determined, then it looked like he was in pain. Black Yellow told him not to force himself, that if he really can't handle it, he should dissolve the divine consciousness immediately and escape. Black Yellow told him that the golden core inside the puppet can still cast 2 techniques. It should be enough to cover his retreat. Snaky insists that they will leave together. He urged Black Yellow to hurry up and think of something. Snaky bled through his eyes and mouth. Black Yellow has a divine, exploding pill that can boost Snaky's body and divine consciousness for a short time, but the side effects are brutal if it doesn't work. He's afraid that Snaky won't even have the strength to escape. Snaky insists that he knows what he's doing. He told Black Yellow to feed him the exploding pill. Luo saw that Snaky, that little bastard, came back too. Black Yellow spoke softly to say to Snaky that Snaky will handle the casting technique, while he catalyses the golden core. Luo saw that the scales are not ordinary. She saw it as a material to make a golden core treasure. She was grateful for the material. She was ready to kill them both. Black Yellow gave the cue on Snaky. Snaky used the Great Earth Shield. She used 3 pure evil killing to pierce them. Black Yellow was surprised that Snaky is eating 3 at the same time. He wondered if Sneaky was already trying to kill himself, but Sneaky replied that it was just his instinct. It's telling him that he can do it. And at this point we see this huge purple dragon aura that has manifested through our boy. He told Black Yellow to catalyze the golden core, and he'll cast a technique. He prayed that his divine, demonic cauldron would be able to withstand it. Otherwise, they will all die there. Yao exudes powerful energy. Luo was concerned about that commotion. Something from the ground appeared a centimeter in front of her. It nearly got this old hag. It was the earth-piercing strike. The same one that Snaky used to poke the ladies but earlier. But this time it's really freaking huge. Luo stepped back when she saw the earth-piercing strike. She couldn't believe it was huge, which made her think that it was clearly a mountain. She felt relieved that she activated the protection technique. Beforehand, she cursed at them for making her miserable. Snaky used another earth-piercing strike. Even he was surprised that he can still go on. Our boy is on a roll. I just hope nothing bad happens to him while trying to break his limits. Snaky released several earth-piercing strikes. Our boy is really determined to kill this old hag. Luohua commented how endless it has become. Yahello notices how the earth-piercing strike is being cast, one after another. It is what he expected of the finest grade Earth's spiritual root. The depletion of the ancestors' golden core is less than when Yahello was controlling him, and Cloud breaking sail. Snaky saw that Luohua flies too high. The earth-piercing strike can't reach her. They cursed upon realizing that. She's countering every technique with the right response. Luohua broke the ornament in her hair. She expressed that she underestimated them, but it was about time that she ended it. She used pearl flower. Luohua challenged them to see how long they could hold on. She speculated that the mountain-moving ancestors' golden core is going to exhaust soon. She wondered how a golden core that has died a few centuries ago and has long become a dried corpse is going to compare to her. Yahello agreed with her. Even though Snaky's Earth-type technique has low consumption, a third of the golden core has been exhausted. The ancestor won't be able to hold on for long. Snaky replied that they will have to bet on a big one. Snaky was talking about the mountain connecting deep ravine. He opened a scroll. Yahello did what Snaky said. Snaky started the spell. Yahello had observed that. The Snaky now isn't the same cowardly snake who used to fear death. Snaky learned all the Earth-type techniques instantly. Yahello was surprised when Snaky grabbed him. Snaky told Yahello to get ready to cast the ultimate skill. They used mountain connecting deep ravine. The mountain moving's ancestors' left eye glowed in red, while the right one glowed in purple. If the old hag won't run away. Luohua couldn't believe that. They just used mountain connecting deep ravine. The mountain connecting deep ravine is something that the founding sect leader obtained from the mountain, moving ancestor at a great cost. Over hundreds of years, no one in the Purple Cloud sect is able to fathom it. Even all the previous sect masters are unable to do it. From several million contribution points, its price keeps decreasing, but there's still no one who can learn it. She couldn't believe that the snake learned it. In a moment, she finds it strange. But whether it's real or not, she knew that she had to retreat first. But her path was blocked with the sudden rising of cliffs. She got enclosed. Snaky's skill was just too incredible at this point. Controlling the whole terrain at this level was just unbelievable. Yahello told her to die. Luohua didn't expect two beasts to be able to force her into the situation. But since it has come to that, she had no choice but to take out the memento given to her by his Tao companion. She used teleport. Yahello was surprised that she used a minor teleportation talisman. The old hag had escaped. Snaky asked what it was. Yahello explained that it's the same as the minor teleportation array. However, the minor teleportation talisman is instantaneous. The price is steep though. It requires the rare void stone to create one. Once activated, one can cast the teleportation technique that only a nascent soul cultivator is able to perform once. Snaky replied that no matter what, he wants her dead. It made her pale right at that moment. She knew she fucked up. She saw the earth rising. She could tell that it's not the mountain connecting deep ravine. It is different from what was recorded in the jade slip. Snaky told her to dye the earth, then formed into a large snake. This is Snaky's version of mountain connecting deep ravine. Luohua simultaneously casted Heavenly Thunder Bead, Fire Cloud, Talisman Green, Deadly Needle, and Explosion Talisman. It reaches the large snake made of rocks. But in return, the snake gave her a vicious look as it touched the ground. Luohua used all her treasures, but none of her attacks worked. Snaky wouldn't let her escape. Yahello encouraged Snaky to kill her. The rock snake attacked Luohua. She took a direct hit and coughed up blood. Her ribs broke. She called for Gale. The Gale talisman helped her escape. They watch her get away, but with the heavy injuries she had, they knew that she could just go into seclusion and wait for death. The ancestor's golden core has been exhausted too. Yahello and Snaky don't have the power to chase after her anymore. Yahello got excited, since he knew that the last technique is Snaky's own creation. He exclaimed that it was awesome. He got worried when he saw Snaky's condition. Snaky was on his back and not moving. Yahello thought he fainted, even when he's too weak. Snaky told Yahello that she's not completely dead yet. He asked him to chase after her. It's quite funny that Snaky still won't stop even after fainting. It was Yahello, and right now he's dragging Snaky, as he was too exhausted to even move. Snaky still wanted to kill the old hag, but Yahello told him to forget about it for now, or they will be the ones who will get killed. He's firm that they should retreat first. Then, out of nowhere, Snaky's body got covered by an earth armor. Yahello didn't expect this. He wondered just how many backup plans did Snaky have, that he can even automatically defend himself, even after fainting. But because of this, dragging Snaky became much more difficult. He thought that, although all these treasures that the old hag left behind are already broken, they may still be usable after some fixing, and after a few more minutes. The voices of the disciples of Purple Cloud sect were heard. The reinforcements are here. Yahello promised Snaky that sooner or later he will turn this battle around. But for now, they need to survive first. Yahello and Snaky vanished as he used stealth. At the same time, Purple Cloud sect, everyone listened to the order. Search the mountain immediately. The old hag was desperate that she even wanted them to search underground, just to find Snaky and Yahello. Qingzu told them that she'll bring the ancestor back to the sect to heal first. Then she reiterated that every elder and disciple should listen to the order and search the mountain to find the demonic snake and dog, dead or alive, and whoever finds them will be rewarded with 300,000 contribution points. Everyone acknowledged the sect master's word. One woman told her sisters that the demonic beast almost killed an ancestor who was in the Golden Core realm. She uttered that they're basically seeking death if they go now, and they won't be able to fight it. But they can't disobey the sect master's order, so they decided to put on a show. A week later, the news about the Purple Cloud sect spread like a storm, engulfing the entire southern city of Chu country. People talked about how mysterious demonic beasts infiltrated the Purple Cloud sect deep in the night to steal the pills. The public knew that those beasts were being hunted by the 5th generation ancestor. However, the ancestor was unable to defeat them and got gravely injured and retreated. Another breaking news is that a snake and a dog stole the mountain moving's ancestor's corpse into a puppet and was used to defeat the Purple Cloud sect ancestor. He ordered to raise the bounty by 10-fold. At the Carefree sect, Yang Zi commented that the dog and the snake were interesting. He gave it 10 points. He assumed that it was them who destroyed his clone back then. Yin Tian replied that back when he was hunting the elephant, they lost a lot of disciples, and puppets and earth-piercing spikes were involved too. Yang Zi told Yin Tian to go contact the Snake Catcher Sect's headquarters and ask them to issue a joint bounty. He commented that it has been a long time since it gets so lively. A poster of a snake and a dog was on the bulletin board. It announced that those who managed to catch them will be awarded 200 spiritual stones and 300,000 contribution points. Those who kill them will be awarded 300 spiritual stones and 800,000 contribution stones. That amount is unheard of. A young man told a guy that even a golden core got injured, but the man insists, saying that the fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, at the border of Qin country, Geese Descending River official boat. The news about the mountain moving's ancestor becoming a puppet was reported Qin Xuanji, the heavenly puppet sect's great elder, also called the 1,000 Puppet King. He was curious, and if possible, at Chu country, southern region near Myriad Snake Valley, at the Snake Catcher Sect's branch hall construction site, Wen Zhao told his subordinate to relay the order, to work faster and to try to complete it within half a year. Although Wen Zhao always had some lead about that snake and dog, the previous bounty was too low. So, He deemed that now is the right time to provide them with some leads. He noticed that recently the storm has been gathering at that place. It made him think that something big is about to happen. The divination also states that there will be a great misfortune. No matter what, once Wenzel got the reward, he planned to leave the place. And he thinks that no matter how big the problem is, it won't have anything to do with him. At Snaky's cave, Husky. The Wolf King was worried that Snaky had been unconscious for a week. Snaky was groaning. So he thought that Snaky is having a nightmare again. Snaky was dreaming of the bad guys he encountered, and all of them were haunting him. Then a mythical creature appeared, asking Snaky if Snaky felt that he's never strong enough. He asked who this person was. It is the divine demonic cauldron. Snaky asked his senior if he could teach him the complete techniques. The senior replied that the complete technique is within Snaky's heart. He needs to comprehend it himself. Others won't be able to teach him. Snaky was surprised when the ground was breaking apart. The senior told him that the time is running out. The senior wished this descendant of his clan to comprehend it properly. He knew that Snaky's path would be 10 times harder than the others. But once he breaks through, Snaky will be 10 and even 100 times stronger than them. He reminded Snaky that the key to comprehending is to go against. Snaky woke up and jumped up, asking what it meant. He was frustrated that the senior spoke in riddles. Snaky's sudden movement made his head hit Husky in the jaw. Husky was surprised that Snaky is finally awake. Sneaky was so dizzy Husky told him not to move around too much. Yahello said that it's the side effect of using a divine explosion pill. Sneaky asked where Yahello and Snowy were. Husky replied that Yahello has something to do. So he went out, and Snowy made a pill making cave abode nearby. Snaky noticed that the scales that he previously plucked out have grown back. It even increased in numbers. Not only that, when he was unconscious, he broke through into the 8 levels of the spirit awareness realm. He wondered if it's because he honed his skill during the fight, or if it's because of that he is in his dragon realm. He wondered where the old dog went. If Yahello was there, Snaky would have asked him about the flaws in his technique. Snaky remembered that Yahello said that there's a 90% chance of succeeding, but he cursed at him. Since they got hunted down by a golden core and almost died, he saw the items they brought, and it made Snaky comment that the harvest was abundant. There's a minor chi replenishing pill, divine explosion pill, chi restoration pill, lesser yang powder. There are even 2 of the most precious foundation establishment pills. These pills are enough for Snaky to eat until he reaches the foundation establishment. As for the herbs, the pill-making cauldron and pill-making jade slip can be given to Snowy. Snaky stated how all those were all obtained through life and death situations. If Yahello weren't there, he wondered how he would manage. He knew that he wouldn't have stolen the spiritual chicken. He also wouldn't have learned Earth-type technique, and also won't go to the Purple Cloud sect. Snaky could see that he would still be a small demonic snake, who's only in the early stage of the spirit awareness realm, hiding in a corner where no one will notice. Then his lifespan will come to an end in 10 years and end up as ashes. He said that the lifespan of a snake is only 10 years or so. If they don't fight with heaven and earth and humans, then it's a puzzle on how they will live a long life. He realized that he should thank Yahello. But when Snaky imagined him being conceited, he didn't feel like doing it anymore. Snowy was happy to see Snaky awake. Snowy invited him to her new cave abode and wanted to show him the pills that he refined. Snaky told her not to rush. Snowy offered to carry him, but she told him Husky could do it too. Snaky replied that he can walk by himself. They arrived at the place. Snaky's eyes widened. Snowy told him that it's a good one. She narrated that Yahello even helped her set up an array to reinforce the cave and prevent explosions. Snaky asked how long he had been unconscious. Snowy replied that it's about 10 days to half a month. Then Snowy excitedly gave things to Snaky. Snaky was surprised that there were a lot. Snowy replied that she wanted to repay him. Then she gave him tons of pills. Snaky replied that he already has enough pills, so she should keep those. Snowy told him not to look down on her. She boasted that she did the pills right, that it won't kill anyone, but they're also very effective. She was proud that a dog would praise them. By dog, Sneaky asked if she's pertaining to Husky, since it doesn't look like Snaky believes Snowy. Snowy told him to have a sniff. Snaky did, and he realized that it had the aura of a strength enhancement pill. Snowy replied yes, and asked him if he wanted to try it. Snaky suggested that they should let the pig try it first. Snowy was confused. They looked at the pig pen, and Snaky assumed that Snowy raised those pigs to test the pills. Snowy replied that the place doesn't have any pigs. Snaky realized those weren't pigs. Snowy replied that there's a simple explanation. She grabbed one rat and made it swallow a pill to show Snaky. The rat grew in size as it developed muscles. Snowy explained that demonic beasts prioritize body size. Snowy explained that as long as the strength-increasing pill is consumed, even a rat can defeat a cat. She threw the rat back into the cage. Snaky was dubious that the pill can be considered strength. Increasing one, she told Snaky to watch the rat. The rat releases a powerful punch towards the wall. Now Snowy encouraged Snaky to try it out. She tries to make him swallow a pill, but Snaky refuses and suggests that he has to catch a cultivator and have him try it first. Snowy told him that he can keep it for now, since she has a bunch of others anyway. She also shoved him some minor key replenishing pill, divine increasing pill bone enhancement pill, and blood replenishing pill. Snaky looked overwhelmed, but he still replied that he'll keep it. Snowy noticed an insignia. Snaky explained that it's a secret insignia. It means that there are valuable items inside, so he can't show it to anyone. It looked like a skull though. Sneaky told Snowy that she can continue doing her stuff, since he still has something to deal with. Snowy inquired if it's to avoid being pursued. Snowy told him that before Yahello left. He placed a detection talisman for miles around. If humans get close, they will be able to detect it. Sneaky replied that it's great. It means that he can rest and go cultivate. He thinks that if he lets her make poison, she might end up poisoning herself and die, and if they aren't careful, they might end up poisoning themselves first, then the whole village after that. Not a single blade of grass will be left alive for miles. Snaky thought that since he isn't lacking in pills, he would focus on cultivation first. After the battle in the Purple Cloud sect, all of his puppets have been destroyed. Only a small investigation snake without any battle power is left. Snaky thought that he needed to think of a way to fill up the gap. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Unfortunately, he didn't have the materials needed to make puppets. Only the Heavenly Puppet sect has those. He saw that the mountain isn't short on stones, so he thought he could make some stone puppets. For now, although it's low level and can't fool anyone, he thought that it's still better than nothing. The strength of a stone puppet is only mid-stage of the chi. Refinement realm, it can handle simple movements and scouting, but it can't cast any techniques. The only attack it can do is throw stones. If Snaky let the Heavenly Puppet sect see it, he knew that they would laugh at how silly it is. Snaky is glad that he has an earth spiritual root. He made the puppet use earth-type technique and stone technique. The rocks that it threw broke a tree. Snaky had observed that a single puppet strength is just average, but if they all attack together, their combined power isn't so bad. He decided that if a single puppet doesn't work, then he'll just win with numbers. If 30 don't work, then he'll use 50. If it still doesn't work, he'll use 100 of them. Snaky also dug some granite to try to control more of them. He gathers enough stones to make 500 puppets. First, he saw that his storage bag had no more space. Fortunately, he still has that storage jade stone. Then he noticed that the detection talisman, 30 miles ahead, just went out. He was alarmed, especially since he doesn't know if it's a passerby or a cultivator. He released a puppet. He can't just casually use his divine consciousness, or the ones worn by the mountain moving sect, and the person looked injured. We got close. He was surprised to see that it's the Purple Cloud sect simp. Snaky quickly rolled to arrive at its location. When he was about to eat the man, Snaky realized something. He saw that the man looked like he lost a lot of blood. He started off with a blood replenishing pill. He fed the guy the pill. It's his first time saving a human, so he counted that as doing a good deed. He saw the wound being healed. He was shocked that it's working already. He knew that the person's strength is incredible. He backed up just in case. The man had a terrifying expression that shocked Snaky. 10 breaths later, Snaky panicked because there were no signs of the blood stopping. If it keeps up, it will never stop. He had to stop the bleeding. He tried to block it, but it wasn't enough. He tried to block the mouth some more, but the blood pooled in his mouth. He realized that his tail is quite effective. The blood-replenishing pill worked so effectively that he had to use an attack to stop it. Snaky saw that the man's complexion is looking better. It made him conclude that the blood-replenishing pill does work. But then the man still looks ill. Snaky realized that it might be hurt somewhere else and see. So he slapped the man to wave him up and say something. Snaky finds it strange that the man is still unconscious, since the man isn't talking. Snaky decided to look inside the man's storage bag. He was curious as to what kind of treasure this man is hiding, to be scared of showing it to others. Snaky saw some bread and pickled vegetables. He questioned why this man is so poor. Snaky uttered that those who don't understand the situation might think that he caught a mortal. Snaky opened what he thought was a diary. It was stated there about the Ling giving the man a precious silk, but he only returned the favor with a foundation establishment pill. But he thinks Ling doesn't mind. The man felt lucky and fortunate. The simp logged about how he spent 30 spiritual stones to buy a fairy. In Ling's clothes, Ling told him that she won't sell it to others, even if they offer her 100 spiritual stones. She only sold it to him. The man thinks that Ling really cares for him. There was also a log about him being beaten by the young Master Hua. He wanted to fight back, but didn't because Ling liked someone honest. Snaky couldn't bear to read it anymore. He thought that the human had gone mad. There was no doubt that he's broke. Snaky thinks that it would be unbelievable if he has more money. Snaky realized that since this man shows different expressions, it means that his body still feels things. It's just that he can't wake up. Since Snaky finds a man so pitiful, he decided to help him till the end. He woke him up first by using a divine awakening pill. It clears the mind and stimulates the spirit. It is an essential medicine. Snaky didn't like that the smell was too strong. The pill was thrown in the air. Snaky refused to believe that he can't stuff it in. Chu puked the pill again. Snaky complained that it's disgusting. Snaky noticed how the smell is getting stronger. He speculated that it's because the saliva got on the medicine, and it's starting to vaporize. Snaky was surprised that the guy had woken up. Snaky vomited because of how disgusting his environment is. He got worried because Chow won't stop vomiting, and if it continues, he might die from it. He took out the beast taming ring and was about to use earth traversal, but he vomited again. Chow asked Snaky to just give him a quick death. Snaky dragged him using the beast taming ring and replied that Chow should stop talking. He yelled at him that he worked so hard to save him. Snaky realized that the divine awakening pill truly refreshes people's brains. It made him want to vomit his brain out. Yin Tian told his senior brothers and sisters that around 100 miles to the south should be the location, when one Zhao divined. Yin Tian is with Zhui Yangzi's disciples, namely Wu Muchu Wang Ping, Lu Fei, and Su Bai. Chu asked his junior brother, Yin Tian, if he is all right since his arm just got attached. Bei hoped Yin Tian's divination was accurate. He warned Yin Tian not to let the trip go to waste. Fei replied that whether it's accurate or not, they will know once they get there. Someone agreed that she's right. Ping sniffed its stinks so much that it was hard for them to bear. They retreated and took a detour. Meanwhile, Chow was tied up and had difficulty breathing. Snaky saw Snowy and Husky. He immediately instructed them to pack their stuff and get ready to move. In a blink of an eye, it was done. And Snowy informed Snaky that everything has been packed and they are ready to go. Snaky was surprised that they did it so fast. Snowy informed them that while Snaky was unconscious, the old dog rehearsed with them. Husky reported that he's ready too. Snaky was impressed that he pats Husky, while saying that he's dependable. Cho was confused on what's going on. He questioned if he's still alive. Snaky informed that the pet was hurt, so he told her to give Chu medicine and let him have a good sleep while healing his wound. Snowy complied. Husky holds the head while she shoots the medicine in Chow's mouth. As soon as Chow swallowed the pill, he fell asleep. Instantly, Husky was surprised. Snaky told them to wait because Black Yellow hasn't returned yet. Snowy replied that Black Yellow said before that if they are moving due to an emergency, there's no need to leave him a hint. He has his ways of finding them. Snaky agreed that with Black Yellow's skill, there's no way they can't find them. Snaky had learned that. Black Yellow told them not to leave hints behind, because he is afraid that they will get found out by the cultivators. He thought it was thoughtful of him. Upon realizing that, they thought of using that method to lay a counter-trap. Husky replied that he knew a lot of good places on the mountain. Meanwhile, the cultivators face a boulder because, according to Zhao, when Zhao's divination, it should be in front. Faye asked why she couldn't see the entrance of the cave. She wondered if there's a concealing array. She used Mystic Sun sword technique to break it. They were surprised to see that there's no one. It made them wonder if Wenjue got it wrong. But they also considered the idea that the demonic beast ran away. Muchu felt a lingering demonic snake spiritual energy in the cave, so he knew Wenjue got it right. He knew that they were a step behind, and the beasts had already run away. He ordered them to use the snake-catching secret technique to track the demonic beast, and if they find anything, they should notify everyone immediately. Yun Tian felt that the aura had disappeared in a strange location. It made him wonder if the demonic beast is hiding underneath the swamp. He felt unfortunate that he just reverted to the Foundation establishment realm, and his divine consciousness isn't fully restored yet, so he can't detect it completely. He said that the demonic snake is cunning. He just recovered from grave injuries, so he knew not to take any risk. He ordered his men to blast the area and check it. His men used exploding talismans. Something came out. It was a large mouth. Several gigantic crocodiles appeared. They recognized that it was crocodile kings, and they got tricked. Faye sensed where the aura disappeared. She was being called by one of her men, but she shushed them. She expressed that she has a bad feeling and told them not to make any commotions. Then a man got bitten and yelled that it hurts. Faye told this idiot to stop. It was too late. They ran as the poisonous killer bees chased them. Faye ordered them to throw an exploding talisman and retreat. His men complained that there's too many of them. One man got caught and the bees covered his face. He tried calling for help, but he got already abandoned. At the same time, another troop got tricked. Machu told everyone to stop, because it is the territory of the Burning Sun Eagle, a powerful demonic beast in the Foundation establishment realm. Although he can handle it, he's uncertain if more will come if he kills one of them. He could feel that the demonic snake left its aura behind to purposely lure them into a trap. He ordered everyone to retreat at once. The ground shook. Mushu asked, "What's with the commotion?" Those men were hit by the elephant's trunk. Machu witnessed the perfected Foundation establishment. He was surprised to see a great demon halfway into the golden core. One of the men informed Machu that their previous defensive shield got broken by it. Machu told the guy not to panic, since he still has the defensive talisman. He gave the guy a pouch and told him to take a replenishing chi to stabilize his energy first. He volunteered to hold off the enemy and told the guys that once they recovered, they should come and help him. The elephant assumed that Macho is the head of the snake catcher. Macho used Mystic Sun sword chi array. The elephant stomped its foot. It roared and teased Macho that it's just a mere sword chi. He tried a different attack. The elephant scoffed. Macho noticed how the elephant, despite being huge, is agile. The elephant roared and countered it. Mushu was surprised that the elephant couldn't be pushed back, since the water is formless. He made the elephant trapped in it. His juniors were impressed with his strength. He told them to hide properly, otherwise they will get in the way. Two people announced that they're back, and identified that it's the great demon that killed him last time. Mashu replied that it wasn't an ordinary demon. He thinks that it has a treasure on it. Earlier, Snakey informed this elephant that the enemy, who annihilated his clan, is still alive, and he will lure them into him. The elephant had confirmed that. Just as the little snake puppet said Yin Tian is still alive, the elephant vowed to kill him again. It stomped its foot while making a loud noise. Machu couldn't believe that it broke free so fast. It targeted his juniors. The elephant stated that he'll kill the clan's kids as a sacrifice for his clan members. First, Macho yelled at them to run. The elephant used mountain suppressing stomp. Macho told them that everyone needs to attack together. Yin Tian replied that they just barely managed, and they don't have much energy left. They wouldn't let them. The elephant destroyed the scroll immediately. Muchu told everyone to send out the transmission. Jade slipped together and sent it to different directions. Then he told them to retreat immediately. Everyone followed his order. Meanwhile, Snakey kept going. But he knew that with all those traps and that giant elephant, even if those guys aren't dead, they won't be able to catch up anytime soon. Snowy told Snakey that he's so cunning, almost on par with a human. Snakey felt flattered. Husky questioned if that's supposed to be a compliment. Husky was panting heavily. Snakey told him to pick up the pace, since he's the slowest one. The sun is about to rise, and they still have a long way to go. Husky defended that he's carrying a person behind his back. Ping uttered that if the eldest brother hadn't been there that day, they would have all been dead under that elephant's foot. Faye asked if they no longer need to chase the demonic snake. Machu replied to leave it be, and they would return to the sect first, and he planned that next time they hunt it down, they will bring Wenjua with them. A few hours had passed, and Snakey was relieved that they had finally reached Mount Wu. Back then he heard from Black Yellow that the mountain is full of powerful demonic beasts, some even rare ancient ones. Their cultivation is on par with Golden Core cultivators. He told them that once they settle in, they will keep a low profile, and they wouldn't go too deep into the mountain. Husky replied, got it. Boss and Snakey's abode in Mount Wu. Husky asked if he's certain that it's there. Snakey replied yes. Snowy replied that it seems like someone is already living there. Snowy asked how they are supposed to take it back without fighting. Snakey replied that they will use her pills. Husky asked them what they're trying to do while they're on his back. Snakey brought out a pill and licked it. Snowy asked if that's the one she made. Snakey threw it in the air. When it landed on the ground, the curious monkeys approached it and they barfed. Fell unconscious, some ran away because of the stinky smell. The stinky smell was flowing on Snakey's way. So he hurriedly told them that they should hide underground. Snowy was confused about the stinky smell that they are saying to her. It's a nice aroma that refreshes one's mind. Husky replied that luckily he's experienced and got used to it, but his nausea betrayed his words. Snakey kept barfing. He tried to tell Snowy that they didn't mean to. She can seal it up. Snakey was annoyed that she didn't say it earlier. Snakey had learned that the move he made harms the enemies, but comes at a great cost. He took a mental note that it shouldn't be used carelessly. Chu, who was dangling on Husky's back, expressed how his life is filled with endless turmoil. The monkey barfed and shrieked. It made someone think that something weird has happened. At the same time, in the old cave, Black Yellow arrived and saw that Snakey and the others had run off, and they didn't even leave a single clue behind. He expressed that it's unfair. One day later, Snakey had a smile on his face. A bipedal, earthy creature stood before him. He was glad to have finished making 100 stone puppets. Now it's time for him to train them. He made them use a stone flying technique to aim at the target, which is a mountain. Then those puppets shot at it. It turned the mountain into debris. Snakey realized that sheer quantity really does make an impact. He thinks that this should be a catapult made by humans, as long as it's numerous and big enough. Then the effect should be on par with a cannon. He felt like such a genius. Joe has his legs and hands tied, but he can skip to reach Snakey, and he requested if he can release him. Snakey was hesitant because he might run after he released him. Chow replied that he's wanted by the snake catcher sect. If he goes back, he's dead. That's why there's no way he'll run. Moreover, not only did he think Snakey saved his life, he even enlightened him that a true man shouldn't be troubled by the matter of love. That's why he decided to pay back Snakey's kindness. He made the beast-taming ring transform into a collar. Now that Chow is free, he asked Snakey if there's anything he can do for him. Snakey confirmed if he wanted to work for him, because he knew that humans are the most cunning and deceitful beings, and yet he wants him to trust in him. Snakey wraps him in his body and opens his mouth and his face to threaten him. Chu replied that as someone from the snake catcher sect, he's not surprised that Snakey doubts him, but he's still willing to serve him. Snakey commented that this guy sure talks well. He told him to listen properly. He told him that he will command 10 stone puppets to attack him, and he can only defend and not attack. It is to test if he's going to survive. Chu asked what would happen if he survived. Snaky replied that he'll increase the puppets into 20. Loud sounds can be heard as the puppets attacked Chu. One slapped him in the face. Snaky was annoyed that he only withstood 33 stone puppets' attacks. He knew he didn't do his best. As someone who can fight at par with Luan Tion, it's questionable that he can only withstand that amount. Chu tried to answer, but it was gibberish. Snaky replied that it's enough blabbing. He knew that those guys were not ordinary, and if he wanted to take them back to his territory, he couldn't face them head on. He needed to find helpers. He thinks that it's best if he can make someone kill them in his stead. Half a month later, after cultivating for half a month, in addition to the bluff from the pills, he already reached the perfected 8 levels of the spirit awareness realm. Winter is coming soon, so Snaky has to go to seclusion to strive for the 9th level of spirit awareness. His goal is to reach the foundation establishment by next year's spring. Chu arrived and announced that he caught something good. Chu drags a black dog inside and states that the dog is quite aged and bald, which makes it great for nourishment. He said he'll heat the stove right away and they'll have dog meat. Snaky is surprised at what he saw. Yahello grinned at Snaky. Snaky was speechless. Joe asked why Snaky wasn't saying anything. He finds it strange, because he usually gobbles up the hunt with a big grin. He's puzzled as to what's going on, since Snaky doesn't even react when he offers to cook. Yahello commented that Snaky had grown up. He asked him if picked up a human pet. Chu was surprised that it can talk. Screamed out loud. Snowy, who was chewing herbs, heard it. Chu screamed for help, while Yahello asked Snaky to help him tie up. He's annoyed that the human is thinking of eating dog meat, so now he's considering how to deal with him. He suggested slicing him up and throwing him into a hot pot. Chu yelled at Snaky that he can't just stand there and watch him die. He dangles on top of the pot and panics. He yelled that even if he didn't achieve much, he still puts effort. Snaky expressed that it would be a waste to eat him like that. Yahello agreed since the guy doesn't have much meat. He suggested fattening him up first. Joe felt relieved that Snaky was there to help him, but Snaky had suggested cutting off his limbs to taste it first. Yahello agreed that it's a good idea. Chu's soul left his body that was enough teasing, and Snaky told Yahello that he already bit him and scared him, so it's enough to release him. Snaky expressed that he worked so hard to raise that pet. Yahello expressed that he's just helping him to be put in place, since the guy might act out in the future. He showed him what he found. Snaky was surprised to see his old scales, because he knew that the old hag took it. Yahello uttered that the old hag was killed by him. Snaky asked if that was true. Yahello asked him why he's surprised, when the old hag is already in her last breath. That fight before had drained her lifespan. Even if he didn't step in, he knew she would have died within a half a year. Chu was shocked to hear that such a big thing happened. Yahello recognized him to be the famous simp. He told him that his glorious tale is being spread around. In Purple Cloud's sect, he argues that he was courting her seriously. Yahello asked if that was so. Chow replied yes. He realized that as a human, he needed to have a backbone, so he can't just bow to anyone. Yahello laughed, then he brought out Ancestor's ice coffin. Chu knew about it since Snaky told him. Yahello told him that it's not his ancestor. Yahello opened the coffin to show him who's inside. To his surprise, it was Linger, the one she had been simping from the start. Cho screamed in agony. He yelled at Yahello to give it back to him. Yahello retrieved the coffin. He told Chow to look at himself. It was contradictory of what he's saying that he's not a simp, when he's even simping at a corpse. Yahello simply stated that a dog can never change its habit of eating shit. Snaky commented that it felt weird to hear it from a dog. Cho asked if he could give him the corpse. He begged him, but Yahello kicked him in the face as a response. Yahello told Joe that he has such a good spiritual root. If he put his mind into cultivation, he would have reached the foundation establishment years ago. He told him that it was such a waste of talent. Joe asked him what he should do. Yahello informed him that he couldn't be entirely blamed for it. The Purple Cloud technique is pretty sinister. It can plant a love goo unnoticed. And coincidentally, he's the kind of person who's easy to bewitch. Once he can use his willpower to get rid of the love goo's influence, he could reach the perfected foundation establishment. That sparked curiosity in Snaky, so he asked him to elaborate on that. Black Yellow explained that the so-called foundation establishment is the process of condensing the spiritual energy inside the body into a solid state. It will become a spiritual foundation, and the spiritual energy will flow continuously. Snaky replied that they knew about it. Husky asked if he should listen too. Black Yellow told him that he's talented and suggested that he go burn some firewood and cook some meat. Since he's hungry, Husky replied okay. Snowy told Snaky that she'll go help Husky and requested him to relay the information later. Husky was cooking while thinking that, with his talent, it would already be incredible if he's able to reach the foundation establishment in that life, let alone perfected it. He expected himself to be a buzzkill if he joined the conversation, so he decided to hide his disappointment. The meat should be done. It smelled good that it made him drool, but in reality, Husky cried as he was hurt being set aside like that. Snowy covered his nose with a leaf and comforted him that it would be fine. But Black Yellow was aware of his surroundings. His silence made Snaky ask what he's pondering about, then explained that foundation establishment cultivators also vary. Some are stronger. Some are weaker. The main difference lies in their energy. He showed them a true key. It was color white. He told them that the majority of foundation establishment cultivators, true energy is white just like that. It's an ordinary normal foundation establishment. He added that there are also some foundation establishment cultivators with light blue. Colored true energy, those cultivators are normally peerless geniuses. They have strong spiritual roots, techniques, and willpower. And all those three elements are essential foundation establishment. With blue-colored true energy is the perfect foundation establishment. Chu asked about the strength of a perfect foundation establishment. Black Yellow chuckled, then replied that in the same realm, one person can rival 10 people. And that isn't even an exaggeration. He was impressed. Snaky inquired if there's anything else above perfect. The main reason is still the limitation techniques. In the entire world, there are only a few techniques that qualified a perfect foundation establishment. However, the Heavenly Devil technique is one of them. He sarcastically expressed that. He was curious on what kind of astonishingly talented and peerless person created the technique. Snaky expressed that the true creator of the Heavenly Devil technique must be an astonishing talent. He thought about Snowy's pills. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. Black Yellow uttered to remain humble. Deep inside, Snaky was annoyed that he's bragging. Joe commented that it sounded like a demonic technique, and the creator must have been not good. He suggested that the creator must be a scum. Snaky, Snowy, and Husky immediately hid behind a tree. Chu was confused with their behavior. He asked if he said anything wrong. Snaky replied that he can speak as he likes. To his surprise, Black Yellow bared his fangs on him. It was followed by his loud scream. Snaky knew that Black Yellow never released the people he bites. Meanwhile, a monkey reported to another creature that there are 2 demonic snakes carrying a large amount of pills and exhaling smoke every day. The monkey assumed that those demonic beasts have a big secret that might be helpful to the boss he was talking to. A golden-winged great eagle in the foundation establishment. Great demon. The eagle doubted it, but the monkey was firm that it was true. The eagle thanked him for the good information. The monkey looked like it had a sinister plan. Back to Cho, he was being bandaged up. Snowy bandaged his head while telling him to endure it. Black Yellow created a stealth array so that they wouldn't be noticed, even if a foundation establishment cultivator passes by. Snaky replied that it was great. Black Yellow gave him an item that can automatically detect strong cultivators within a 50-kilometer radius. When there's danger, the jade stone will turn red. The deeper the color, the stronger the opponent is. However, it only works on humans. Snaky expressed that the item makes him feel safe, but it felt like Black Yellow was saying his final words. He replied that Snaky is correct. He only returned to bid him farewell. Snaky asked where he's going. Snaky asked how long it would be. He replied that he'll come out once he finishes absorbing the energy inside that place. It will take at least 1.5 years, 3 to 5 years at most. He added that the amount of time is nothing, since a cultivator's lifespan is long. 10 years of seclusion could pass in the blink of an eye. Snakey replied that it's great since he's going into seclusion too, though it's a short one then. He received the bag using his tail. Black Yellow told him to use the item inside, and he'll be able to fight on equal footing, no matter who the opponent is. He emphasized that he can only use it once, so he shouldn't use it randomly. Black Yellow told him that he will now. He hoped that the next time they meet. Snakey is already a great demon in the Foundation establishment. Snakey replied that he hopes so too. When Black Yellow was a few steps away, he yelled at him to wait for a moment. Black Yellow glanced behind him and asked what it was. Snakey had something to give to him. His jaw dropped when he saw the spiritual stones, and there were tons of them. He scolded the brat for being bad. He didn't expect him to hide so many treasures behind his back. Snakey replied that he's giving it to him now. Black Yellow grinned and commented that he's messing with him. I bet Black Yellow felt proud that the once cowardly snake he found in the forest is now able to hide something from him. Thank you all for watching. Please watch this next GigaChat video, and I'll see you guys next time. Also support the channel by joining the Summon Club membership. You can also support by just liking the video and being awesome.